It's hotting up on ECN, so welcome to Italy. It's our Italian summer adventure. We have 5 weeks in Italy, different location every week, starting right here in Milan, where 12 teams are competing for just 2 spots in the Super Series. So settle in for some spicy action. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series Italy, Milan, and it starts right now. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another big week in European cricket. Actually, it will be a big 5 weeks, as today marks the start of our Italian summer adventure. We're going to have a bit of a journey every week around this country, and it will culminate in the Super Series in Rome. The winner of that series will go through to the ECL. So a big prize on the line for all the clubs you're going to see over the next few weeks on ECN. We're going to start with match 1, day 1 here in Milan, and it's the Bergamo derby between Bergamo Cricket Club and Royal Bergamo. Let's go over to Stefan Gooch, who's the tournament referee. He's with 2 captains for the coin toss.
Okay, Royal Bergamo to call. Head. Head's the call. It's tails.
Get ball first.
Okay.
So it is Bergamo Cricket Club. Their captain, Baljit Singh, has won the toss and he's elected to bowl first. So he wants to chase here in match 1. And let me just explain a little bit about the format this week in Milan, because we have 12 clubs actually taking part. And every day, Monday to Thursday, we'll see 3 different clubs. Only 2 of them will survive to quarterfinals Friday. They'll play each other. The top team goes straight through. The other 2 have to battle it out for the other place in an eliminator later on today. So it should be a very, very high quality matchup between these 2 clubs. Of course, Baljit, he is a man who captained the Italian national side at the ECC last year, and we know he's a very, very classy batter. Bergamo CC are a bit upset not to quite make it to the final stages of this tournament last year. They just missed out on those elimination stages, but still they're a very high quality matchup. Watch out also for Jasprit Singh with the ball. He's a pretty interesting customer, and also he's a very, very good fielder. Let's talk about Royal Bergamo though. They competed as Bergamo United last year, and I think that their captain Amin Mubashir is one to watch out for. He is their leading run scorer in ECN cricket. He's probably about around number 4. Usman Javed's an interesting pickup for me. He has come over from Cividate in the Brescia region, so he's just going to bolster their batting lineup a little bit. He'll probably bat at number 3. And well, let's not forget that Bergamo United last year, now Royal Bergamo, they were the runners-up. They almost defended 74 in a very, very low-scoring, tense, thrilling final against Fresh Tropical here last year. We'll see Fresh Tropical a little bit later in the week. Well, let's talk about the conditions today in Milan, and I can sum it up in one word: hot, because summer is here. We're expecting a maximum temperature something like 35 to 37 degrees. Probably be a little bit hotter out here in the middle as well. Already we're up to 27 degrees for the first ball, so I think it'll be a bit of a scorcher. I think the action out here will be pretty hot as well. Well, here is a man that's pretty excited to be in Milan for the ECN for the first time. Rico Fu is in the commentary box. Let's get ready for this big match. We know that Bergamo CC have won the toss. They're going to bowl first in match 1 against their rivals Royal Bergamo. Over to you as we get ready for the first ball of our Italian summer.
Thank you very much to Mr. Vinny Sandu, and yeah, certainly looking forward to this first time in Milano, which is the capital of Lombardy. It's the 2nd biggest city in Italy after Rome, and this is going to be an absolute sensational day. We'll be starting in about 10 minutes time, and it just gives us an opportunity to just first of all, well, yes, you know, we made our way over here from Austria, so congratulations to Donald Stad, who were the champions there in Austria, Vienna at the Seebahn Cricket Ground, and what a fantastic week of cricket we had there. It was runs galore, wasn't it? Over 1,000 runs in the series in that week. It was absolutely fantastic. And then, well, it was quite a short flight through to the airport here, and we are here in Milan and looking forward to the action. And as you heard Vinny Sandu say, it's going to be hot, hot, hot. And these 2 teams, well, it's going to be pretty hot between them as well. Bergamo CC versus Royal Bergamo, 110 to 102 in favour of Bergamo CC, which is quite surprising when you look at the timeline, really, I mean, Royal Bergamo, they've only, the last 5 times we've seen them, that one loss, but they've won 4 before that. Whereas with Bergamo CC, 3 losses to 2 wins, but obviously that takes into account a lot of stats and information. And if you want information, this is how spicy that this series is going to be. Every day is almost like a finals day, because we're going to have 3 teams going to battle it out every day. Okay, so the one that finishes top, so imagine it like a table every day. The team that finishes top will qualify for Friday's quarterfinals day. The other 2 teams will play out an eliminator, and 1 team will be eliminated. So 2 teams will go through to the quarterfinals on Friday, but there's always going to be an elimination match here today. So every day, the last match of the day will be an elimination game. So really, I think that's the first time that I've certainly been involved in a series which is set up like that. So whereas we normally say, well, look, you know, the teams, if they don't start well, they'll get another chance, they'll get stronger, they'll get better. Well, they've got to be at their best right from the start. It's certainly going to be very interesting. Just having a look at this ground, you can see that because of the heat, well, the heat definitely has been on there in the middle. So a lot of that grass being burnt away. And it's going to be, look, for my first impressions, I think that pitch is going to play pretty well. I think there's going to be a fair bit of bounce on there. It's pretty hard. I mean, it's an artificial pitch, so it does have a little bit of padding underneath the mat, but below that I think it's all concrete. So I think we're certainly going to see the quicker bowlers bowl really well on it. In the field itself, I think the fielders, look, if there's one field that you're going to have to be backing up on, is this one. I think the ball is going to be really bubbling around, and fielders are going to have to back things up. And of course, it's going to be very warm out there as well. So don't be surprised if we do see, when wickets fall down, etc., that players will take on some fluids. Of course, it's very important in the interest and the safety of the players to allow them to do that. And having a look at both these teams, I think Bergamo CC, I mean, there's some players on there that I know very well. Of course, their captain, Baljit Singh, he's going to be key. I mean, remember him from the European Cricket League, and he was their captain at the time, and he certainly was a star player. And somebody else that I remember the first time, going back to, I think it's Roma Campanelli, the first DCS I did in Rome. There's a couple of players there. Mandeep Singh, I mean, he was an absolute star. The great player, Govinder Singh and Dara Shikhok. So there's some good players there, including Daljit Singh as well. And with Royal Bergamo, I mean, watch out for their top 4 batters. I mean, Atasham Javed, he's going to be, he's going to be, I think, key. And Faran Javed there as well. And then coming in at number 3, Usman Javed. So maybe it's going to be one of those Javeds that's going to go big. So I think we're going to see plenty of action happening out there. And a man that was here last year, maybe can tell us a little bit more about it, coming back from the coin toss duties. And, well, I think he's definitely done his part in wearing the Italian colours today. You've got the red, white, and the green on. Is Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandhu. Welcome into our commentary box.
Thanks very much, Rico. It's great to be here, and good morning to all of our viewers. And apologies for the slight delay this morning, Monday morning, start of a very exciting day. I think you mentioned that every day is kind of like a finals day in a way. You have 12 teams here. They're competing for just 2 spots in the Italian Super Series, which is in 4 weeks' time. It's week 5 of our Italian Summer Adventure. And the winner of that will go to the ECL. And I'm telling you, Rico, both these teams are good enough to win the whole thing. I'm telling you that. Bergamo Cricket Club, they were a bit disappointed just to miss out on the finals last year, because only the top 3 teams went through to the elimination stages. But right now, I'm just putting this out here as well. 299 matches without a golden ball. Well, second game today, we're due to hit the big 300. Well, they say 300 is a perfect game in bowling. It's been the longest drought we've ever had. Now, look, it's not that we haven't had close matches. We've had plenty of close matches. We just have had none that have been exactly tied.
Yeah. Hey, listen, you know, I know why we're starting a little bit late.
Go on.
We are in Milan, and I know where a lot of these players are. A lot of these players are coming from the Galleria Vittoria Emanuele Dos. You know why? I'll tell you why. Because Milan has a bull that brings you luck. And basically, in that Galleria, okay, you have a mosaic bull Okay, that's barely depicted on the ground, so it's in mosaic form. But legend has it that if you spin 3 times with your heels on the, let's just say, the private parts of the bull, it will bring you good fortune.
Wow, well, there you go.
So I reckon the players
all
are
the
there.
stats.
They're doing the spinning around. They're spinning. So, you know, I can't quite spin round here because, you know, the cables will get us in trouble. So 3 times, you spin round that bull. And when you spin round 3 times, it's going to give you good luck. So really, I think after the cricket here today, I know where I'm going. So remember, is that Galleria. So it's, once again, the Galleria Victoria Emmanuel Dos.
Yeah, okay.
Got
We'll
it?
remember that. Well, you know what?
Yeah.
I'm really looking forward to exploring a bit more of Milan, because when we were here last year, it was early April, and still it was a little bit of an issue with the pandemic, with the restrictions in Italy at that time. But tell you what, it's a lot hotter this time around. Last time we had all sorts of wind issues. It's we almost had a game stopped just due to wind, not due to rain. We almost had a game stopped due to wind. So I just want to say a quick hello to everyone in. I got handed the Duckworth Lewis, and it was blue skies like this, and I said, "Well, what's this for? It's not raining." And they said, "Oh, the referee's almost considering it too windy to continue," because there was all sorts of stuff. There were chairs blowing across the field. There were stumps getting blown out of the ground, like literally. Anyway, it'll be worth the wait, as we're about 5 minutes away from a start. But it's a great opportunity for you to ask us some questions in the YouTube live chat.
Can I just say, what about our base? What about where we're staying? San Siro.
Yeah.
I can touch the San Siro. In fact, last night I had to go for a walk. I walked around the San Siro. It was what an absolute sight it is. So the San Siro football ground, right where we are, is absolutely amazing. Hello, everybody.
Hello, guys. Great to see you. Hello to Kawaja Shan, who's joined us in the chat. Yeah, that's true. And both Inter Milan and AC Milan share that home ground. And so where we're staying is around about, what is it? Probably about 15 to 20 minutes,
15 minutes
from the centre. But look, it's great to be here. Look, a few comments already. This ground, I'm telling you what, it is dry.
Yes.
There's no other way to say it. And it's that time of year, of course, coming a little bit late. It was a lot greener last year when we came. There's also a couple of kind of little unusual things about this ground, such as Crocodile Rock out at deep mid-wicket, which is basically some concrete slabs on the field. Which, I mean, these guys, they're used to playing here, so they're kind of used to it. But I'm not used to it. So let's see how long before we get one off Crocodile Rock.
Let's not say, when you say concrete slabs, people think they're like, slabs off the ground you're going to trip over. It's like a concrete foundation, a little mini concrete foundation in 2 places, which, I think you're right. I mean, if the ball hits that, it's going to ping and it's just going to bounce right over into the next field. What is in the next field, by the way?
Yeah, it looks
Is it agriculture? It's
it is some sort of farmland. We'll lose a few balls over there, tell you that much.
I bet.
But what I will say as well is the dimensions of the ground here, straight the boundaries are pretty short, and square they're pretty short. But the kind of corners around deep mid-wicket and deep cover, they're a little bit longer. Yeah. I think we're going to see a lot of runs scored here. Although the story of these two teams, I mentioned that Bergamo Cricket Club last time, they did make the final 5 it was. So we started with 9 teams here, then it got cut to a final 5 on Thursday, but only the top 3 of those went through to the finals. Bergamo CC just missed out. They were in 4th place. I keep calling them Bergamo United, but now they're called Royal Bergamo. They're the same club. They ended up, you see the run of 4 wins going up to the final. The L they had, that was the loss to Fresh Tropical, and it was a really close game. They scored something in the 70s. They had Fresh Tropical, I think they were 9 for 4 at one stage in the second innings. It was a real low-scoring thriller. In the end, Fresh Tropical just got over the line. And that's why we saw Fresh Tropical. And you'd remember in the Italian Super Series in November last year. Yeah. This year, we won't have to wait until November to have the Super Series. We'll have it right here at the end of our Italian summer.
It's going to be amazing, isn't it? Amazing experience. I'm here for 2 of those weeks. And then I know you're going to be joined by Corey for 2 weeks. And I come back to see you in Rome for the Super Series. But all going to be exciting stuff. Nice to see that the players have taken the field of play. And, shout out, first of all, to our men in black. A man that we know a lot. Seen him a lot on ECS doing the umpiring. Silvio Lely is out there with Rahman Solomonur. And, of course, the 3rd umpire and the tournament referee for this series is going to be Stefan Gooch. So Stefan Gooch has travelled with us from Austria. So I'm looking forward to an exciting series here.
Yeah, sure will be. Can't wait. And, looks like we're going to have Baljeet, the captain, opening up. He's a very, very good player. Captained Italy in the Super Series, in the ECC, I should say, last year. Really looking forward to seeing him again, and just wait to see him with the bat as well. He's He's a class player. And yeah, I know that both these teams, like I say, they're contenders for me. And the third club in this group, Group A, so everything you see today is Group A action, will be Torino. We'll see them in the second and the third matches. Just to confirm the format here, that how it works is there'll be 3 matches between these 3 teams. They'll all play each other. At that point, whoever's top of the table, they will be straight through to quarterfinals as the top seed. And the other 2 teams will have to fight it out for the other spot on quarterfinals Friday. So it's pretty action-packed. I want to say a quick hello to Chris Smith as well. There's hello to Jamie Dodger, who's going to enjoy this. To Recalls saying it's the football ground. Yeah, it was a football ground, but isn't it great that's been converted for cricket? And look, this is a man that I'm really looking forward to seeing in Baljit. They've got slip in place. That's an attacking move. They've got Atasham Javed and Farhan Javed opening the batting. So they are going with the 2 Javeds. Let's get ready. The Italian summer. It starts right now. And here's the first ball from Baljit. A little bit short, and this will take some stopping, and it is stopped. Pretty well done by Dara Shiko. Now, he's a man who a lot of you ECN watchers will know from Cividate last year. He played in Brescia, was a very, very good player for Cividate. He's a good pickup for Bergamo CC. I guess this is Royal Bergamo batting. Farhan Javed off the mark straight away. And yeah, Royal Bergamo with a point to prove after going down in the decider last year. This time was a full toss, good swing again. This time well fielded. Chico into the action a couple of times early.
I think fielding is going to be really key here, isn't it? Because I think, I mean, because this ground is so dry, the ball is going to bobble around a bit. I think it's going to be the case of getting your body behind it. But I think batters also have to try and take the odd risk. I think they've got to think every time you hit the ball, you've got to really try and take a single, because it's not going to be easy to field it cleanly.
That's true. Another good outswinger. This one probably just sneaks in the line. And I've got to say, it's great to see some familiar faces out there in the umpiring panel as well. And yeah, a lot of people commenting on what the ground looks like, but that's just because it's been so dry. It's been so hot here.
Yeah.
Looks a bit like some of those Indian grounds in the 80s, or the Pakistani grounds that I used to watch when I was a kid.
Yeah, it's been roasting in Italy, Spain, other parts of Europe.
This is edged, and it's going to fly away, and this will be a test for the outfield. And well, that shows you how quick it is. Fielder had no chance down there. That's Zain Mazar, who has to watch that. And there's the first boundary of our Italian summer. Not particularly convincing, but effective, as it is Artejam Javed that gets it.
Yeah, look, here we go. That's how quick it is. Now you see me, now you don't. It just disappears under the banner there.
And comeback ball from Baljit, who does have the slip in place. This is cut away nicely, but finds the fielder. Yeah, it's funny with the slip. And we've seen it recently. We saw it in Hungary, employed very cleverly by Anil Patanayak of UCB. Sometimes you're better having a slip that's kind of back on the circle, because the edges you get a little bit like that one tend to fly a bit further because the guys are swinging away. So yeah, maybe something to think about for Baljit. Now he drops the slip anyway. He wants him had a fine leg position just inside the circle. I think this could be the hottest day so far on the tour this year, Rico, just judging by now. Already 27 and climbing. A ball by Baljit. We hear a few of the creepy crawlies around as well. It's only natural. End of the first over of the series. 5-0 loss. Not too bad at all from Baljit Singh. Again, won't have too long for these teams to get settled. Let's have a look at some of the top performers. You can see Baljit Singh featuring his ECN career, 628 runs, 21 wickets. A lot of those are in ECC cricket as well, because Italy, don't forget, they went through to the finals week, so he's played a lot more matches. Jaspreet Singh's one to watch out for. And you remember he was pretty remarkable, some of his heroics in the ECC as well. Took a memorable catch in front of us. As for Royal Bergamo, well, right now you see the captain, Amin Mubashir. And yeah, I think that Jaspreet Singh is a bit of an out for Bergamo CC today, but hopefully we see him. Should they, maybe a little bit later on, or should they make the quarterfinals? All right, so time for the second over. It's going to be Hardeep Singh to bowl. All right, here is over number 2. Edged, and this will be 4 as well. Yeah, the fielder down there has absolutely no chance. Once again, same fielder, Mazar has to watch it. That's 2 boundaries, 2 pretty similar boundaries, Rico.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see that just in case you doubt it, the ball is going to race very, very quickly to the boundary. 2 edges, 2 forwards, and I think they have got a 3rd man back, but they just need to decide where he needs to be. He's sort of gone from slip back out there, but he went too wide. I think he's got to be pretty fine here. Maybe you've got to have that 3rd man pretty fine on the boundary, and then your backward point on the inner circle to start off with in the power play. They've got a sweeper out on the offside.
Short, missed time. This could be the first wicket of the series, and it is taken. So this time Farhan Javed just tries to go over the top of square leg. He doesn't get the contact at all. And it's Rakesh Banga that will take the catch. So Hardik breaks through early. It's the first wicket of our Italian summer. Royal Bergamo, 9 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, he bangs it in short, doesn't he? He wants to challenge and test the batter. And he picks it, goes back, but it comes off the top of the back. And unfortunately, Farhan Javed is going to be the first wicket to fall, the first to go in the Italian summer. And it's the bowler, Hardeep Singh, with combined with the catch in. It was a fairly straightforward catch from Rakesh Banga, but takes the catch. So the first one in the hut. And, it's always nice to get that first wicket, get that partnership broken, and get the next batter in early.
Yeah, this pitch is a very, very interesting pitch. It's got a kind of it's called Calchestra base, and the material that I can compare it to the most is, you know, that kind of hard rubber for children's playgrounds they use sometimes, and it will actually play differently based on the weather conditions. So actually, it gets a bit harder, believe it or not, if there's been a bit of rain around. I don't think there's been a lot of rain at all, but it's one of the pitches, probably one of my favourite pitches in Europe, because it does kind of offer something to the bowler and the batter. It's not just a simple flat batting track. Anyway, new batter comes to the crease to face Hardeep. Wide first ball, acrobatic wicket keeping down the leg side. Pramod Tudita saving a boundary for his team.
Good stop. It doesn't really come that high. You can see the ball's dipping. A one-handed take. That's good glove work from Sudhita.
Yeah, so this is Usman Javed, who has come to the crease for Royal Bergamo. Classy left-hander. It's not a very classy shot, but it gets the confusion rays on, and this is going to run 0 for 4 as well. This kind of bounces one way then the other. So that's the 3rd boundary we've seen. Javed's off the mark. That's Usman Javed. Again, not convincing, but a bit of confusion rays. Bit of side spin. Did the fielder here? Yeah,
I mean, he charges in. And I think once that hits the deck, you see it hits the deck pretty hard. It leaves a bit of a divot on that soft surface, but I think it wrong foots him. Once it gets past you, that's it. It's runs, it's boundaries, it's 4. So we've seen 3 4s, none of them really being an authentic shot, really.
This as well. Stopped by the bowler. Yeah, we're just talking about Darashiko being a former Cividate player in Brescia. Well, guess what? So is Usman Javed. He also played for Cividate last year in the ECS. So former teammates on opposite sides in match 1 here. A lot of questions here about the ground and comments about the ground. But what I will say is it is summer. There hasn't been a lot of rain around. Hasn't been a lot of water around. So I actually think it's good for scoring.
Look, I mean, I know because obviously I live in Spain and got family in Spain. And also you asked Paul Fletcher, our integrity manager, who's come here in Spain and parts of Italy as well. It has been so hot. There's no way that grass is going to survive in that heat. So you're going to see a lot of this. And I think in this Italian summer, a lot of the grounds are going to be really struggling, starved of water. Let's face it. So, you know, I don't mind it because for me, it means that you're going to see a lot of runs because the ball is going to be pretty quick. And I think it's going to be challenging for the fielders as well. They, take a good look at it there. I mean, there's a few patches of grass, but a lot of it is just sort of dry topsoil now.
Yeah, 15 for 1 after 2 overs. These are the 3 teams you'll see today in Group A. So just confirm me if you just joined us. The first 3 matches today are round-robin matches in Group A. Then there'll be a short break. Then we'll have the 4th match of the day, and it will be between the bottom 2 teams to survive in the tournament. The top team goes straight through to Friday for the quarterfinals, and the other 2 will have to fight it out for the other spot because only 2 of these 3 teams can survive. Innovative format. Should be pretty exciting every day. Here's Baljit back to bowl his 2nd over. And this is launched over the leg side, went and fetched it. And once again, this one is going to run away to the boundary for 4. So, Usman Javed just goes and gets that one. Not an easy shot, but Baljeet is kind of bringing it back towards the left-hander. And a boundary to start the 3rd over.
Yeah, this is a nice shot. Good shot to play inside the power play. The last over off it. So if you're going to try and play some of these up and over shots, now's the time with the field as it is. So the left-hander makes an immediate change to the field. So another man goes back. So the 2 men that are allowed out on the leg side boundary.
Goes after this, but this could be a chance. Chico's coming around and he will drop it. Well, he drops his ex-Chivadate teammate. He had a long way to go, but he did it pretty comfortably. Tried to catch it, running back with the flight, but he couldn't hold on, and a chance goes down. Yeah,
I mean, in fairness, not easy. I mean, you can see the batter what he's trying to do. Probably would have been called a wide. He says, okay, you're going to put 2 out on the leg and go over the offside. He does well, does the hard work, gets there, but not able to take the catch. So Dara Shikop puts the chance down, and not to the amusement of the bowler, Baljeet Singh and the captain.
This one pushed. Chico had plenty of the ball, but he would have loved to have pounched his former teammate. I'm going to make a little bet with you. Not a bet. We'll just have a guess. We're expected to get 35 to 37 degrees. Currently, it's 8:50 local time, and we're at 27. How long do you think before we get to 30?
Not long. Not long.
It's going up and up
before
already.
11.
I think it's going to get about 10 degrees hotter than this as well. Right now, I'm sweltering. It's a big swing and a miss. This one doesn't really shape from Baljeet. So, yeah, it's great to see so many familiar faces. Well, ECN lover in the chat saying, Vinny, Rico, what is the average score in this field? I can tell you, actually. Probably bring it up in a second.
Just having a little arrangement of his field on the leg side, just moving the man a little bit squarer. Here we go. Up in the air, another chance. Will it be second time lucky for the same fielder? And yes, it is. Well, he dropped one earlier, didn't he? What a chance it was when he dropped Javed for 9, but he does get him in the end. And Javed goes for just 10, so he's only able to add one more. But the man who puts him down, Dara, takes the catch.
I was a bit more comfortable because he didn't get turned around, I suppose. And so, yeah, Baljeet does get his wicket in the end. You're right, doesn't cost him too much. Just trying to go down the ground again. Batters encouraged to go for their shots, but he just wasn't able to get the distance on that. Darashiko takes the catch. His first of the series, now 21 for 2 with the ball remaining in the 3rd over.
Yeah, you can see he just wanted it to go for those shots. He wanted to try and get it up and over. Well, this is the question.
Yeah, this was the question about what's an average score on this ground. Now, this is from last year, day by day. So overall, the average score was 102 per 10 overs. So around about the 100 mark. You can see we had some low-scoring days. Early on, it was a low-scoring day last year. We peaked on day 4 with 116 per 10 overs. So all up, if you want to know the average score here, it's 10.2. Probably what I would say this year is outfield will be a bit quicker because it's just a lot drier. So maybe, for me, something more like 110 might be par. There's some very, very high-quality players out here. Thanks for the question, and thanks for Ravi for providing that info for us.
New batter to face Baljeet. Baljeet gets that slip back in place.
Still to get a Maximo in our Italian summer. This won't be it either. It's pushed away. Straight at the fielder. No run. Into the power play. And a pretty good one for Bergamo Cricket Club. The men in yellow. They are probably on top in this game at the moment. It's Royal Bergamo 21 for 2. Now, a lot of people looking at those uniforms, you know who they are reminding them of. And it's the same as I thought last year.
Mm-hmm.
Who does that remind you of? Men out there in the field.
Looking at the uniforms, yeah, it's one of your teams, isn't it? Your colours.
That's Australia.
Yeah.
It's got an Australian vibe to it. Bit of an old school Australian vibe to it as well. See there, 5, 10 and 6 in the power play. They haven't really been hurt yet. Hardeep's going to come back for his second over.
Yeah, well bowled to Baljeet Singh, picking up a wicket there. That's 1 for 11. Hardeep Singh will complete his spell as well. He's picked up 1 for 10. But now I think it's a good shout. You got 2 wickets. You're looking to get another. Can't really put the pressure on. So bowl out the openers. Be interesting.
Yeah.
See how spin plays on here.
That's true. takes a bit of spin this pitch as well. So here's Hardeep in over number 4.
It's nicely played away. And chase on for the fielder. He gives it some chase, but he ain't going to get there. That Kookaburra is saying there's no point chasing after me. I'm just going to get quicker and quicker on this hot and fiery pitch, and that ball races away.
Uses the pace and uses the pace nicely. I want to say a quick good morning to Ashish Odedra. He said, "Morning, fellas. Looking forward to some entertaining cricket from Italy." Chris Smith is concerned about your voice. Does sound a lot better. You did rest it yesterday. You didn't shout at me once when we were on our trip.
I thought if I stay clear of Vinny, I won't have to shout at him, so I did. It is better. It's going to get better.
Edged and just past the keeper. Now they have taken the advice to move the third man a little bit finer. And that's an acrobatic bit of work behind the stumps. I have liked the work of Sadida, but he couldn't quite get across to this one in time. He couldn't get enough spring in those legs to get across.
Yeah, it did go quick though, didn't it? But that man, Zain Mazir has been put a bit finer now, and he's there to stop all of those. I think that's going to be key as this series progresses. I think that's going to be a key fielding position.
Good morning to Ninja as well in the chat. Hardeep just squeezed out to fine leg. Oh, here's the stump.
Well, this is a bit dynamic, isn't it? Talk about the explosion of the stumps. Well, this is a good bit of work. I mean, it attacks it, good pickup, good throw, and bang, out of they go. Well, where's the batter here? Just in.
Yeah, just in. But you can see we don't have the stumps on the rubber base this time. We've got the more traditional stumps.
I love it.
Yeah,
I love them.
I know you love it.
There is nothing
I don't know about
better.
the umpires loving it so much.
Yeah, no, they're going to have some hard work, but there is nothing better. Come on, admit it, folks. Nothing better than seeing a pace bowler knocking those stumps and them going all over the place. And yeah, the only problem with it is, especially on a hot ground like this, where the soil is turning to dust, putting the back in can be take some time. Shot. That is a lovely shot. Shot of the day so far. The timing was epic. He gets it in the gap. Cuatro carreras. What a beauty.
Yeah, Adesham Javed absolutely smacked that and just dismissed it. And so, fantastic bit of ball striking. Couple more left in the over. So he kind of leans on it. Yeah, don't run here. So yeah, a lot of people just reminding, stay hydrated. Yeah, so let's make a bet. So it's 5 to 9 in the morning, and it's 27. Do you think we'll hit 30 degrees by 10 o'clock?
Nah, maybe not by 10. If it goes by with normal, I would say before 11.
Before 11.
Before 11, yeah.
It's not going to stop there, I don't think. Last ball of the over coming up. Oh, this one sneaks past the inside edge, and it's the end of the over. Well, Bergamo. 31 for 2, last year's finalists. Of course, 2 spots will be up for grabs in the Super Series from the 12 teams this week. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me is Rico Full. Welcome to our Italian summer adventure. It's going to get hot out in the middle. It's pretty hot here in the ice cube as well. I think if it was a real ice cube, it would have melted by now already. But I want to say a quick hello to everyone. Thanks for joining us. Please give us some comments, give us some questions in the chat. A lot of people, naturally, they have questions. Maybe they didn't see the Italian series last year. Maybe they've joined us since then, because we were here in March and April last year, went all around Italy. So this time we're going Milan to Brescia to Bologna to Rome. They're the 4 qualifying weeks, and then the 5th week will be in Rome for the Super Series. So should be really exciting to get around again, 1 week at a time.
Italy is a beautiful country, and a lot of good places to go and see. And the cricket's pretty sensational as well. There's some good, talented players in Italy. I'm looking forward to seeing them.
And the thing is, we do go to these regional venues, okay? So, you know, that's the thing. Now, this is a slightly unusual venue, but we are going around. You know, we are going to their local grounds, and, yeah, that's why, you know, maybe it looks a little different, but I'm super excited about this week. Gurvinder Singh is going to bowl over number 5. Starts with a wide. So embrace it. If you love ECN, you'll definitely love our Italian summer. Now, Ninj is asking where Crocodile Rock is located on the field. It's there's actually 2 Crocodile Rocks. Actually, Danny gave the other one a name. I'll have to ask him because I can't remember. But they're kind of forward, square-leg and mid-wicket just outside the circle. And they're the former football dugouts. This is whipped away. Now we've got more outfielders. And, well, he won't be able to stop this one. It's going to crash into the banner. 4 runs. Cuatro carreras. So, yeah, just getting a little bit into the pads there, whipped away, and that's a nice one. Amin Mubashir, he is their leading run scorer in ECN cricket. And he dealt with that one nicely.
Yeah, okay. Just have a look on your corner of your screen.
Yeah,
You're
can
just
you
going
see
to
here?
see there's Crocodile Rock. There
To
you
the
go.
left. Yeah, good.
And you see it on the
bottom,
right
yeah.
as well.
Keep an eye out for that.
Back to the live action. And we may be able to see if our camera person right up there on
That's
the top.
the fielder that has to deal with it.
Karina was giving us a good shot of them. Singh once more. Slower delivery is up in the air. Gets it over the man at backward point. And Lucky sees it go over him. Here's the throw. And good running, 2 runs.
Yeah, good running. Now, spare a thought for these players as well. Got a question from Sabir saying when we use... Oh, there we go. There's our Crocodile Rock. Yeah. So, yeah, don't have to deal with that.
You've got 2 of those on that.
Got to be careful diving, I think. You can be excused for maybe not diving into concrete, but the rest of this field isn't much softer. That's the thing. Driven down the field. Should just be 1. That's Shiko. He's normally such a good fielder. I know he dropped that one early, but it wasn't an easy one. Yes, Sabir was asking about the artificial base for the stumps. Is the height of the stumps higher than placing the ground? Well, the answer is no, because the stumps that go in the artificial base, they are specially made for that base. They don't have the kind of pointy bottoms. So
yeah, the base is
sometimes you need a pointy
yeah.
bottom and sometimes you don't. These ones do have pointy bottoms because they go into the ground, but the ones that go into the artificial base, they don't. They just have flat bottoms so that they're the same height. Once again, driven. Shiko. He's going to have leather poisoning, I think. He's had a lot of the ball.
He's been a key player, isn't he? He certainly is. And doing everything well at the moment. Did take that one good catch. He did difficult one he wasn't able to keep hold of. But it didn't cost him. Only cost him a run.
Had a question from Dave Edmondson about where is the ground located in Rome. And we have gone to a couple of grounds before, but it'll be the same as last year, right?
Yeah.
Swing and a miss. So it'll be the Roma Spinachetto ground, the home of Roma CC.
Yeah, it's a lovely ground actually. And it's a relative new ground that's had a lot of work done to it over the years. Plays really well. And I think it'll be a fitting place to end the Italian summer. The last 2 weeks will be there, and the actual finals as well. As we have a look at that scorecard at the moment. So you're just starting to see a bit of a partnership there. But Javid, the opener, I think he's on 15 of 12. He's probably thinking about maybe starting to just up the tempo a little bit here.
40 for 2. I mean, 80 pace, but the last game that we saw Royal Bergamo playing was the final last year, and that was a very low-scoring thriller against Fresh Tropical, who would ultimately chase down their score in the 70s and make it through to the Super Series. Yeah, definitely day to stay hydrated. Here's Dara Shiko, who's going to get in the game again. Again, he played for Cividate last year in the Brescia Series, and now he's going to come in. So we're going to see a bit of the slower stuff for the first time. Goes after this one, and he might have found trouble, and he has. He's gone. Baljit Singh takes the catch, deputising for Dara in that position. So spin to win. The first ball of spin in our Italian summer takes the wicket, and it's going to have to be Hardasham Javed, who has to go. He made 15, but he'll go no further. 3 wickets down now, 40 for 3, and Shiko strikes with his very first ball of the series.
Yeah, this is clever. This is good captaincy. I think the openers have bowled out. He's tried Gurinder Singh. Gurinder Singh as well bowled out. He's just keeping the pace a little bit off the ball. And I think Baljit Singh has sensed that both these batters weren't quite hitting the ball cleanly with the ball with the pace slightly off. And he's gone for the spin, and the spin at the very first delivery. And I think you knew that Javed was going to go for the big shot. He was sensing that he needed to try and get the acceleration up. You said it. They were going around 80 pace. And I think on this pitch, that's not enough. I mean, my first impression is very early to say this. My first impression is you're looking at a 120 pitch here.
Yeah, feels like it. But like I say, there's a bit in the pitch for the bowlers. So that's something to factor in as well. New batter is Rizwan Tahir. And he's another guy that can give the ball a real thump. Good fielding there by Baljit. I think there's going to be a lot of a lot of high-quality cricketers to keep an eye on in this series, and you'll have to have your wits about you because we have 12 top teams from Milan here. 3 every day. We won't see any of these teams until Friday, and one of them we won't see again. So it's pretty brutal, and that's the situation when you've got so many teams competing for those 2 spots. Here's Chico to Tahir. He doesn't wait around. He goes over cover. He doesn't quite time it. They'll just get one. See, fielder Kamaljit Singh just kind of running around the ball there, but no chance for a second. I want to say hello to Taranjit Singh, who's in the chat. Says it gives a deserty feeling while watching, and also Prakash Mishra. So a couple of the superstars of European cricket there. It reminds me of the old days, you know, the other tied test, 86-87 at Madras, as it was called then. There's a bit of that vibe about it. Well, this one is smacked, and this is going, but it's caught. But where is it caught? On the side of the line, Maximo Mubasher. Well, he gets just enough on it, carries by a couple of metres. Well, who would have thunk it? The first 6 of the tournament is actually caught. Doesn't hit the ground, but you can see he's just the other side of the flag. Nice fielding, but good result for the batting team.
Yeah, I mean, I like that as well straight away from the captain, Baljit Singh. I mean, he sees the fielder to his right, take the catch, but he's straight away signaling, look, guys, that's 6 runs. And that's good. I think we're going to need a lot of that for the fielders here today on this ground. It's quite difficult to see the actual boundary, so they've got to be honest. And I think, though, we could see it here quite clearly that he's gone over the ground. It was nice to see Baljit putting things up. Look, you mentioned Prakash there. Let's just put this out here. Well, Bulgaria, they're on a high at the moment. They're playing their T20Is, or just completed their T20Is against Serbia, a team that's been playing pretty well themselves, as this one's hit out to the same fielder that wasn't able to. Well, he took the catch, but unfortunately went over the line. That's Govinder Singh. They've just made history, Bulgaria, chasing 242 and getting them. That's the highest chase in T20Is. They're right at the top there now. The highest chase, they chasing 2, and they got 246 for 4. So congratulations
who is the
to Bulgaria.
team that they knocked off that record? I think I know.
Yeah, I think it may be a team that's playing out there at the moment. Australia, who their best chase was 245, and they did that against New Zealand. So congratulations to Bulgaria. Now Bulgaria a bit of a high at the moment. A good friend of mine, Maka, Andrew McCulloch, is now their coach as well. A man from Spain that I know really well. So look, well done to Bulgaria. And Prakash, look, he's a very, very proud man, and really, I think the whole of Bulgaria know if it weren't for the efforts of Prakash, they wouldn't be where they are. So well done, Prakash. It must be a very proud moment for him.
What a mountain to climb. 50 for 3 here after 6 overs. We've got Sam joining us from Melbourne. Yeah, congratulations, Prakash. That's a great result for you guys, I'm sure. And hello to Sam, who's watching from Melbourne. Well, guess what? You're watching cricket from the MCG here. Did you know that? Because this is the Milan cricket ground. This is the MCG of Europe. Mandeep Singh is going to come into bowl over number 7. Time to get a move on. He leaves the first one. Probably thought it might be a wide, but it's well inside. Mandeep's just going to come in and try and keep it fairly full, I think. This is the kind of length that he'll be offering. First day last year in Milan was the lowest scoring day, but the thing is we'll have different teams each day. So it's always going to be the first day for the teams, right? And this is out. And so keeping it fairly simple. And it's going to be a wicket. Mandeep doesn't take too long to strike. It goes dot wicket. And they've got plenty of batters to come, but still just a bit of trouble getting going. Royal Bergamo here. They're 50 for 4 in the 7th over.
Yeah, Mubashir, he gets his stumps bashed. Well, this is Jack the Fonte style as the leg stick comes flying out of the ground. And the bail goes into space. Well, I don't see it come down. It absolutely shoots off. Watch the bail go here. It goes up. It doesn't come down. Good luck finding that.
Oh, that's got miles. You're not joking. Good spot. You always seem to see the bails better than the ball.
I'm a bowler. You know, this ground, this pitch is for me because I want to hit those sticks. I want to see them fly out the ground. I love it. It's dynamic. It's exceptional.
Well, I think there should be a machine where the stumps come out of the ground. Like the umpire presses a button and the stumps just come out of the ground and reset again, because I'd be so annoyed.
You mean like the old 10-pin bowling?
Yeah, 10-pin bowling style.
Put them back up.
While we're doing that, maybe we'll put some barriers on the edge of the pitch for those balls that go off the edge of the pitch as well. Anyway, moving right along. This one to here is the man that survives. He's joined now by Majid Tufail. And Mandeep keeping it simple. And Royal Bergamo, pretty good at defending. We're going to have to defend something here. That's potentially below the 100, I'd imagine, at this stage. Nobody's gotten a run yet. I think there's just no time to get settled. I mean, normally teams might play kind of 8 matches during the week and they can kind of find their feet. But, I mean, all these teams here, they're under the pump because if they're the bottom team out of these 3 today, and their tournament is over. This little leg glance. Ends up coming to mid-on more than anything else. It'll just be 1 to fails off the mark.
Yeah, nice looking shot. Times it pretty well. But, of course, both these batters to here and to far now know that they need to try and go big.
Up to 28 already. I still think we're going to hit the 30 before 10 o'clock the way things are going. It's going to miss. So I think it's been very, very effective at putting the brakes on here. A few people commenting this field reminds them of some of their playing days, maybe growing up in the subcontinent, where there wasn't a whole lot of irrigation around. But one thing's for sure, the cricketers in Italy are so passionate. There's a lot of teams, a lot of high-quality teams. I think it'll be a very, very interesting 5 weeks. Swing and a miss. So, see, Monday just keeps it really simple, doesn't he? Doesn't get on the pads. Normally tries to keep it fairly full. The batter's just struggling to get hold of him at the moment.
Yeah, the line's good as well, isn't it? He's not attacking the stumps. He's not thinking about knocking the stumps over all the time. Just getting the ball there wide outside the off stump.
Last ball of the over. Be a wide. Yeah. Have to re-bowl that one. Yeah, he doesn't mind.
I don't mind
missing
that. Yeah, I don't mind that.
It's an acceptable wide.
That's what you need to be doing. You saw the batter making the initial movement. I think if that one goes through, the batter's not getting anything on this. So I think he's stuck to his plan pretty well here, Mandeep.
Re-bowl that one. This one is straighter and knocks it out of the ground. So when he is on target, then he's giving that leg stump a workout to here. Tries to get a move on, but he's the one that's moved on. He's the 5th wicket to fall. 2 strikes in the over from Mandeep Singh. And after 7 overs, it's 53 for 5.
बहुत अच्छी bowling. Plan है ये ना पहला 2-3 ball outside the off stump. आधे का सीधी ball. Jug the fatte. Stumps have been shattered. The castle has been broken. Well, more work to be doing. Well, the umpires are going to be doing a little bit of rebuilding here as well. Down they go. Look at that.
Ooh,
love it.
That's gone. I mean, I remember Ravi Paul last year in the final playing for Royal Bergamo. He actually knocked all 3 stumps out when he bowled a player. It was like a strike in 10-pin bowling. You got to get it just right. You got to get it in between 2. Hey, have a look at this. This is basically the path to the Super Series. So see, if you look there, first in Group A, they'll play the first quarterfinal. You can see that, and the second and third, if you look at the top left, they'll play the eliminator today. So their elimination journey starts today. This one, it's going to be hit just for 1 run back behind point. So you see, ultimately, it's a bit of a kind of tennis type system where whoever's top, they get to go straight through to the quarterfinals, but then the second and third teams in each group, they have to fight for it. So, I mean, that's pretty much as simple as it gets. Yeah, winners will survive. And, of course, from quarterfinals on Friday, sudden death. In the air, and this is straight down the throat of the fielder, and he's not going to drop this. So, fantastic fielding down there. This time he does stay inside, and so just struggling to get going. Royal Bergamo, who loses 6th wicket now. It's Raja that has to go for a dunk. Well taken by Gurvinder Singh down there at deep mid-wicket, and it's 54 for 6. Yeah,
well done to Gurvinder Singh. I mean, he took one earlier. It wasn't his fault that he took it the other side of the rope, but this time, well, he makes sure he stays well inside. That's a good catch. And you're right, that Raja, well, it's a duck, but I don't know if there's any water around for it to go in here.
That's true.
We're going to have to start building a pond. And if we do, I think we're going to have to start jumping in and out of it throughout the day. Because the heat is on. Good catch, good wicket. And just noticing that it's the change of pace, keeping the pace off, seems to be what's outfoxing the batters there at the moment. Just haven't been able to hit the ball clean out of the middle. So it's 54 now for 6.
I think that Bergamo CC, the team in yellow here, they got a point to prove. I mean, they're a very, very good side to miss out on the final stages last year. Basically, only the top 3 teams out of the 9 would make it to finals last year just because of the format. It was 9 teams, then got reduced to 5, then got reduced to 3, and they were 4th. And just missing out by the 2 points. Right now, they're performing very, very well against Royal Bergamo, who were the losing finalists last year, but they were the champion team the year before. A quicker one from Shiko. He's been pretty effective here. He'll vary his pace. We saw a lot of him in Brescia last year. He was the key to that Chividate lineup. He could just win games off his own bat as well. Really carried that team. In the air, and this is hanging a long time. This should be another wicket. He comes around, and he is going to catch it eventually. Third time lucky for Hardeep Singh. So it's 1, 2, 3, and Calypso style. Hardeep takes the catch. Well, he can join the circus as a juggler, but it was effective. 54 for 7 as Takia joins the duck pond.
Well, he's laughing now, and his heart was in his mouth. Hardeep Singh, कहना मेरा catch है, मेरा ball ऊपर गई. कहना मेरी आजा मेरी प्यारी. Oh, किधर गई आजा मेरी प्यारी. And in the end, well, he gets a little bit lucky, but snaps it up with one hand, and he can afford a smile. Well, he's smiling. Mandeep Singh would not have been smiling if that had gone down. It's another wicket, and it's going to be another duck. And, well, wherever that pond is, and with this one, well, one makes two, just like the London buses. There comes another one.
Shiko put it with the rest. He's got 3 wickets now, and 3 attempts to take that catch. Quick hellos in the chat to Why You Serious? Who's saying Dara is a very good all-rounder. Yeah, he remembers from last year. Also hello to Keanu, who's watching us from New South Wales in Australia. Good morning to you. And James Stewart joining us from Estonia.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you for joining us.
28 degrees here, 9:15 in the morning. Just saying, Shiko's got 2 more balls to go. Now this is gone as well, I reckon. This has hit him right in front, he's out. So he's going to be on a hat-trick. So Dara Shiko has 4 wickets now, 4 for 11. This innings is just disintegrating now. Royal Bergamo up 54 for 8.
Well, no hay dos en tres. Well, uno, dos, and that's the tres, the third duck. Yep, it's a little bit like that. Well, wherever that construction is going on with that duck pond, get it going pretty quickly. And who knows, it could be another coming. Look, last week, I mean, we were so fortunate. There was a bit of a drought of hat-tricks, and we saw 2, didn't we? And it was the Big Daddy and also Jawid Zadran that got the hat-tricks in Austria in the Seaborn cricket ground. And, well, could we see another here? Could we see a hat-trick on the very first day of this Italian summer, the start here at the Milan cricket ground? Well, let's wait and see with the man who's got to go out in the firing line. He's probably a bit flustered. He hasn't had too much time to get ready as we have a look at the Hall of Fame of hat-tricks.
Well, we got 2 hat-tricks out of Austria in consecutive matches, both from Vienna CC. Dara Shiko, could he be hat-trick taker number 14 on the ECN this year? And he could potentially have the third 5-wicket haul as well if he does, because he's got 4 for 11, but he's only got 1 ball remaining. Here it is. It's a hat-trick ball. Oh, he lets it go. That one almost came back and knocked out the off stump, but Fraz will survive. What a spell from Shiko. Looking good in his new colours. That was a little inducker. Well taken as well behind the stumps by Sedita. End of the 8th over, the score 54 for 8. And the other issue for Royal Bergamo, 2 overs to go, but they're running out of resources. And it's just to fail here. He's only faced the 2 balls that will face up in the 9th.
Yeah, I mean, where's the best sort of score they can get to from here? Really struggling. I mean, they're in the 50s, 2 overs to go. Even if they get the 10 and over, it just takes them into the 70s.
10's tough, you know? With 2 wickets in hand. I think maybe they could scramble higher 60s, maybe 70. But remember, both teams will have to bat, so I won't judge them too much too quickly. Here's Mandeep Singh, bowled a very good first over. He's coming back in the 9th. All happens in the 9th. It starts with a little inside edge. It gets knocked away by the keeper for a run. Yeah, this one could have been a 9th wicket because it was a big inside edge. Sedita just couldn't quite grasp it going to his left.
Yeah, great effort, you got to say, from the wicketkeeper Pramod, but gets fingers to it.
Probably goes for 4 if he doesn't get a finger on it. So that, I'll put that down as a good stop. He couldn't have done much more to get across. It was right off the end of his fingers. So Fraz, just happy to block this one out. That's also going to be the thing here. You don't want to get out, especially as the number 10. Probably just looking to push a single, leave it up to fail, but he hasn't had too much to do just yet as well. This is called wide down the leg side. Fail came in at number 6, but he's already watched 3 or 4 partners come and go. Gotta say, Bergamo CC, when you win the toss and bowl, this is exactly the kind of performance that you're looking for. They've consistently taken wickets. They fielded well for the most part, just the one catch put down. It's outside the off stump. Wide-ish, but not wide enough to be called a wide. This on the replay. Yeah, just sneaks in. Pretty impressed with Mandeep. He's bowled most of them out there, and then when he has bowled one of the stumps, typically it's knocked him out of the ground.
Yeah, that's what he's done so well, hasn't he? I mean, he's lost his radar slightly here a couple of times, but he gets it outside the off. And then when he thinks and feels the batter's going to go across, he fires in the quick straight one.
This one is across the line, but just get the one. Slight fumble, but they won't get a second. Yeah, so this is what I remember about Royal Bergamo last night. Then they were called Bergamo United. And they only scored in the 70s in the final, but they almost defended it. Like their life depended on it. Ravi Paul was the man doing the job for them last year, but he's not in the side this time. Still, I've got a feeling they'll be fighting. Just remember, for one of these teams, their journey will end today. Last ball for Mandeep Singh. He's got 2 for 6. Been very, very good. Haven't been able to time him up. This time, into the slot. This is whacked away. And Baljit's just happy to take it on the bounce and concede one. Didn't want to give up the boundary. So it's the end of the 9th over. The score is 58 for 8. Yeah,
58 for 8. Even that 70, he was saying, would be something. Looks pretty unlikely at the moment. We haven't really had a high scoring over at all. It's full credit to the way that Bergamo CC have been. Just trying to give you some of the over by over scores. And they've not been terribly good. Right, starting with 5, 10 of the second, 6, 10, 9, 10. So there hasn't been one over more than 10. There's been 3 on 10. And that's why this score has been kept at bay like this. And of course, 4 wickets from the star bowler Dara.
Yeah, and some of those runs have been edges as well. Govinder's coming back to bowl. He conceded 9 in the 5th. He's bowling the 10th. He's hit down the ground. It's going to be touch and go. Chico almost pulls it off, but what he does do is keep it in the field of play. Well, all things considered, that's probably a really good stop because it saves 5 runs for his team.
Yeah, absolutely. He's come around from the left. He's covered a lot of the ground. At last moment there, he has put a hand. But look, what he's done well, and what was so good about that technique is that he's getting the fingers into play and flicking the ball back as well. So if he's not taking the catch, he's not conceding the boundary.
Oh, this one sneaks between the stumps, the bat, the body and everything. Doesn't hit anything. 60 for 8. Well, Chris Smith's come up with a bit of a stat. He said the last rain in Milan was a slight shower in the early hours of the morning of the 29th of May, so pretty much a month ago. Then you have to go back to the 6th of May when it rained all day. Well, that's how long since they've had any kind of rain here.
Hang on, let me tell you something.
All right.
This is an update.
Okay.
Well, I told you. It's got to be out here. Oh, he's missed, and there's 2 tall. Well, these 2 players I'm not taking bowling with me. They're on your side. They're not on my side.
Well, have 2 goes at it and miss them both. Had a chance for a 9th wicket here. I mean, there's never a run here. Faraz just takes off anyway.
Uno.
This one goes around everyone.
Dos.
That would have been out as well.
Yep. No, yesterday I told you went for a walk around the San Siro. Okay. On my way back. This one we will be letting. On my way back, getting back to the hotel, droplets of rain. I thought
Don't tell Porky.
It was no, I'm not. I thought it was a naughty bird that had done something on my head because I felt something. I thought, no. But it's supposed to be good luck. But it rained, and when I looked up, there was one solitary cloud, and there was about 20 droplets of rain, and that was it. So you couldn't probably class that as rain, but there was something. There was a bit of the wet stuff. A misfield. They'll make this count. And that's a double, a rare double.
Rico with the scoop. Oh, how about that? So,
but
we don't know if that was it where the ground was, though. It seems like that cloud was over your head.
Yeah, but I must admit, I didn't appreciate during that walk the number of mosquitoes that had a feed on me.
Yeah, well, you're tasty. 63 plus this. Well, Bergamo, last chance to score. Oh, maybe not. This could be a no ball, you know. It bounces right on the end of the pitch, and it's actually going to go for 5. It's going to go down as 5 wides. It did just pitch on the pitch. It was one of those funny ones that pretty much hits the edge. Have a look at this. I mean, I don't mind. I suppose it just bounced on the pitch. But, I mean, the difference is whether it's a free hit or not. So I'm not quite sure how they'll deal with this.
It has been called a no ball.
So, yeah, so it will be a no ball, actually, because it does hit the edge of the pitch, and typically they will be called. So it just means they've got complete immunity from being caught or anything like that. Even if they get bowled here, you might as well just run.
Well,
so that's such a bonus. 68 now plus this. Well, start running. There's one.
not out, remember, if he does catch it.
Well, they're
Looks
just
like
going to give up
everybody's
after the
aware to
one, because that went nowhere. So it'll be 69 for 8 at the end of the 10 overs. So 70 even to win for Bergamo CC. They would fancy the chance of doing that, but batters have found runs hard to come by, sometimes surprisingly so. But it was pretty disciplined bowling effort, I'd say, from BCC. And also they held their catches for the most part. And right now they're in a very good position to take the points against last year's finalists. And a former champion club here in the Milan area as well, Royal Bergamo, formerly Bergamo United. But you see the players walking off. And already, my computer's overheated. That's not a good sign. So let's roll into the highlights while we try and get this back on track. Well, the heat is on. Italian summertime. And so far, it's Bergamo CC. Last year, so unlucky not to make the knockout stages. They made a strong statement in the first innings of this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't have it go all their own way to start off with. There were a couple of edges that went to the boundary. But once they got that first wicket, wickets did start to come. And spare a thought for that man out there. There was 2 that went past him, one right at the beginning of the inning and one right at the end, Zayn Mazir. But other than that, I think they were pretty good. So they took the catches, that was a nice one. And Dara, well, if you thought his catching was good, well, wait till you see his bowling. He was spot on today. And it's not often that you see 4 wickets taken in the series. I mean, usually you get 1 or 2 bowlers that do that in each series we go to. Sometimes not even that. But we've seen something the first time here. An excellent bit of bowling. I think the bowling was good all the way through. I think the way that they decided they wanted to keep the pace of the ball early on worked for them. It was good bowling also there from Mandeep. I like what he did. I like the way he knocked the stumps over. Just played around, teased the batsman outside the off, and then he came back knocking him over. The catching also was good as well. This time, Mandeep Singh, he was a little bit lucky there. Una, dos, tres, before he takes it. Well, this was the spin. And what a great bowling performance from Dara Shikok. I think quite a few said they remember Dara. Well, this one was well, where the practice into the aiming and the throwing of the stumps. Well, they need to practice that a little bit more. And then it's our man again, Zayn Mazir, just not able to stop that one there right towards the end. So it wasn't fireworks. They didn't really get the runs going. And well, right on cue as Maximo's screen burns out because of the heat. Mine has gone as well. It's telling me it's too hot for me to work. Well, fortunately, we've got the scorecard on the screen for you there, which we can go through. So, well, Ashtaham Javed, he was pretty good out there until he was caught by a good catch from the captain, Baljit Singh. We also had Mubasha, but Mubasha had his stumps knocked over by Mandeep Singh. And, well, what didn't help was those ducks there towards the end. The 2 of them were golden. The other one was a 2-baller. That was all down to the bowling of Dara Shikok, who also took himself to the opportunity of picking up a hat-trick. So didn't really get a partnership in. That's the best way to describe it. The bowling was good there as well. And there was only 5 wides. You saw that no ball towards the end. Unfortunate, a no ball, and then 4 byes go down to the keeper because really he had no chance of stopping it. There's the bowling figures. The most expensive, Hardeep Singh, but he did pick up a wicket, 1 for 20. And Baljit Singh, right at the opening bowler, was outstanding again. 1 wicket for 11. Gave them the start they wanted. Govinda Singh, though he did pick up a wicket, was tidy. But it's all about Dara Shikok there. I mean, 4 wickets, just conceding 11. And was supported very well by Mandeep Singh, 2 for 7 as well. Well, it's put them in a very strong position, and I think Bergamo CC will be looking to knock this off. But look, I mean, one thing we've seen on that pitch, though I think there is a lot in there for the bowlers if they bang it in. I think if you keep the pace of it as well, it just makes it tricky. Batters, they're wanting the ball to come on to the bat, they're wanting to take on the big shot, but the bowling, if it's clever, it's always going to be a little bit tricky. So 70 required for victory in this first match. But I think it's all about just how they go about it. Do they go out there and play the shot straight away, or do they try to time this run chase to perfection? Me, I think you play your own game, go out there and get yourself a good power play. I mean, if you get about 30 to 35 in the power play, you know you're almost halfway there, and then you should be able to knock those off pretty easily. But Royal Bergamo, they'll be looking to take those wickets early on. Get 3 wickets in the power play, then they're in the game. It's going to be an exciting conclusion to this match. Match 1 in Milan. Join me, Rico Full, and Mr. Maximo as we return in about 10 minutes' time. Volvemos en 10 minutos. Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back. Welcome back to Italy. We are in Milan. It's one of the fashion capitals of the world, along with Paris and New York and London. And at the moment, it's going to be the capital for some cricket because it is the Italian summer. Yes, it is. And this is the start in Milan. Week 1. And what a week it's going to be. You're going to see 3 teams every day. Top team will qualify for quarterfinals on Friday. The secondary teams will have a playoff, an elimination match at the end. And one of those teams, it will be adios. It'll be ciao, 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 because we won't see them again. They will not feature in the series anymore. So it's everything to play for in every day of this series. On Friday is quarterfinals. And then, of course, Saturday is finals day. And, of course, you're playing for staying in and making it into the final of the Super Series in week 5. So it's going to be a tremendous and nail-biting series. And unfortunately, there's going to be a lot of good teams that we're going to have to say goodbye to. We're going to be saying goodbye to one team every day. And well, that's hard, that's tough. And that's why making a good start is so important. And at the moment, I think Bergamo CC, they're the team that have made that good start. Restricted Royal Bergamo to just 69, so 70 required. Here we go, first ball in the reply. And they're not hanging around. This is down the ground. It will be 1 bounce, 4 runs. It's 4 straight away. Well, Dara Shikot was the destroyer with the ball, picking up 4 wickets. What an amazing spell of bowling it was. 4 for 11. And now, well, the captain said, well, you can't do anything wrong here today, buddy. You going out with the batting. And the first ball smashed straight down the ground for 4 runs. A good time to introduce back into the, well, not so cool ice cube. It's Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, a watery cube at the moment. Here comes Manasa Raja again. Shiko's after him again, and this one square of the wicket, and this will be 4 more. So statement of intent from Dara Shiko in Bergamo CC. Yellow for the first time. He was on the walk there. The bowler saw him coming and goes a bit shorter, but Shiko was ready for it, and he gets back-to-back boundaries to start this innings.
Yeah, well, that's the way I think to do it. Now we're saying it'd be interesting to see what approach is taken. Is it a cautious one, or is it to go out there and play its shots? And that's exactly what they've done. Hey, listen, what if our equipment can do this, emergency high temperature? Can I do the same? Can I put a sign up to you and say emergency high temperature?
We're going to be out of electronics pretty quickly. Here's another one. And they got deep mid-wicket deep, long on back. See the Crocodile rock there?
Oh, mine's back alive.
Is it?
I've been fanning it for 5 minutes.
Well, we need some more protection from the sun here because it's getting in the side of the cube.
I'm alive. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you okay?
I'm okay. I'm back.
So if you don't hear us, it's because everything is spontaneously combusted.
But I'm gonna have to keep it in the shade.
Hottest day of the year so far, for sure, on the ECN Tour. Currently, we're up to 28, and it's 9:35 in the morning. There's Raja. That's a good one. Just in a zone of uncertainty. It's our first chance to get a look at Pramod Sudhita, who kept very well, I thought. There's his opposite number, 408, behind the stumps for Royal Bergamo. Yeah, each one of these games just becomes super important because these 3 teams, it's a big reward for the top team. They don't have to have the stress of the eliminator at the end of the day. They can just go through as the top seed on quarterfinals Friday. Down the leg side this time, called wide. Got to say the umpires have been right on everything so far. Very good start from them. Of course, quite a few of them are experienced officials in ECN cricket after we did spend 5 weeks here last year, and plus the Super Series in Rome. And then going back to 2020, we had some very good cricket in Italy as well. I know you were here for some of that.
No, the umpires in Italy are spot on. They do some good work here, not just our series, but in their own domestic league as well. Beautiful shot, and this is a lovely hit. That goes all the way. Balle, balle, balle. Kinnasona, Shaka, Lagya. What a classy shot this is.
And here's the thing, the square boundaries, because this is a former football ground, right? So their square boundaries are pretty short. As you can see, they just leans on that, and that's over the fence. Maximo time.
Delightful shot.
Yeah, so it's already a very good first over this for BCC. They are 16 with the ball remaining. Sudhita, that's one way to get off the mark.
This time he goes leg side, but he might have found trouble. The fielder is there, and he will take the catch, I think.
Where is he? I think he might be
No.
over the boundary.
Yeah, I'm not so sure. He thinks it's out, and I tend to agree with him because the flag is on the flag is on the start of the longer grass, and he feels it's out. I have a feeling that it probably is out as well. We'll see this. I mean, you can't really see the other flag, but the flags are kind of bordering the long grass. So I think this is an interesting call, but to me, there's nothing.
There's the flag next to him.
Yeah.
Let's see, compare it to where it's caught now.
See, he never really gets past that flag. See here?
Takes the catch
Yeah.
there.
Yeah, it's okay.
Let's does he step back at all? Nah, so that's okay. I think that's okay, yeah.
Yeah, I think it'll be gone. So I think the decision's made. So, yeah, he was pretty happy with it. He said it was out. Also, the benefit goes to the fielder on those ones. So I think it will be the first dismissal. Comes at a good time. Bergamo CC, they'll be 16 for 1. Madassa Raja does go for 16, but does take a wicket eventually. 299 matches without a golden ball. We were so close to a golden ball final here last year, Rico. It was a very, very exciting match. And the next one, we'll tick over to 300, assuming this isn't a golden ball. Here's Baljit Singh striding to the crease, though, the Italian national captain for that European Cricket Championship last year. Very good player. Already saw him bowling. 2 very good overs. Although they lose a wicket, it's a flying start. And they've put 16 on the board already out of the 70 required for a win. So whichever team loses this match, they'll be kind of under the pump, because if they lose their second match, if you lose both matches, you kind of know that you're heading for the eliminator. You got no chance of that automatic qualification. It's going to be Mukhtar Mohammed to bowl over number 2. Cuts to the slip. He's there, kind of a floating slip in place. That's Dana Shiko, who's facing up because it was the change of over. Got to say, I like the Royal Bergamo strips as well, with the Italian flag on the sleeve. Proudly displaying it. See if that wicket just changes the momentum a little bit. Oh, this is probably out. It's hit him in line, and he's gone. Yeah, it's a good decision, I think, for sure. That hits him in line. It's going on to hit middle stump, and Mukhtar Mohammed just gets one to nip back at Shiko. He has to go for 9, and maybe there's some twists in this contest yet. Bergamo CC loses the second wicket at 16 for 2.
Yeah, that's well bowled. He fires this one in. He's quick. He's gone right across the line, isn't he? Chico to try and smash this over mid-wicket. Look, he goes wide. He angles it in. Yeah, that for me is a very good shout. I think that is going to go on and probably clip. Well, go on and hit middle of the leg, I think.
Yeah. Well, saves the umpire the work of banging the stumps back in, because the leg gets in the way. It's good umpiring. And so this will bring Mundy to the crease. 16 for 2. So after a strong start, they've just got the wobbles a little bit. I mean, what we saw in Austria, his team's prepared to keep being aggressive when they're chasing these kinds of targets, not be too conservative and bat themselves into holes, bat themselves into trouble. Again, Baljit hasn't faced the ball yet. He'll be a key. He's joined now by Mandip Singh.
Yeah, I think this is probably a key partnership here. Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. I mean, wickets going down, of course, they're going to play in your mind, but you can't focus on that. You just got to be saying, right, okay, look, it's not a big score. We get a couple of good overs in here, and just a couple of boundaries. Take the pressure off us again, and we're right back in this match. But if we try and be too overcautious, lose a few more wickets, well, then it's going to be nervy.
Just happy to knock this one back. So yeah, just keep an eye on it. I mean, 16 off the first, that was more than they needed off 2 overs, to be honest. I think for Royal Bergamo to have a chance, they need to make sure they take their chances when they're offered. They cannot have an over that goes completely off the rails. Sneaks this one in, just. So getting the break there. Could have gone either way, that call.
What a good over this is so far.
Comes from wide of the crease. Yeah, that sometimes will get called wide. Umpire being generous. And,
4 balls, no runs, 1 wicket.
what an over it's been from Mukhtar so far. Cover drive, gets through, and this will be a long chase for that fielder. And he'll manage to boot it. And I know Italy, they're pretty good with their football skills. This is probably one ground where I can understand the foot fielding approach, because it's not a soft landing at all. That's Wakatakia. That saves a couple of runs for his team.
Yeah, I mean,
Don't know if the second one was on purpose.
with the old back flick there.
It's the old no-look Ronaldo touch. He's playing the wrong sport. Lucky he doesn't step on it the second time, though, to be honest. Last ball of the over. It's edged and gone. So a bit of a top edge. Mundeep goes for just 2. And the fielder throws it away with glee. So last ball of the over brings a wicket once again. This time it's Mundeep who is gone. And a double strike for Mukhtar Mohammed in the second. Now it's 18 for 3.
Well, that's the wicket you needed. I said, if you want to get back into this game, the way to do it is take 3 wickets inside the power play, and they've done that. I mean, this one is, look, he's hit the ball pretty well, but he's not able to get on top of it. He's not able to get the ball along the deck, and it's a good catch taken. So all of a sudden, there's smiles on the faces of Roland Bergamo. Can there be a twist in this one as the new batter makes his way out? And it's going to be Sonu Lal to see if he can stay there with his captain. The captain, well, Baljeet Singh, he hasn't faced a ball yet. He's about to face his first, so a lot of pressure on him here at the moment.
Yeah, but he'd be used to the pressure. That's the thing. He's a very good player. So he'll get his opportunity to face now for the first time. First ball, the third over.
Superb over that, though. Just 2 runs coming from it, and 2 wickets as well.
Yeah, Chris Smith saying in the chat, BCC making hard work of this, no doubt about that. Still, lucky they're chasing 70 and not more to be in this position. So, Baljeet, Italian national team captain last year in the ECC, gets his opportunity. You might hear a bit of a hammering in the background, a bit of construction nearby. I think that was last year as well. So they're probably Italian contractors sometimes. Don't rush. Here we go. Baljeet pushes confidently for 1. It's been joined out there by Sonu Lal. Another player we've seen a fair bit of on ECN. So yeah, no shortage of experience in this Bergamo CC lineup. Little test for them here in game 1. You don't see 60s defended that often, but we have seen it probably 12 or so times in the history of ECN. Just defended away. A bit cautious not to lose a 4th wicket here. It's funny because Bergamo CC, I mentioned that final last year against Fresh Tropical, where they only put on a score in the 70s and went so close to defending it.
Up his chance, gone is another, and that's absolutely brilliantly done, and they are in this match. That is big. So Lal, Sonu Lal, well, he's not going to get any runs at all. He goes for a and you know what? This is going to really be a fiery finish to this match. I think it's all about now maybe the captain Baljeet Singh. He's going to have to take charge and take a few chances because everybody else just seems to be getting themselves out as that one is spiked into the ground in delight.
Can you believe that? I mean, Sonu Lal, he's going to be another dry duck. So 4 wickets in the power play. As BCC making hard work of this so far. It's 19 for 4, halfway through the 3rd over.
Yeah, and I did not see this coming, especially when you think the start they had. It was 16. All right, the wicket did come off the last ball, but it was 16 for 1 at the end of the first. And now, well, there's 4 wickets have gone down. They're losing wickets in every over.
Yeah, not the start they wanted, but like I say, at least they're only chasing 70. Just need to get somebody to get in. Baljeet could be that man. I mean, if they get Baljeet now, then it is panic stations. I think as long as he's there, and I still favour them to get these runs.
Raja picks up his 2nd, and he comes again.
It's only natural for players come in and be a bit careful. Yeah, you see that approach there from the new batter, Kamaljit. Apologies if you're in the live chat asking us anything, because my device has been knocked out from the heat at the moment.
The heat is on.
Goes across this. This isn't the shot to play. It's just a too full to work away in this fashion, you see. Come out. Bit of a nothing shot in the end. Bit lucky it wasn't straight up. That would have probably knocked out his pegs. So yeah, we're going to see some exciting cricket in this Italian series, starting right here, day one. Two big gun teams on show in the opener. This time he pushes, doesn't beat the infield. End of the third, it's 19 for 4. Now I'll put this to you, Rico.
Tell me.
It's a very good power play. I can understand why you might want to put the field back for Baljeet, but with the way that Kamal was batting there, I probably would keep the ring field up in the infield and until he's shown he can hit through or above the field, because I think dot balls are so important right now. And yeah, just because they can put the field back. If you look at those second and third overs, for me, I wouldn't, because at the moment they're right on top.
Yeah, I would agree with you. Look, just 19 on the power play, 4 wickets down. And I think you probably have to say to yourself, look, if you're going to win this match, the way to win it is taking a few more wickets. You're only going to take wickets if you keep the pressure on. And I think, yeah, you're spot on. When Baljeet is on strike, put the pressure on him to try and score those runs. So spread the field, be defensive to him. But as soon as you get Kamaljeet on strike, get the fielders in.
I think if Kamal would be so happy to have 5 outfielders, and they can just those kind of shots you can push, you're a single, you're out of the hot zone. But yeah, it's been very, very entertaining so far. Bit of a low-scoring thrill on our hands potentially. Arsham Javed will open the batting. He'll be coming on with the ball now. Gotta say, I'm a bit surprised they didn't go back to Mukhtar Mohammed in the 4th. Baljeet gets this down too long on, but a straight pull shot. That's Majid Tufail down there.
He doesn't seem to be too concerned at the moment about trying to keep most of the strike. He's quite happy to play the shot. He's probably got still confidence in some of his batters, but the others just haven't clicked. Kamaljeet, can he click?
Oh, this one cuts back prodigiously and beats everyone, I think. I think this will be a bite. I'll wait for the signal. Yeah, it is a bite. This one just hits the seam and goes. You can see, told you there's a little bit in this pitch for the bowlers, Rico. You see it right there.
You're absolutely right. When I was out there looking at it, and I thought, yeah, if you put something into this pitch, you're going to get rewards. We've seen that today already.
Short, but top edge. This is hanging a long time, but it's away from the fielder. And it's going to be a tough one. It's going to go for 4 in the end. Well, Baljeet gets a little bit lucky there because that wasn't out of the middle. But he survives, and what's more, he gets 4 runs.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to play a few risky shots. You just see there the 2 foundations we have. These sort of crocodile rocks on the onside there, but he clears those, and then still you see the bounce on the pitch. Ball bouncing sort of over and wide of the fielder, trying to keep it in the fielder play. Important runs. The boundary, that will certainly help in the contents of this game.
Oh, good delivery. Just leaves Baljeet slightly. I'm going to have to double check. One of them is called Crocodile Rock, and I think that's the one at mid-wicket. The one at square leg has another name, and I can't remember if it's Rocky Balboa, but I'm going to ask Danny right now, and he'll let me know what it is.
Yeah, Rocky Balboa, of course, the Italian stallion. This is very wide and wisely left. Baljeet Singh, he looks like he's going to start to play it and leaves it. Yeah, well, who are going to be the gladiators here in Milan? The slower delivery, but didn't get the direction right. A good take for Fanan Javed behind the stumps.
Wide. So I'll take those. I mean, Baljeet's a very experienced player. He batted well in the ECC at times as well, against high quality of opposition. So you know he can do it. But again, a lot of pressure on him, especially with 4 wickets gone already. The thing is, you know, run rate wise, they're pretty much where they need to be. They'd want to be 28 after 4 overs to be on track. It's just those 4 wickets they've lost. A bit short, pulled away. So into the gap. In fact, this could run. And it does. It runs for 4. So Baljeet does get a boundary this time. Doesn't overhit it, but placement was the key here. And that takes him past 30.
Yeah, look, he hits it pretty well. You see 2 fielders ready towards it. And you think maybe one of them is going to be able to get a foot on that. But it's not the case. The ball just keeps going and going. Doesn't slow down at all. So Baljit, just as we suspected, Vinny, he's the key player in this one.
What I mentioned also today, because there's only 3 matches in the group stage here for each of these teams, margins matter and net run rate matters a lot. Baljit just leans on this, goes to point and runs. That's good running. I think he backs up there, Kamal, and gets through. So Baljit moves to 11. It's a good piece of team play from Kamal. This will take us to the end of the 4th over. It's 32 for 4, so they need 7 and over. They've got 8 and over through the first 4 overs. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me is Rico Full. Welcome to our Italian summer if you've just joined us. Well, the heat is on. 28 degrees. What's hanging around there? You said we'll hit 30 at about 11 o'clock in about an hour. It's up to 28. We're getting there, but I'm just saying there's not a lot of heat coming on. So not a lot of wind to kind of deal with the heat is what I mean. No. But yeah, I've got to say, really entertaining so far. We've seen the bowlers on top, and like I said, Rico, a little bit in this pitch.
There is, yeah. I mean, when I was out there looking at the pitch, I thought you bowl well on this. It's going to be difficult to get runs, but if you get yourself in, you will get runs. And so it's a challenge. It's a challenge for the batters, but if the batters are prepared to take on the challenge, to stick around and play his shots, you're going to score runs. That's what Baljit's doing, and I like that there at the end there as well. He's played some nice shots, takes a single, gets himself back on strike, because I think he's probably feeling, gets one more good over in, okay, then he should be able to see his team home.
Yeah, for sure. So again, want to welcome everyone into the live chat. We can't see you at the moment because all of our computers have overheated, but as soon as we can, I'll be keeping out an eye for some comments and questions in the chat. Danny, he's messaged me back already.
Yeah, what's he saying? What's the name?
I love it. Wait for this. First ball from Wakata Kia. Oh, it's not a good one. It's good stop behind the stumps by Hanjavaid. So yeah, so we've got Crocodile Rock, and the other one is called William the Concreter. That's square leg. So we've got William the Concreter at square leg, and we've got Crocodile Rock at mid wicket. And
William the Concreter.
Yeah, William the Concreter. Okay. Can't believe we didn't think of Rocky Balboa because we're in Italy. Still, it is what it is. So pushing for a 1 run here. Certainly when you've only got 69 on the board, you don't want to get blown away. And although the first over went for 16, they have taken 4 wickets and they're right in this contest. You think if you can take 1 or 2 more now, could be in for a really, really tight finish. We have seen some pretty low scores defended lately on ECN.
Come on, Chit. Well, you can see the way he plays his cricket. He likes to play his shots, doesn't like to hold back. He's not thinking that his role is just all about sticking around and feeding the strike to Baljit. Played and missed at a couple outside the off there, actually. I'd probably like to attack him a bit more, maybe get a slip in place. Oh, this one. A bit of a half appeal. I'm guessing this may have just caught a bit of the bat. Just see if there's anything from the umpire. It doesn't seem to be a signal, so yeah, that's why they started with the appeal and then it sort of just gets withdrawn. So bat onto ball. Important. I mean, look, he hasn't smashed any balls to the boundary yet, but Singh is managing to. That's Kamaljit Singh, that is. Managing to keep getting Baljit on strike. Baljit 12 on the board. He knows if he can double that. This one shouts a catch a bit uppish. And gets past the bowler to take the single. So Baljit Singh is not afraid to take those singles and say to Kamaljit, okay, you're going to have to deal with the field. He probably does know that he's got other players still to come in that lineup that he can rely on. Kia, can he get a breakthrough? It's tidy so far. It's 4 runs from it. This is well hit. And he'll have to run these. And a little bobble in the air, but they do come back for 2. So well run. Good shot.
All right, probably here. Bit going on in the background for emergency services. Sounds like.
You know where we should be?
Where's that?
In America. You know why?
Where's that?
It's National Ice Cream Cake Day.
Oh, yeah.
On a day like today,
now we're talking.
I can bury myself in an ice cream cake right now. This is a lovely shot, and this will go all the way, I think. Let's see what the fielder says. I'm pretty sure. No, it's just short. Well, I thought he's hit this clean enough. It wasn't a good delivery. It was badly directed, and, well, Kamaljit says, thank you very much. This will go gets a fair bit on it. And, well, just short, apparently. I thought maybe we would have got a Maximo there. It was not to be. Cuatro carreras, though. Still a nice shot. Just the one Maximo in the innings, and that was from Pramod Sudia, who hit a 6 in the 3 balls he faced and then got out. So he was 6 and out. But other than that, it's just been boundaries. We saw 2 4s to Shikok. And the Baljit Singh's got 2. And then now, Kamaljit Singh has got a boundary. So, and now all of a sudden, just like that, it looks like they may be back or should be back in the driving seat and knock off the remainder of these runs. But still, 28 required of 30.
Look who they're bringing back though, Mukhtar Mohammed.
Yeah.
He had a double strike when he bowled the 2nd. Coming back to bowl the 6th. And they'd love another couple of wickets now. Baljit on strike. He's just batting intelligently. Pushes and runs. They're going to have a crack at him, and he might be gone here. In fact, I'm sure he's going to be out. We'll have a look. And yeah, they're going to have a look at this. Direct, his bat looks like it plugs. I don't think he's even close here. We'll have a look on the replay. So, see, pushed out, and then we'll try and slow it down for you. Baljit's ball watching here, and, well, see, the bat gets stuck, and he's gone. You see it gets stuck. He never gets across the line. So that's a huge moment in the game. The captain's going to be run out. And what a fantastic piece of fielding, Rico, to pull it off.
Yeah, look, I've seen this before from Baljit. We saw it in the ECC, I think. He's not the best of runners. He does, as you said, he's watching where the ball is, trying to keep an eye on the ball. He should be concentrating on running. Look, if you just concentrate, head down and you run, you slide your bat in, you are in. He doesn't. He makes it difficult for himself. He's looking over his shoulder, so he's not really aware of the line he's running. And, well, you've got to say it's a little bit of poor cricket from the captain, because I think he was the key. Now he's going to come nervous again. Kamaljit has played a few shots. Just look at the line he runs. Because he's looking over his shoulder, instead of running straight down, he's running at an angle.
Yeah, you're exactly right.
Just watch this.
Went off course,
Keep an eye.
didn't
So any youngsters watching, don't watch the ball, run straight. Look where he starts. And because of where he's looking, look, he goes wider, wider, wider. And then he realises he's got to get a hurry on. And he gets knocked out. If you run at that pace right from the beginning, you're home dry.
Oh, yeah, and such an experienced player. It's just a little bit of a mental mistake, I think, from Baljit. So, what a start to the over. Once again, it's Mukhtar Mohammed making things happen. This time a run out off his bowling. 42 for 5. This is knocked back, 1 hand, 1 bounce. Now he's ready to throw. Well, this is pretty close as well.
Well, they're asking
They
the question,
really like
is
this.
his foot down? I reckon he's... Well, look.
Oh, I reckon he could be in trouble just going on the reaction.
Oh, wow.
I mean,
this is again a bit of lazy work,
This is Kamal. This could be both batters gone. Both set batters gone.
Keep an eye on the foot. Does the foot go down?
Oh, this is so close. We'll try and get a bit. I think this is really close. I think he might just be in.
Yeah.
Is that bat on the ground?
Bat is down, yeah.
Yeah. I think
Only just
in, but geez, that was close.
Wow. Well, that would have been an absolute disaster. They think they've got him. They're absolutely sure. But you can see he's just made it. But that's nerves. That is all about nerves here. Kamaljit Singh, he's the last man that needs to be getting himself out here at the moment. New batter at the non-striker's end is Gurvinder Singh, just doing the old warm-up exercises. I think they're just looking for maybe a couple of big shots, and this match is home. They're not going to get that at the moment. Mukhtar Mohammed, clever bowler.
Hasn't conceded too many either, just the 2 runs. This one's a bit uppish, but it'll be wide of the extra cover. What an exciting game this is. Yeah, taking a half chance. I talked about taking catches, but also in that run out of Baljit is key. You have to hit the stumps there. Don't know how often you hit the stumps from that angle. Probably maybe 1 in 3. He made the most of it. This is banged down the ground. Be a long chase, but one that he should get to. And he'll get away with it in the end with a bit of an improvised stop. But important boundary save. Every run's going to be important, I think, in this contest, Rico.
Yeah, Majid Tufail was the man who helped out the original fielder, Wajid Mahmood, who got hands to it but wasn't able to stop it. He needed some backing up. And it was done by Tufail. Back to the action. Well bowled.
Yeah, just hanging in there. It's run a ball they need, but geez, it feels tense, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And normally you say run a ball out here, you should be able to do it with your eyes closed, but the bowling has been good. Most of the fielding's been good as well. Sometimes very good. Last ball of Sultan Muhammad's spell, and he gets bagged down the ground, and it's going to be dropped for 6. Maximo, a big moment in the game, isn't it? And that's Wajid Mahmood down there. Look, it was coming at a rate of knots. He couldn't grab it, and he couldn't even keep it in the field of play. So 6 runs and potentially a match-defining moment at the end of the 6th over. Also brings up the 50, 51 for 5.
Yeah, that is a huge moment. Gurinder Singh is on 2, goes for the big shot. Hits it pretty well, but the fielder, Wajid Mahmood, does get there, gets both hands onto it, thumps his hands hard, and flies over the boundary for 6. 6 valuable runs. They get the 50 on the board. 51, 5 down at the end of 6 overs.
19 off 24. Got very little to play with here. That's the difficulty about trying to defend a score in the 60s. 69 they got on this occasion. You just have a couple of things go against you. Even if you're doing most things right, it's just so tough to defend. Now, we're going to get Raza Fraz, who's going to bowl the next over. This is hit pretty well. This will take some stopping. Fielder out there, comes around and does well. He'll keep it to 1, an important stop.
Yeah, that's well. The ball is bobbling away, but he keeps his eyes on it, and like the way he gets into good position. Clean pickup, good throw. Fraz needs wickets. Edge, and oh, it was dipping sharply, but look where the ball ends up. And that for me is the key. And you can see heads down all around the ground, especially the heads there of Juan Bergamo, because they knew this was the one. They could take this. He gets, look, I think you've got to go for it. He does ever so well. He's really unlucky. You've got to go for the catch here. Wickets is what you need.
Yeah.
Gets fingertips to it, but the ball then, well, annoyingly goes to the boundary. 4 runs.
Yeah, remember what I said as well earlier. You know, net run rate could come into it if all teams win and lose a match. So, you know, margins matter. This one's in the air, and this is an unbelievable catch. Well, Rico, that is full stretch cricket. Can you believe what you've seen there? One of the best catches we've seen this year. It was Go-Go Gadget arm, and it's 56 for 6.
Well, you need to do something special. You're going to win this. And he's saying, yeah, that's my name. Write it in the book. Usman Javid flying in the air, taking a sensational one-handed catch. Well, smiles all around. What a catch this is. Watch this again. Well, the Italian stallion pounces. And, well, that's a right-hand grab. Absolute beaut. Very important wicket.
Unbelievable catch. Well, if you need a moment of magic, and you almost need a magic finish here to pull this off, they're running out of runs to play with. But what a piece of cricket that is from Usman Javed. Pulls in one of the catches of the season. And that's why you better be tuning in to our Italian summer, because there's going to be a lot of highlights. Javed coming up with one in match 1. The score now 56 for 6.
Well, Raz gets that wicket that he needed, that his team needed. And, well, good win. They played some nice shots. He looked like he was going to finish it for them. Edge! Oh, dear. Well, there's a couple that have gone down there in this over. They have got a wicket, but it's also another boundary and another fortuitous one. Well, fortune favours the brave. Hay poquito de suerte ahí. Eso es 4 carreras más. Mala suerte.
Yeah, what we've learnt so far, you've got to have a third man. You know, you've got to be pretty fine. There's been so many balls that have flown that way. I mean, they're yet to establish they can kind of bang you down the ground.
Yeah. We did say, didn't we, that position out there, a sort of fine third man is going to be key in this series, especially the way this pitch is playing in the outfield. 4 more in that area. They do deploy him out there now. That means that long off comes into the circle.
Yeah, you don't want him trying to elevate over mid-off. Could force a mistake. Running out of runs to play with now. Little edge again. This time it's handled by the keeper on the bounce. Yes, I mean, what Royal Bergamo would do for about another 20 runs on the board here, hey, Rico?
Yeah, I mean, in hindsight,
it's good keeping.
Hardeep Singh is out there at the moment. He looks a little cagey, to be honest. I would attack the stumps. I would really go for a Yorker right up there. not give him anything wide outside off, just attack the stumps, get him playing at it.
Last ball, the over. And this is another one-handed catch, Rico. 2 in the over. This time is Farhan Javaid behind the stump, sticks out the right glove. We saw one burst through the webbing last week in Austria. This time it's safely pouched. Well, there could be a twist in this one yet. They're running out of batters. That's 7 overs down, 60 for 7. France takes 2 for 9. Both wickets, one-handed stunners.
Yeah, well, look, this was a spectacular over. It's a great one that has got 2 wickets, but he was so unfortunate with 2 boundaries as well. But look, this is exactly what I was saying. Get it right up there, attack the stumps. You know he's going to swing hard. He does swing, catches the edge. What a good catch that is. Farhan Javaid takes the catch. Is another one that gets sent back, and that's 7 wickets down, 60 on the board. You'd still fancy them to get the 10 that they need here, but another wicket in this one, it certainly will make this spicy. Well, the first one in Milan, match number 1, it's a spicy one.
Yeah, sure will be. Let's have a look at the fantasy for match 2. Royal Bergamo, they're on again against Torino. Torino, it's their ECN debut. So I know that they'd be pretty keen to make a good impression, but they've got a really tough draw here in Group A. That match will be coming your way. Probably scheduled for 20 minutes time. Might be slightly later because of the late start we had here in match 1.
Kamaljit now. He is the recognised batter. He came in at number 6 and now finds that there's an awful lot resting on his shoulders. He'll be looking, I reckon, to try and finish this, and he'll be thinking, look, if I get 2 good shots in here, that's basically the match done. 2 boundaries kills his match. Doesn't want to give his wicket away, though. So this one stays just inside.
Yeah.
The umpire, I think the umpire thinks about it.
Yeah, this goes over the line for me. I mean, they've been fairly consistent, but that to me straight over the line. Normally you'd see that one called.
The new batter that's come in is Rakesh Banga.
He'll be feeling the heat. Well, driven down the ground, but it might have a chance to run out. Needs to hit, misses by a fair distance. This was an opportunity. Yeah, it might only be 9 runs or 10 before that to get, but it's going to be a tense time, you feel, for Bergamo CC, as they're right down to the tail now.
Yeah, he hits it very well, and then he knows he's got to go quick. Watch this. He would have been out, yeah, and I think he knows it. Well, Bunga, the new batter, is taking guard. Looks like he's taking leg stick. So I think got 2 men out there on the onsides, mid-wicket, long on. I think they're going to be in the action. Square leg is just hiding. Camouflage under the tree as well.
Swing and a miss. Top ball's a good ball at the moment. So yeah, it just reminds me of last year's final. It's so funny. You got one of the same teams in Royal Bergamo, who were playing then as Bergamo United, but yeah, they almost defended. I think it was 73, something like that. And this is exactly the sort of game it was. You just felt runs were hard to come by, especially towards the end. So he does get some bat on it. They decide against the run. So that's the pressure at this stage of losing 7 wickets. You don't want to give away a run out. Perhaps they're a bit more conservative with the running. Yeah,
it's one of those, I think, if Kamaljit goes straight away, he'll get there, and I think the fielder doesn't take it cleanly. So they probably would have made it, but yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
7 wickets down, you don't want to chance it.
Yeah, exactly. Just got to hang in there at the moment. Last ball for Takia. And he's gone. He's chopped on. So that's 8 wickets down now. Banger goes for a duck. And Takia strikes with his final delivery. And they're so close yet so far. Bergamo CC losing 8th wicket. It's 61 for 8 after 8 overs.
Wow, the pressure is on. The heat is on. Is another one that goes down. 8 down now. And spare a thought for the batter who's making his way out there now. Daljit Singh. And he's going to get a good talking to from Kamaljit. The 2 Singhs, were they going to be able to knock these runs off? It's pressure time. Wow, 61. 8 overs gone. 8 wickets down.
If they defend this, they won't quite make this list, but they won't be too far behind. These are the top 10 lowest totals defended. See, not often you see totals defended in the 60s. We had that broken recently. Prague Tigers versus Prague Barbarians. That was the first day of ECN cricket for the Tigers in the Czech Republic. Before that, the Stockholm Tigers, they broke the old record, but only held it for 2 weeks. Yeah, they won't quite make that, but they won't be far behind. It shows you the monumental task of defending a score in the 60s. Right now, Bergamo CC, only 9 runs away, but it seems so far it's going to be Raza Fraz to bowl over number 9. I would say put 2 wickets on the score and then you'll see how close the game is. Well, if you add 2 wickets onto this, it's all over.
Kamaljit.
It's Daljit Singh on strikers end. This is hit pretty hard. And yeah, I think you've got to take every run on offer. You've got to back the guys down the bottom to at least be able to score. Now, this will be interesting for me. Do they bring the field up a little bit? You've got the number 10 there. And I know you don't have too many runs to play with, but I would certainly have at least 1 on each side trying to save the single. Because you know Daljit's just trying to get off strike here.
Yeah, I woke up tingling this morning. I thought maybe it was the mosquitoes that were feeding on me, but it could have been. Could it be the golden ball tingle?
Wow.
Could it be?
Imagine.
299 it stands on.
Oh, this one is...
They've got to take the run.
Yeah, they'll get a run here. Yeah, so, Rico, you say that you're tingling. Anybody else got golden ball tingles out there? See, this one he just pushes,
Good
runs.
stop, actually. It's a good stop.
Yeah, well, if we do get a tie, 69-69, the match will be decided by golden ball. Batting team will need 2 to win. Otherwise, the fielding team will win. Are we going to have a golden ball first game of our Italian summer? Surely not. This one's hit pretty well, but it should only be 1. Every stop's crucial. That's well handled out there by Wakata Kia.
Yeah, every time I think Kamaljit Singh gets to the non-striker end, I think you have to. I think here you've got to bring up your mid-wicket. Bring your mid-wicket up and maybe move long on to that mid-wicket area. Get somebody up there. Get somebody in a catching position.
Again, they can win the game with 1 swing of the bat here. He won't. He'll hit, but he won't beat that cover. That's a good fielding position. That's exactly what we talked about. Yeah. We know that Daljit just wants 1 to get off strike, and he doesn't get it there.
Yeah, but I would do the same on the onside as well, Vinny.
Yeah.
I'd have the mid-wicket up there in the catching position. Put the pressure on. Draw him into playing that full shot. You've got nothing to lose.
Yeah, he said it. He's just happy to play this out. And now, I mean, he's in a rock and a hard place here because, I mean, he can block this out and makes it 6 off 6. But, geez, that puts a lot of pressure on the batter at the other end. Kamal Singh, it seems like he's been in for ages.
Yeah,
he's had a cavalcade of batting partners along the way.
He's going to have a big swing at this. He has to. It's the last ball of the over.
No, but
you know you're going to have Kamaljit Singh on strike.
Yeah, but you can't give up a 9th wicket. You don't want to give up a wicket here. Then you're right down to the bare bones, and you can't give up a run out in the last over. He does have a big swing and misses. And, yeah, they won't want to run here. So we're going right down to the last. Buckle up, everybody. The summer train is leaving the station, and we could have a golden start. 9 overs down, 64 for 8, 5 to tie, 6 to win off this last over.
Yeah, Kamaljit Singh, the number 6 batter who's become the main batter now. He's on 12 of 16. So, thing is, though, he's not hitting the ball that cleanly. So, even if he makes contact, unless he's getting 2, what do? Do you still take it? I think you do. I think you've got to take it. You've got to have confidence in Daljit. And maybe hopefully Daljit gets you right back there. They've got that 1 wicket to play with as well, if you like. They can make 1 big gamble. And, well, talking about gamble, there's Javed who's coming on. Now, his first over was a little bit expensive, but different batters involved. He goes for the big one. It's up in the air. Is he going to drop safe? Fielder coming across. Oh, he dropped safe. The batter should go for 2. They do. Big moment. 2 runs.
Huge moment, because if he catches that, they need 6. The number 11's on strike. Instead, Kamal gets away with it. I mean, it was a tough one because he had a fielder coming in. And again, you see, he was just kind of searching for that. So 4 runs required. Again, big moment in the game. Remember, they dropped to 6 before, earlier in the innings. This one is going right down to the wire, Rico.
Ooh, well, Singh gets 2, gets back on strike. 4 needed.
Any boundary will do it for them now.
He goes for it big. And he's going to do it in style. Ball, vale, kinna sona, shakka, lagya. Well, Vinny Sandhu, what a start. And listen, I can hear a bit of the tall playing. I'm liking this. Chak de fatte style.
Yeah, and he goes absolutely massive in the end. Shows you how big the drop was. And Kamal turns out to be the hero. 69, not quite doing it in the end. And it's going to be Bergamo CC. They'll get a memorable victory here in match 1. 72 off 9.2. They hit the winning runs with 4 balls to spare. And Rico, what an entertaining thriller to start our Italian summer adventure.
Absolutely sensational. And look, Kamaljit is going to be congratulated by everybody. 20 of 18 is probably, well, for them, certainly, probably one of the best innings that he's played. He may have scored 50s and 60s in the past, but that 20, that was so important in a critical stage. But he held his nerve, didn't he? Held his nerve well. He did the right things. He did the basic things. There were times when he was batting out there with Baljit. He took strike. He wasn't afraid to take the strike. He was able to give the strike back to Baljit. Then he saw wickets falling down at the other end. But when he needed to perform, he did. Well done, well batted, doing it with 4 balls to go.
What an exciting start to this series. And yeah, I know that Royal Bergamo, they'll be disappointed, but they do get the chance to pick themselves up because they'll take on Torino, which are the 3rd team in Group A. And one thing's for sure, Royal Bergamo will want to get back on the winning train and fast. News from the toss is Torino have won the toss. They'll be bowling first, so Royal Bergamo didn't bat as well as I think they wanted to in the first innings. They have 1 game under their belt, and they'll be ready to go. That match starting in 10 to 20 minutes time. We'll give you an update on the start time as soon as we can. Let's have a look at some of the highlights. Well, there were 16 off the first over, and the way the Darashiko was going, you thought maybe they were going to do this in quick time. Also, got to say, I love that shot from Sudita. And it wouldn't last long, as there was a wicket the first over. Then, it was really important that they just kept chipping away, and they did. There's some good bowling, some good fielding this innings, just keeping the Royals in it.
Yeah, there certainly was. That was an important one. It was straight, it was hitting. And this also, a good spicy catch. But if you want spicy catches, the best one is still to come. What a catch we saw, a one-handed, superb one. And it was, I think, Usman who took the catch, diving to his right. But it was such an entertaining start for us. And this one was another one that just went to the boundary. All of these were important runs, but Baljit, he'd be so disappointed the way he got out because that partnership was so important when he was out there with Kamaljit. And this was it here, just ball watching and guilty of ball watching, runs down the wrong line and a great direct hit. And it was from that man, Usman Javed. And Usman Javed, he's going to be a key factor. How big was that? That was the opportunity.
Couple of missed opportunities here. This one doesn't really carry to him as well, Rico, but I think in the end, just a matter if you're gonna turn something 60, he's got to be almost perfect. Well, speaking of perfect, that was about as good as it gets, wasn't it? What a fantastic catch that was by Usman Javed.
Yeah,
and although they were brilliant in the field, but they just let themselves down with the bat. Again, they'll want to take care of Torino next game and get their day back on course. This is another stunner, 2 in the over. And at this stage, we thought, well, maybe Bergamo CC are going to fall over, maybe get bowled out before the target.
Yeah, talk about bowled out. This is another really good bowling. Love the way that he uses his crease. And that one, well, that was the wicket of another batter that came in and thought he could finish it with one big bang. And it was Banga. He couldn't. It was all left to that man there, Kamaljit. Well done, Kamaljit Singh. He holds his nerve. He sees wickets falling all around it, but does what he has to do. And 20 very important runs, 20 of 18, the highest scorer.
Yeah, came in at number 6 and came in with his team in a fair bit of trouble. And Dulge at the end just held his nerve as well. Wasn't prepared to give up his wicket. And they were falling like 9 pins at one stage. One thing, I think both teams were pretty good with the extras. A couple of exceptions, but only the 4 wides in the innings, which almost went the 10 overs. But yeah, very, very exciting. For me, Baljit Singh, when he got run out, that was a pivotal moment in the game. You knew then it was going to be close, and it certainly was here in match 1. But it is Bergamo CC, a team that just missed out on the final stages of this tournament last time, finished 4th, when only the top 3 would make it through to the finals. Well, they certainly made a very good start. And with another win against Torino, then Bergamo CC essentially will book their place on quarterfinals Friday. So it's a big result for them.
Yeah, big result. Yeah, you called it. I think Baljit Singh being run out there, that was disappointing for him. And then Mandeep Singh, he wasn't really able to get going. Sonu Lal, he'd be disappointed. He went for a 2-ball duck. But, well, that little partnership there with Kamaljit and Govinda. Don't forget, Govinda was dropped on 2, that boundary catch, which then went for 6 as well. That was a massive moment in the match as well. He did go for 12 in the end to a fantastic catch. Usman Javed, look, what about him? The run out, direct hit, and then catch. What a key player he could have turned out to be in that match.
Yeah, true. You got to feel a bit for Untitled Javed, who went the maximum on the last over, but he could have had Kamaljit caught the ball before. 2 wickets apiece for Madassa Raja as well as Mukhtar Mohammed, who I thought was the best of the bowlers. He only conceded 11 of his 2 overs as well. 2 wickets also for Raza Fraz, and Takir chipped in with 1. But he also went for just 11. So, fair holding job, but just a little bit of a bridge too far for Royal Bergamo in this one. Okay, so just a bit of news for you. We won't be starting for another 15 minutes, so a 10-minute delay, just because of the technical delays at the start of the day. It's going to carry over into match 2. So we will be back in about 15 minutes. And when we do, we'll get to have our first look at Torino. It's their ECN debut. They're taking on Royal Bergamo, who will want to get some points on the board. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. Hope you're enjoying our Italian summer so far. It's only going to get hotter. See you shortly on ECN for more FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back to Milan in the north of Italy. Our Italian summer adventure is well underway now as we head into the second game of the day. And it's going to be Royal Bergamo versus Torino. Torino are making their debut in ECN cricket. So what a challenge for them against a team that made the final last year. Let's get over to Stefan Gooch. He's with two captains for the coin toss for match number 2.
Okay, Torino to call.
Heads.
Heads to call. It's heads.
You're going ball first.
Okay, excellent. Good luck, guys.
So it is Torino that have won the toss and they've elected to bowl first. Look, I can understand that decision. It's their first time in ECN cricket. Gives them a chance to settle. And we saw Royal Bergamo just tied down a little bit when batting first earlier on. But Torino, it's their first opportunity to get points. Of course, these two, depending on how this result goes, potentially they could meet again later in the day. So Torino, steep learning curve for them. But I do think they'll relish the opportunity to play this style of cricket. For Royal Bergamo, though, of course, I think they need to find a few more runs from somewhere. They were tied down. They just found it difficult to score and get those maximos away on this ground, which isn't particularly big. So I think that they will get an opportunity now to bat the 10 overs and maybe post a bit more of a competitive score. Let's go over to Rico Fu, who's in the ice cube, and lucky he is because it is really, really hot out here in the middle. Rico, the news from the toss here in match 2. The newcomers, Torino, they won the toss. They're going to have a bowl. Over to you. Let's start game 2.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo, and welcome to you, our global cricket audience, to this Milan cricket ground. And looking forward to this match. And Torino, don't they look dashing? Look at those kits, looking absolutely lovely out there. Sort of a bit of the lime green and the red combining together with those caps as well. Really do look the part. And the first time that we're seeing them, they're making their debut in a European cricket series, and it's going to be a tough one because they're up against Royal Bergamo, who we saw them just losing out to Bergamo CC. I mean, didn't get enough runs on the board, did they? And they'll be ruining that, because if they had 20 more runs, probably would have done it against Bergamo, who ended up winning, chasing 674 victory, doing it with only just 4 balls to go, and losing 8 wickets themselves doing it. So that's one thing that Bergamo will be looking to do, and maybe their openers here, Fahan Javid and Atisham Javid, can make a good start. Well, the benefit that they have, I suppose, they've been out there already. They now have the pitch plays, and looking to make the opportunity and take the opportunity. Liking both these kits. I'm loving the stripe, the flag, if you like, on the sleeves of Royal Bergamo. Good chance there to have a look at the wicketkeeper, Haris Hayat. So behind the stops, and loves that match the outfield. The outfield loves that match their own kit. Looking really nice. So Torino Cricket Club. And it's Naveed Zaman. It's going to be opening up. Naveed Zaman Khan. He's down on the sheet. Can he get his team off to a dream start? I think he's going to be a bit nervy when you're playing your first match, especially if you haven't played in another team before in this series. So it's first time, the cameras are on you. So he's been wanting to get the first ball right on the money, and if you can do that, if we're happy for it. Just have a look at the field. They've got third man back. You've got a slip in place. And the other man that's out on the boundary is long off. So third man and long off back. But third man pretty wide, probably because that slip's in place. I say slip. I'm going to say he's probably more gully. Looking at it now, the screen there. Good afternoon to our umpires, and Amal Pereira. Hello, Amal. He's somebody that we know from, I think the last time I saw Amal was in Bologna. He may have been in Rome as well, but an experienced umpire. Out there with Silvio Lodi. So 2 top umpires here in Italy coming together. The umpiring standard here is top notch, it's quality. That we featured some of the umpires from Italy also in the ECC. In ECL, Suleiman Saheed. One of those. This is, well, they're asking the question straight away. I'm guessing maybe just a little bit too high here. Gets the batter on the back foot. Worth seeing again. Ball pitches on line, goes right across. Yeah, just the height. I think that's a good call. Javid. And an early scare. Plays this one out on the off, then take the single. A bit of a wild throw. Well, he launches this over the keeper. And Harry's height. Oh, he would have needed a step ladder to get to this one. Fortunately for him, he's got plenty of people backing up. Welcome to everybody, wherever you're watching from, whether you're watching via the YouTube channel. And if you are, remember, use the opportunity to chat with us. I think Vinny is sort of getting his equipment up and running again. Edge, and flies over the top of the man at Gully. And also, because that third man is very wide as a result of the Gully being in place there, he goes to the boundary. Look at this. And interesting, isn't it? You've heard me and Vinny talk about how this position has been used, but you have that man sort of just inside the 30-yard circle, so maybe a couple of meters in, and it works. And that one would have been absolutely spot on, something that we saw deployed in Hungary. This one is hit up in the air, and the fielder would just see it drop in front of him. So taking the odd chance there. Mohammed Shahub was the closest to this, but doesn't carry. So Shamjavit, after edging for 4, gets a single. Nicely played, a nice correct shot, good shape from the batter. So it's almost like Fan and Javid is going to be playing the more sort of sensible orthodox role. Atisham Javid seems to be ready to use the long handle. Thinks about this one, just ends up dropping the bat onto it. That will be the end of the over. Yeah, by just having a little chat there with the bowler, I think about his follow through. Nice to see that. I'm a big fan of seeing the umpires just reminding the bowlers if they're running in the protected area, running down the wicket, let them know, give them a couple of gentle reminders. But if they persist in doing it, then I like to see them going by the letter of the law and having a chat with them and giving a warning or two before instructing the captain to take them off. It's the laws, and I'd like to see it be done early so the bowlers know that the umpires are on it straight away. 7 without loss as we go into the second. Nice cut shot. This one I don't think will be stopped. 4 runs. Really good shot there from Falan Javid. He rocks back, cuts this away. Beautifully done. 4 runs. Really, really good shot. And once again, gives you an indication of how fast the outfield is. So Waqar Ahmed's first ball going for a boundary. The second one just hovered, and yeah, I'm with the bowler here. Waqar Ahmed is suggesting to the fielder, Kadir Salim, that you need to be trying to take this. I think it was in the air long enough. And this time it goes past that fielder who now has to chase after it. And he's just not going to get there. The ball goes past the boundary marker. It's 4 more runs. Good shot. Good to play in the power play. You know there's nobody back there. So Fahan Javid, he's certainly trying to get them started quickly here. Up in the air, and a chance, and it will be taken at the second attempt. So the first wicket for Torino in this FanCode European Cricket Series. It's the first time they're in a cricket series, and they get the first wicket, and Waqar Ahmed does strike. And that's a good catch as well. That ball was blasted pretty hard, and it is Faiz Khan that makes no mistake. So congratulations to him. He's all smiles at the moment. This really was cracked pretty hard. Here we go, he hits it on the up, trying to get it over that fielder, but it's a good job that he's a tall man. And Faiz Khan, he sort of does this intelligently, takes the pace of it first, but knocks the ball up in the air and then takes the catch. So the intent was there, and I think Farman Javid will find himself probably thinking he's just a little unlucky there. Nice Khan takes the catch. He goes for a healthy 10 of just 7 deliveries. And congratulations to Torino, taking their first ever wicket in the European Cricket Series, and also congrats to the bowler, Wakasami. Ahmed, though, like all bowlers, will want more. Goes wide outside the off stump to start off with. Gets the dot ball in. Gives one to here. He hits a new batter. Came in at number 5 in the last match. Only made 2. So a slight change in the batting line-up, and it's 2 dot balls that he sees go past him outside the off. End of the second over, 15 for 1, and it's exactly the score that they had against Bergamo CC. 15 for 1 after 2. Just have a look. Oh, you saw a very quick. Oh, there we go. They're back again. Very quick look at that table. So Bergamo, they will now have 2 points, of course, and they know that if they play or if they win their second game, that they will go through into the quarterfinals as the group leaders. This one's played away. There was backing up to here, but Javid not wanting it. Firmly struck, and this one is not going to be stopped. Hits this hard in the gap, flies through covers, 4 more runs. What a delightful shot. Just really just leans back and gets the leverage into the shot. Doesn't get the height on it, so there's always that opportunity. We saw that it was Fazil Khan that took a catch in covers. Now they just tightened that up slightly. So it was almost encouraging Adisham Javid to play that shot again. No, I think this one is going down the leg. It's the bowler, very, very good from Naveed. He straight away says, nah. You see, he starts, and then look, as the appeal starts, he starts saying with to the others, nah, 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 that's not. To the pass once more. Doesn't look too comfortable there, does he? Sham, he's had a couple where he's played nicely out on the off, but these ones he just doesn't seem to get in the right position. Those legs don't seem to be moving. Doesn't seem to just needs to take a little step across towards the offside and sort of work it away, get his wrist involved. The fine leg, he's pretty wide, so any touch is gone. Well, this one is gone as well. It was a full toss. It still has to be dealt with, and rather than going straight, sort of ends up sweeping this to the boundary, goes down on one knee, gets it through the field, and once it past you, that ball just keeps rolling, rolling, rolling. Cuatro carreras. Well, as they would say out here, 4 punti. Here we are in Italy. Very similar to Spanish. I know that I spoke to a lot of the Italians. I just speak Spanish to them, and they understand perfectly well what I'm saying. So that's a bonus. Well bowled again, and you see that's the one that tucked him up into the legs. That's the one he doesn't like. Oh, he did. He knocked the wicketkeeper out there. Well, that's one way you can get an injury. Well, there you go. He says, oh, yaar, mainu na maar de, main tenu kuch nahi kita. End of the over. And a pretty decent power play, I guess. I mean, 23 on the board. They will look to accelerate, but the key thing they'll be focusing on is they don't want to collapse like they did in their first game against the Bergamo CC. They know that they need to be trying to get, even if they got to the 80 in that game, I think it would have been enough. So those extra 11 runs could have been key. So they'll be eyeing up a 90-plus score for me. That's what I'm thinking here. Probably just below where they want to be. New bowler getting set to come in is Dawood Shah. He's going to start off bowling to Tahir, who is yet off the mark. He played and missed at 2 outside the off. First time we saw Tahir, he made 2 or 5 deliveries, and he was cleaned up by Mandeep Singh. Well, this is very wide from the left armour. And a good point to welcome back into the commentary position here at the Milan cricket ground. It's our very own, the legend himself, Mr. Maximo.
Good to be back here at the MCG of Europe, Milan cricket ground. Nice to see Torino out there, and they're competing well, aren't they? I like that catch, the old rebound job. It's been popular this morning.
Probably just losing his momentum. Take a stroll back.
I don't know what the viewers think. Finally, I've defrosted my computer after it got burned up in the first game. At 29 degrees. I think you might have been about right, hitting 30 at 11 o'clock. Almost 11 o'clock here. This one sneaks past. So here, still yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, they've got their approach right to him, haven't they? Just keep getting that ball outside the off stump. And pretty soon, I think that Tahir is going to have a big old swing at this. And big gap between third and backward point. This one goes wrong. And he just struggling just to get his line right. I mean, I think having a left armour in your team is such a big plus for me. You need to get that angle right. They create so many problems.
We talked about that a lot this year, haven't we, on ECN? Left arm seam. It's been very, very effective. Got natural variation they get as well. And Torino, the only team here that we haven't seen before on ECN. So a big task for them to get up to speed. Good signs early, of course. If you're just joining us, the format's quite interesting because we have 12 teams here in Milan. Only 2 teams can make it through to the Super Series. Of course, they will play out the series here, but both finalists essentially get a spot in the Super Series. But, yeah, I mean, each day we'll see 3 teams. Only 2 will survive to quarterfinals Friday. So it's a pretty brutal initiation. You've got to have your A game with you. This one probably goes a little bit too wide across. It will be called. Yeah, but let us know how you're enjoying things so far. Just got my computer back and going. Hello to Shrubon. Hello to Sundori as well. Just scrolling up. If there is anything you want to ask again, please stick it now in the chat. Diego Garza Flores saying hi from Mexico. Really enjoying the commentary. Well, thank you very much for saying that, Diego. We enjoy that you're watching us. I know we've got viewers all around the world. I've got to say Mexico. That's one place I've always wanted to visit. This one, I think will be okay. And so, that Royal Bergamo just struggled a bit with the stick earlier, putting 69 on the board. Yeah, it's completely fine. A few people think that it looks like we're playing on the moon. But, there are some signs of life out there, trust me. That's a good delivery, really good delivery. Again, Tahir just struggling to get going. He's none of 5 now. Yeah, let us know your thoughts. ECN European Cricket Network. Really enjoying the chat so far. I'm just catching up on. Also, I know a lot of people watching on FanCode in India. Thanks so much for your company. This time he does go at it. Lucky for him, he doesn't get enough of it because that's a one hopper down to Mohammad Shab. Down at long off. So Tahir finally gets off the mark. It's back to Atasham Javed. He's a pretty powerful striker with the ball, but I think all the bats taking a bit of time to get going so far today. He's in the block hole, but gets a bit of bat on this. This will probably run away for 4, you know, and it does. So just a little bit of a push from Javed, and he gets 4 breaks. The shackles, Torino have been pretty good. Even this, it's not the worst ball, but he just gets enough of the middle of the bat on this to push it past the fielder. 4 runs. A welcome 4 runs at the moment, just on 83 pace. Yeah, Rico, you know, we're always interesting when we see new teams. Of course, yeah, these guys also got a fair bit of raw talent. Last ball of the over. This will just be a single, so it'll be the end of 4 overs. And the score is 33 for 1. Very good morning to you, or good afternoon, good evening, good middle of the night, whatever it is are in your part of the world. It's great to have your company. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me is Rico. Full welcome to the Italian summer. Right now, pretty hot in the cube, but I tell you what, there's a bit of hot action out there because one of these teams, Rico, will be going home after just day 1.
Yeah, huge match this for Royal Bergamo. Remember, they lost the first one to Bergamo CC. Need to bounce back because I think it's a case of, like you said, you lose 2 matches, it's probably not going to happen for you.
Yeah.
You're then going to play that eliminator. Whereas if you can win 2, you're guaranteed making it through. So, well, Torino here, important. Look, it's always good, like you said, seeing the new team. I've liked what I've seen from them so far. They've certainly got good variation. They will be a little bit nervous, though, starting off.
Yeah,
right?
it's only natural, you know, but getting a catch like that earlier, you know, just gets the team going. And you just need to have a hot 10 overs in the field here at the moment. You know, they are kind of on the way to restricting Royal Bergamo to something around the 80 mark or so. And I think especially when you haven't batted in this type of cricket before and at this level, I think you don't really want to be chasing triple digits first up. Time for a new over. Mohammed Shab is going to bowl it. Over number 5. Number 5.
This one's a bit full on the legs. Fielder's got to get, oh, this is not the way to do it. And I think he's going to clonk this to the boundary. I think he does manage to stop it in the end. But you see it again. He's getting ready to stop it, and you've got to go down, really. I know you don't want to sometimes. Go down, stop it. What he tries to do, he goes to the leg, and look, he ends up being unlucky. Gets a fair clonk of it. He could have kicked it all the way to the boundary. The bowler would not have been pleased about that. You said they're going to be hot out there in the field. They're going to be hot out there in the field, Vinny, because, well, the 30 is going to go up on the board pretty soon, 30 degrees.
Yep, not quite there. No, you should be a weatherman. You've been very, very good so far today.
Yeah, I mean, there's no difference here. Well, they're bad at weatherman. I need a bit of catching man as well. This comes just to the left of us. That's a lovely shot. What a beauty this is. Wait for it. Let's look at the timing here. Here we go. Boom. Shaka. Lagia. Kinasona. And that is 6 carreras. And Vinny, what I'm liking is I like the way that the players, as they're watching, the spectators are getting involved. A bit of the old Indian doll playing in the background as well. Yeah. I do like it.
I'm loving it.
I do like it. And you know what? There's some Barontas around the ground as well.
They're very good at feeding us here.
They've offered some Barontas with a jar. Oh, yeah. Now we're talking.
The other thing is, every day we'll have 3 new teams ready to impress us and try and bribe us with new food, hopefully. Here's Sharp. Just got pumped down the ground.
Short, and this is played really well. This fielder out there should do the fielding, and he does. This is a good shot. That'll be the one for the over as well. But nice, quick, short delivery. He's probably saying, okay, you're going to hit me straight down the ground. Let's see how you deal with this. Well, he deals with it pretty well.
Yeah, he does. Half be expecting it, I think, after getting on the front foot and banging that one down the ground. Still highly entertaining match so far. Here's Shoaib.
Short again, and this time the fielder is not going to stop it. He's not too far away from it, but this has been absolutely cracked. A lovely shot, smashes it, 1 bounce, 4 runs, gets into position early. Well, he doesn't want to pitch it up to it because he gets hit for 6, where you're going to pitch it short. He's going to hook you away. Terrific shot.
Yeah, fantastic shot. Front foot and back on show. Went to here. He's been bogged down so far. And he's found a bit of confidence again. They're not really in wicket trouble here. They can afford to go for their shots.
Well, the slower delivery gone wrong. So this will be a wide. So both these batters are now up and going. I mean, it took Rizwan to here a little while, but certainly that short one shows that he likes the short stuff. Hisham Javid, 27 of 14. So you can see what a key player he is. Made 15 of 13 in the first one. So he's certainly the key man if he can get going for them. And it took a good catch from Baljit Singh on the boundary of the bowling of Dara to get him out. Short again. Once again, that fielder in play gets a bit of a Tortuga bounce, but it ends up being a friendly one.
Let's have a quick hello to Jackson Redux as well as everybody else. Thank you for your wonderful comments in there, to Ninj and to Shrug. And Also to Mohammed Ashfaq, thank you for your nice comment. We're so glad you're enjoying the coverage. I think it's going to be a really interesting storyline over the next 5 weeks.
Slower delivery. It's better directed. Not as wide as the one before, but the batter deals with it pretty well. And Javid goes on to 28 of 15 deliveries, and the score approaching the 50 now.
And if you just joined us, this is William the Concreter there in the background. You can see, and that the bottom one to the right of screen, that's Crocodile Rock. The concrete rectangles on the ground. We're getting regional here.
I got to say, I do like Rocky Bilbao.
Yeah, Rocky. Oh, well, it's been
Can we
named
have a-
now. You'll have
can
to
we
put
have
it to the council.
Official renaming ceremony, Rocky Bilbao. I mean, we are in Italy.
We are.
49 for 1 at the end of 5.
I still haven't had my pasta yet. I'm looking forward to it tonight. I'm loading up. I have to go a bit easy on lunch because I know the food in Italy is wonderful. And what a time of the year to be here as well in the summer. And look, the thing is, okay, we've got 4 qualifying weeks in different locations. Then we have the Super Series in week 5. Will be the top 5 teams in Italy, including 2 from this week, 2 out of the 12.
Yeah.
And the winner of that in week 5 in Rome, they'll go to the ECL. So they'll get a trip to Spain. Well, this is going to be a no ball off the pitch. Wow, completely getting it wrong. That's Mahfouz Rahman. Yeah, so we're going to be on this journey for 5 weeks. Ultimately, we'll have 1 club standing, and they will go to the ECL early in 2023, which is the Champions League of European cricket, to play the top clubs from all of the other competing nations. And what an experience that is. Brescia CC, they competed last year, but they're going to have to fight for it. We'll see them next week, even just trying to qualify for the Super Series in Brescia.
Rahman, need to get it right. This is a free hit. And slices it and take the single.
A question from Ahmed Bitlob, asking, is it a football ground or a cricket ground? Well, historically, it was a football ground. It's been converted now into a cricket ground because cricket in Italy has been growing and growing and growing over the last 5 years in particular. Explosion in numbers, and they needed more facilities. This is a pretty good one in Milan, but like I say, it wasn't originally envisioned they play cricket here. So this pitch has got a bit of variable bounce about it. I kind of like it because it gives something back to the bowlers, because the square boundaries are pretty short because it is a former football ground. But yeah, you get the occasional one that'll do something surprising, a bit like that one staying down.
Yeah, that one does. It doesn't like come up straight away. I mean, the only good sign about that is it's not on. It's one that's off the stump, so it's pretty wide. So full toss, doesn't quite get it out in the middle, but slowly bounces a few times with mid-wicket on the boundary to deal with it. Mid-wicket and long on back. There is a square leg. I'm liking the square leg because everybody's, when you see the square leg in that position where they're stronger together,
Yeah,
Marcus, he's well camouflaged under the bushes.
he's in
You
the
just don't see
shade.
him.
He's smart.
Head. Oh, well, this one. I think he's tried to play this fine and almost, well, he plays it into the hands of the keeper. Would have been a good catch, but doesn't stick in the glove.
Yeah, just dives to his right here, throws the glove at it. It either sticks or it doesn't. So, unfortunate for Haris Hyatt, he won't be able to hold on to that one. A bit of a life there for the batter. There is one.
This is the dot ball. I just saw the man scratch at third man. As the bowler's coming in, he decided he's in the wrong place and starts to charge in himself. The umpires could have quite easily called that a dead ball, but decided that it wasn't really interfering with play.
Probably putting himself off more than the batter. Anyway, last ball of the over coming up. It's been a good one from Rahman. Just 4 runs of it and creating a chance.
Well, this has been smashed. And that's a beautiful hit. That goes all the way. Manos arriba, arbitro, porque eso es una bel colpo. 6 punti.
Yeah, nice shot. This is just pure timing. And that one was over the fence and far away, I think. End of 6 overs, 60 for 1. So, yeah, a few of the wobbles early for Roa Bergamo once again. But this time, getting back on track. You can see Naveed Khan was pretty good early. Didn't take a wicket, only went for 15. Waka Ahmed still got one to spend. He is the wicket taker so far. But 7, 8, 8, 10, 16, 11. So the first 3 overs went for 23. The next 3 overs have gone for 37. A sign the acceleration is happening, and they're on for 100 plus here, Rico.
Yeah, this is exactly what they needed to do. They needed to learn and learn quickly from that first match where they only posted 69. I said it was 22 too few, and they're right on cue to get the 100 here. But they're still, I think, with wickets in hand, they will still want to get a bit more acceleration in and maybe push on past the 110 mark. So it's going to be Manu bowled very well. Zani, bowling his first, starts with a away swing. It's a bit wide and it's been timed beautifully. With the field set the way it is, there's not too much protection out on the boundary in the offside. Just one man who's extra cover. He's got a long way to come to get to this and not able to. So the boundaries and the runs just keep flowing. And now it's Rizwan Tahir's turn to turn it on and give some aggressive support to Javid, who's already looking good. I tell you what, you'll be looking good here in Italy, because I seem to remember you had an amazing time when we were in Bologna. I won't be in Bologna this time round. I'm going to leave it to Corey to look after you.
I know what you're going to say.
You know what I'm going to say?
I'm excited just thinking about it.
Well, Milan, just like Bologna is, or just like many Italian cities, is known for the galetto. Provides a surplus of gelaterias to satisfy those with a sweet tooth. And I know you got one. It is milk, but less eggs, which is what makes it a much denser than ice cream, and I know you love it.
Cooked at a slightly higher temperature, or less freezing temperature, I should say. Oh, trust me, I became a gelato expert in Bologna, and I think actually if they had done one of those kind of medical physical tests on me, I was about 37% gelato by the end of that week. These shops, they really know. Have you been to those shops where they slather it on? These guys, all they do is slop gelato all day in the shop. They are incredible.
But the flavours, so many different flavours.
Not joking. I had a kilo on the way back to the hotel. This is a big swing and a miss.
Yeah, because I know you sort of did away, sort of said, no, I'll pass on dinner. You just went for the ice cream. You went for the dessert.
Oh, you got to do what you have to do. And that was when it wasn't even that hot. I mean, this time it's going to be boiling. Okay, we're almost at the 30 now. Expecting a maximum here of 35. I think it could go even hotter than that. So... yeah, fatigue won't so much be a factor with these teams just playing on the one day, but still, the heat will.
Chance, if the fielder can get there. No, he can't, and now he's going to have to try and stop it, and he won't be able to do that. It's a difficult one. It's going to be one that you've got to get yourself in the right position and take a very good one-hander. And Waqas Muhammad, though he did try, first of all, couldn't get anything on it. Then when you're chasing after it, well, you are chasing in vain. So it's 4 more runs.
Certainly are. Yeah, if you don't get to that on the 4, you don't get a touch on it, you're probably not going to get a second bite. That one disappears. And yeah, handy boundary. This is Aslan Shani.
Shani. This is hit in the air, opportunity, and the fielder gets this all wrong. Oh, for a moment, I thought he was going to get clobbered right in the middle of the forehead here. Well, he times this horribly, and it's Mohammed Shahub. As he comes in here, it looks like he gets himself in good position, but he overdoes it. Then he tries to correct himself, and you can see he skids a little, and I thought he was in danger of being clocked there by the ball.
He almost loses his footing there. He goes down, and he tries to take it fingers pointing up. It's always going to be difficult to do that. Well, luckily he avoids injury, but he doesn't avoid a boundary, and Shani goes for another. So he's gone for 14 now in this over.
Yeah, this is a dangerous times acceleration now from both batters. And Javid gets a bit lucky there. Gets into his 40s now, 44 of 23.
Swing and a miss, end of the over. So 74 for 1 after 7. And just a reminder that we have so much high quality cricket coming your way on ECN this year. And looking ahead to, well, it's going to be about 2.5 months' time that we'll be in Malaga for the ECC. Now, this is for national teams. You can see Italy's been drawn in Group D, so we won't see them until October. But yeah, really looking forward to that group. Italy and Germany, they had a really good tussle in their group last year, joined by Norway, Romania, and newcomers Switzerland. Yeah. And they're starting 3rd of October. That should be a very interesting group. And of course, the winners of each of the groups, they will go through to the championship week where they'll meet England, the previous champions.
Yeah, that's already looking at that. Look, that looks like a tasty group. Italy, they'll fancy themselves though, but Germany really, you'd have to say, the way that they're playing at the moment, they will probably be the favourites there. But you can't rule out Norway. They put in some impressive performances lately. And then also Romania. Don't forget Romania. They've really are singing and on a high at the moment. So
had some
just
good
all of
results.
these teams, there seems to be a lot of cricket being played at the moment, don't they? We're talking about a lot of T10, talking a lot of T20Is at the moment. So I think you're going to see players coming into that European Cricket Championship in the best of form.
Yeah, the more they play it, the more exciting it's getting as well. It should just be one, but I want to say quick hello in the chat. I can see there's a bit going on. ECN Lover saying the Torino jersey is the best. They're yet to prove themselves as a team, but I do agree. It's a slightly different colour scheme. Got a bit the old what is it, Aston Villa about it? Maybe?
Not quite
Just the
Aston
kind of
Villa,
the
but I know where you're
teal.
coming from. This is a thunderous shot. Oh, that crashes into the Let's Play Cricket Together banner. This is a glorious shot. Just rocks back into the crease, and he thumps this. He's just getting better and better with every ball. Wow, Javed is coming into his own here.
Yeah, what a good shot that is right now. He's 48 off 25, on the verge of the first individual half-century of the Italian summer. I want to say hello to Federico Mento. Always great to see you in the chat, Federico. Saying you have good fields in Rome. We know we've been to a couple of them there in Rome, and we will spend weeks 4 and 5 in Rome. Rome have their own week for the Rome teams, and then they are hosting the Super Series. That's the last week of July. This one will be called a wide. That's a good call. It grabs the line on the way through. But I want to say thanks to everyone for all your questions. I'm going to keep trying to keep an eye on it. Good to see I've got my computer working now. I've got a bit more shade that we've organised. And ECN Lover is asking about getting a spanner. Well, the spanner fairy is mysterious, ECN Lover. If you stick around long enough, then sometimes they'll be kind to you. In the air, this could be caught, and it will be caught. And this time, it's the captain, Naveed Khan, that will take the catch. So Javed won't make his half-century in the end. He'll fall for 48. And well, a bit of a gamble to leave the mid-off up in the circle, but it turns out pretty well for Torino. They finally remove the opener. And already, he's done a bit of damage. The score is 81 for 2.
Yeah, I suppose it's a good time to get a wicket because I think Javed approaching his 50. I think once he gets to the 50, I think he was really going to go for everything. But he's played some nice shots. This time, well, though he gets into position nicely, he doesn't quite get it out of the meat of the bat. And he falls just too short, unfortunately, for what would have been a very good half-century. But well done to the fielder. He kept his cool, takes the catch.
Well, we've got Usman Javed coming to the crease. Well, he's an early candidate for player of the series, just on the back of that one-handed catch that he took in the first game. That was an absolute stunner. I'm sure that will appear on our social media at European Cricket at some point. I'll keep the hellos coming. Shanto Talukdar said he wants to play with me at this ground with Rico full umpiring. Well, there you go. I wouldn't trust batting with Rico umpiring because I reckon he'd be very, very quick to try and fire me out. He wouldn't do me any favours out there. Rico is a very, very good umpire. Also want to say hello to Jahidul Islam. And yes, we are very busy, but we're enjoying what we're doing. So yeah, keep those questions coming. And a lot of people, like Maya Patel, asking, is it Milan or Delhi? Some people think it looks like the moon, but whatever it is, it's providing a lot of entertainment for us. And of course, just mentioning how dry it has been. I kind of like, it's a bit of a throwback, like I said, to the mid-80s when I used to watch Australia touring India. You know the game where Dean Jones lost half his body weight?
Yeah.
A bit of a war of attrition. Not quite that hot yet, but he certainly has that appearance. All right, here's Mahfouz Rahman. No ball called.
No ball called, yeah. He's on this quickly, and I'm guessing this is down to a, yeah, he's saying down, is it down to a foot fault? Let's have a look. See if we can pick up anything up here.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's a big no
100%.
ball.
That's a really good call. So free hit coming up. And that's not what you want when you're just taking a wicket, because that just releases the pressure. Free hit coming up.
Yeah, quality umpiring there from Silvio. So, free hit. And I don't think, I mean, they're not changing the field here, are they? Can't, no, he's
No, you
inside the
can't.
circle, that's fine. I was going to say, you can't go out, you can't change
I've got to
it.
say, that's an unnecessary rule, I think. They're not changing the field. I don't think it makes a big difference.
Yeah, it does. I think it does. Whacked in the air. Fielder, we'll see it go over him.
See, it doesn't-
Shaba, manos arriba. Shaka,
Yeah, this one's out of here. And yeah, just had the license, Sydney. He goes big, goes over square leg. Left-handers, they love to put him in the stands over there. And that's exactly what Javed does. He gets off the mark, off the free hit. Yeah, I just think you're not getting a huge advantage by changing the field. It costs time. Sometimes you have to change the field. Not normally, but quite a lot of time the no balls are for field indiscretions anyway. You have to change the field. So I don't know. Just seems like an extra thing the umpires have to watch. So I don't think in this form of the game you really need to.
If you're being penalised because you've made an error, you shouldn't then have any advantage that comes out of the free hit.
I mean, is it an advantage though? I mean, you're guessing.
Yeah, of course it is. If you put the fielder back, mid or back, and they weren't back and they take a catch, well, you're stopping a boundary. And this one, speaking of boundaries, it's going to be another balle Ginasona Shaka. And Usman Javed is deciding, well, you've seen me in the field. You see me take a run out. You see me take a one-handed blinder. Now it's time for you to see me hit a few balls out of the park.
Yeah, good batting. I'll tell you what, might have taken the worm a bit of time to warm up. Maybe that's overheated as well, but I can tell you.
The worm is saying, I'm a worm. It's too hot for me to stick my head out of the ground.
The worm is underground. I think that's just much safer under there. But what a good opportunity at 94 for 2 after 8 overs. Say hello to Vivek Davda, saying hello and saying it's his birthday today. He's enjoying the ECN action. Happy birthday, Vivek.
Happy birthday, Vivek.
Hope you're well.
Cumpleaños.
Yeah.
Felicidades.
What a great day for a birthday as well. A few friends have a birthday today, so sharing it with them. So I want to say a very warm welcome to Vivek on his birthday, and also Maiden Waters joining us, I think for the first time in this Italian summer. 2 overs to go. It all happens in the 9th. It looks like Arslan Shani will come back. He went for 14 in his first over. So I said they wouldn't really want to chase triple digits, but that's what they're going to have to do here, I think. Torino on ECN debut. Tahir facing up.
That's the right thing, I think, here for the moment. He's been there a while. Hasn't really got going. He's sort of going at a run of ball, isn't he? He's on 14 of 14. But the way that Umar Javed has come out, 12 of just 4 deliveries, he's the man you want to give the strike to.
Yeah, he's never really gotten going here, Rizwan Tahir. But you're right, he's played a foil kind of role. Remember, he was something like 1 off 6 or 1 off 7 at one point, so at least he has gotten going a little bit. Javed's motoring, though. Usman Javed, this is. I want to say a quick hello to Helix, who's joining us. Welcome to Italy. Ciao. Let's continue. There's Bergamo. Want to go the 100. This is just a filthy top edge, and he hasn't seen this at all, and he still can't find it. We've got to listen for it if you can't see it. And I think it's just pulled up inside the boundary. It's a case of ball went up, and then ball got lost.
Okay, now I have no idea. And, well, that's not a good look, and that's Faiz Khan.
I love it that even when the ball bounced, he was still looking up at the sun rather than chasing the ball. That was a good bit of backing up from the other fielder. He came all the way from the other side of the field to get that. Wow. Not an easy one for the fielder. He was looking straight into the sun, as you could tell. Jermaine gets 2 and he gets back on strike.
The non-striker's really committed, and
Oh,
he's
he's
out.
gone.
Absolutely. This is great stuff, and once again you see those stumps coming out of the ground. Is that the same fielder? I think that's the same man. Look, I tell you what, it's the same man. I'm pretty sure that didn't take the catch. Now he's got the sunnies on. He's looking cool. He's saying, look, this is all I need. And he does. What a throw.
This is the keeper that takes it, actually, I think. It's the keeper, Harris Hyatt, round to his left. And look, he wasn't going to throw because it wasn't going to actually save a run. See? So he said, I'm not going to throw. And they said, well, if you're going to back up, I will throw. And so he does. So fantastic bit of wicket keeping. But the funny thing about that is he almost says, look, there's no point throwing because even if he gets back, it's not costing us a run.
Yeah.
You know? But he says, oh, well, if you really go there and had 2 fielders backing up. But I think that's a wicket that might actually work to Royal Bergamo's advantage because Tahir wasn't really hitting him that well. And now they've got their leading run scorer in ECN cricket, Mubashir, who's coming to the crease with 9 balls remaining.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I think this is all about Rizwan Tahir say, look, go on, have a go. Hit him, let me go. But yeah, I love the look there of Faiz Khan, who's now got the sunnies on. And he was still telling his story when that wicket went down and why he didn't take the catch. Thumped big, and that is gone. And well, this ball is going to go into the jungle. And I tell you what, I don't know what's lurking in there. We're in Italy. I think there's a few dangerous spiders and all sorts in there. This has been bashed. I want to go get that ball.
Well, new balls, please. That one is disappearing. And that went a long way out of the ground. So well, the wicket certainly didn't slow Usman Javed down. You can't get too close to the left-hander. They'll make you pay. And I got to say, that run out was kind of funny because the keeper almost had, it's almost like he had time to set the wall in football. He had that long. He said, okay, you move a little bit that way, you move a little bit that way. Okay, now I'm going to throw. And he throws him down.
Swings hard at this one. They take one. Don't think they're going to take a dicey second. I mean, the 100 came up with that big 6. So score now 104. You'll just see that updated on your screen in a moment. There you go, just like that. So ball to go in this, the 9th over. So they've done exactly what they had to. I said they're like 100, but they love to be more closer to 110 with wickets in hand. It looks like that's exactly what they're doing. So this has been a good fight back, a good response.
I think it's a good time to bring this man to the crease, though, as well. The captain, I mean, Mubashir, I think you're leaving firepower on the table if he doesn't get a chance to bat. So he's ready to go. And there's one more ball left for Ahsan Shani. At the moment, he's gone for 24. With one ball to go in his spell. It'll be his first and his last to Mubashir.
Bowler waits, composes. Here he comes. Firmly struck. There's a fielder out there. And takes it cleanly.
Good fielding.
Good throw as well. Yeah, keeps it to 1.
105 for 3 after 9. Helix is joining us, saying he wouldn't look too keen to dive on that oval. And I'll tell you what, you got some players out there that will. They'll be putting their bodies on the line. You see on the right of screen, you probably can't see it here, but there's two kind of, I suppose, concrete parts of the outfield, which are a little bit, well, more than a little bit dicey. You got William the Concreter and Crocodile Rock, as we called them last year. But right now, it's 10th overtime. Royal Bergamo seem to have shaken the heebie-jeebies with the bat. They put 69 on the board last time. And almost were able to defend it. Went right down to the wire. They're going to have a much more comfortable score to defend this time. Although, take nothing for granted. Torino will have nothing to lose. It's Dawood Shah coming in for the 10th over.
Yeah, it's up in the air. Fielder's not going to be able to stop this. I think this is just going to be 4 runs. I think this is 1 bounce 4. And I think the umpire will get the signals sooner or later. I'm pretty sure that just go all the way. Yeah, that drops, I think, just inside that that flag.
Yeah, fair enough. That's a good call in the end. And it's 4. 4 cadenas. Nice shot. Mubashir making up for lost time. He gets his first boundary. 5 to come.
Gets a full toss. It hits pretty well, and it gets over the fielder that's inside the circle. And that's 4 more. I'm actually quite surprised that he was inside the circle. I think this is an error. I think he needs to be on the boundary, because I'm looking around and saying, I don't see 5 out.
Yeah.
This goes over him. A couple of bounces for 4.
Costly error as well. No ball called. So free hit coming up. And yeah, at the moment, Shah's got some issues to deal with. Back-to-back boundaries, and the next one will be a free hit.
Fielder has to get down and does good. Safe hands. Keeps it to a single. But that just means that it puts Umar Javid on strike. So now the bowler, Shah, has to try and get the line right to the left-hander straight away. He's already under attack. 19 he's gone for. Needs 8 balls so far. Make that 20 actually. This one, well, just anything on the way through, just keep an eye on the umpire here.
Yeah, I think this squeezes into the ground. They'll get an overthrow here. They will. Now they're thinking about it, but they won't get it. Yeah, this one I think actually hits the bottom of the bat, goes into the ground and goes over the keeper. It's right up in the block hole, look, bang.
Yeah.
And he just can't quite deal with the bounce there, Harris Hyatt. That's kept pretty well though.
Shah, once more. Good delivery, full. And now, well, hits the stumps, the follow through. There's an appeal, but it's good running. He went straight away. Look at the backing up. Look right where he already is. And
that's
then
what
he
you got to
gets
do.
Acceleration in, and he's home.
He's waited a while for his opportunity with the bat. Mubashir, he wants a bit more time at the business end to do the business. You can see why I thought maybe that run out of Rizwan might have worked against Torino, funnily enough. And you can only get out the batter that's in front of you, but Mubasher was waiting in the wings, and now I think he wants to put the exclamation mark on this innings. They're 118 with 2 balls remaining.
It's well bowled, because this is all about the batter, Mubasher. He's trying to trick the bowler. He makes his move and says, right, this is where I am. He wants it short, but the bowler doesn't give it to him. Bowler says, nah, I'm going to stick to my guns. Still gets that ball full and straight. Really well bowled. Good work.
So 118. See if they can get to the 120 here, which would be 2 a ball. Last ball coming up from Sharp.
Played out, and the fielder has to get down. Gets a nice, easy, gentle bounce to him, and able to get throw in. And the bowler, well, he does take the bails off, but without the ball in his hands, and the batters might as well go again. And they're going to get, I think they'll
get that.
It. No, it's getting given out. So they get 2, but they don't get the 3rd. So this is good running. It's good. They're good pressure on the fielder. The fielder does very well with the initial pickup.
Look at this.
It was a difficult one to get for the batter. This one, I think he does.
Might knock the bails off, but then he does knock a stump out of the ground. So he knocks the bail off for no reason. But have a look, we'll slow it down here.
Yeah. The elbow gets the bail.
That's off, but there's still a bail on. And because he knocks the stump out of the ground,
that's fine.
Then it's going to be out anyway. So just something I spotted, but it will be 2 and run out in the end. So I think it'll be 120 for 4. You see, because the stump's out of the ground completely, it doesn't matter that he's knocked a bail off. So it'll be the end of the 10 overs, 120 on the button. And Helix saying this ground's a bit like batting in Perth. You hit it into the pitch and it flies away to the boundary a little bit. I'm a long way from Perth, but I'm not a long way from the action out here. Royal Bergamo, after losing the first game to Bergamo CC, they want to get some points on the board. And Torino, they'll have the chase on them. They'll need 121 off their 10 overs if they are to become the team to get up with 2 points on Bergamo CC in match 2 of this FanCode European Cricket Series, Italy-Milan edition.
Yeah, that'd be a big ask for a team that are making their debut. And they started relatively well. I mean, and Farhan Javid and Atisham Javid were always going to be a handful. I think they wanted to bounce back after that defeat. And there were some glorious shots played, but that one, well, it looked like it was heading for the boundary from Farhan Javid, but it was a really good catch from Faiz Khan. The ball was absolutely thumped. He did the right thing, and then you saw a good partnership between Atisham Javid and Tahir, though Tahir really did just play the anchor role. I mean, he just made 14 of 14 deliveries, but it was Atisham Javid. He played some lovely shots, and well, he played them to all parts of the ground. It was unfortunate, really, that he wasn't able to complete what would have been a very good 50. He saw them straight down the ground and all over the place. That was an opportunity. He could have gone early when he was on 40. He, again, not too expensive. The catch was eventually taken. A good catch taken by Naveed Khan. And the thing is, though, then you had Uma, who came out there. And Uma Javid, he wanted to show just what he could do. So there's a run out, and a very good one. And the thing was, we were saying that running out Tahir there, it was the wicketkeeper, Harris Hyatt, that did it. Good work from him. But it just meant you had another big hitter coming out. And was, Mubasher, the captain. He certainly did play some shots, so he actually just did help to accelerate the score. This was the cheeky end to the game. They did take 2, but to trying to make 3, even though you saw there the wicketkeeper Hyatt did knock the bails off with his elbow, but when he did get the ball in his hands and the batter still out the crease, he was able to knock the stumps out of the ground. So well done to the way that Royal Bergamo certainly did perform. Remember, in that game against Bergamo CC, they only got 69 on the ball, so this time they almost have doubled it, 120. I said they were looking for 100, 110, they'd be happy with, well, they got 120, so they'd be more than happy with that. The captain, Mubashir, who was 12 not out there, great 24 from Usman Javid as well, just keeping the acceleration going. But for me, that innings was all about the positive attitude and mindset of Ashitam Javid. I think he came out there knowing that his team, Royal Bergamo, were under a bit of pressure, wanted to get runs on the board, and did. Batted really well, a very good innings indeed. And look, I don't want to take anything away from Rizwan Tahir as well, though he didn't hit blinding shots. He knew what his role was, and he probably knew when the right time for him to go was. 6 bowlers used there, And only Wakar Ahmed, he just got the one over, 1 for 8. He didn't like what he did with the ball, but expensive from Rahman and also from Shah. And Shani there, his second was pretty expensive there as well. Just the 2 wickets, and the wicket takers were Wakar Ahmed. For some reason, for me, only just got that one over. Also, a wicket for Rahman, who picks up 1. So, at the mid-innings stage, it's the Royal Bergamo that have got the runs on the board. 120, 120. You may have heard me say in the first matches, looking at the pitch, looking at the outfield, and looking at the conditions is what I think is going to be sort of round about an average score here, 110, 120. So they've got the runs on the board, and it's going to be, we're going to have to see if Torino, the team making their debut, what they've got with the bat and whether they can perform under pressure themselves. I'm pretty sure they've got a few batters out there that can give the ball a big crack, but still, it's a lot to ask. 120 runs on the board, playing your very first match. I'm certainly going to be interested to see how they go about the reply. And join me and Mr. Maximo as we come back for the conclusion of match 2 here in Milan. Join us in about 10 minutes' time. Volvemos en 10 minutos.
Hello and welcome back to the MCG for the second half of match number 2. Milan Cricket Ground, that is. And we are here for the first day of our Italian summer adventure. We're getting 3 teams every day in Milan, Monday to Thursday. 2 of them will make it through to the quarterfinals on Friday. 1, unfortunately, their ECS journey will end on the day it begins. And right now, we're watching Royal Bergamo versus Torino. And Torino chasing 121 for victory after they elected to bowl here in match 2. So they've got the chase on their hands. There's Wakar Ahmed, who's out there. He'll be hoping to whack a few. No doubt about that. And, well, there's Madasa Raja, who's ready to go. It'll be the captain, Naveed Khan, who's on strike. So again, they've got to go at this pace. It'll be interesting to see how they go. It's their first ECN T10 match. They've got to go to a ball. They want to have a good power play as well as we get ready for the start of this chase. I want to welcome you, whether you're watching on FanCode in India or whether you're watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Great to have your company. Strap yourselves in. Here's the chase. Torino, 121 for the win. And he lets this first one go. Naveed Khan. So it's always interesting for me to see how teams that are new to ECN Cricket approach this. Vinny Sandhu here. Mr. Maximo alongside me is Rico Full. And Rico, yeah, Torino, got a bit of a task. Let's see how they go about it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big run chase for your first time in a European Cricket Series. Raja, all well in the first match, remember. Well, this is an interesting shot. Well, he sort of flicks it away, doesn't he? Sort of gets himself in an awkward position, but the bat comes through, and it's almost like a chip. Yeah, he gets outside off and chips it away. It's an unusual way to get off the mark from Naveed Khan.
That'll do. They need runs, they need them quickly. They don't want to bat themselves into a hole here. Whereas it'll be leaving them a lot to do down the stretch. So there's their first run in ECN Cricket. They want a few more. Now it's up to Wakar Ahmed to come up with a few blows of his own. 3 over power play, of course. Here's Madasa Raja. Swing and a miss. So going back to the first game, we saw Royal Bergamo trying to defend their score of 69. They ultimately weren't able to do that. And same with us, Raja bowled pretty well, 2 for 17 off his 2 overs. And they've got a bit more breathing room this time. Every match crucial.
Raja, this time down the leg side. That's a really good shot. He's onto it quickly. Picks the length, gets back and swivels on these 4 runs. Really nice shot. Just getting his net slightly wrong there, Raja, and already both these batters have shown that they're going to be very quick to latch onto anything that is going to be short on the leg side. So nicely played.
And you need to be. Keanu Nolan saying that those trips look a bit like Australia. Well, wait till you see Bergamo CC. Keanu, they look proper 80s Australia. I'd say, well, Bergamo more of the, maybe the Pakistan or South Africa perhaps.
Slower, straight ball, and if it gets past the field, it would be 4. He does really well here, gets one hand onto this, and says, you ain't going nowhere. Well done to the fielder there, Mubasha.
Yeah, very good fielding. Had to get down and did. Yeah, so you just have to try and find a way to get up at that 12 and over. You need probably a couple of boundaries and over to be there. Maybe a 6 and a 4, something like that.
Down the leg side once more, and I think it's an appeal, but it's never going to be out. And in fact, I think it's Khan who's a bit disappointed. He's missed out on that because that was a gift on the legs, but he can't get anything on it. It is the end of the first over, and it stays with the score on 6 without loss.
6 without loss after 1. Helix was asking if we caught the train to Milan. No, we did catch the plane. We'll be travelling by train once now that we're in Italy. And yeah, the flight was probably around about an hour or so. Of course, the airport's getting a bit busy now. We're getting into the main touristy season here in Europe. Of course, the tourists are back. And so let's just say it took a bit more than an hour to get here. Probably took an hour from the airport. We flew into Bergamo Airport. There's 2 airports that service this area, Milan Bergamo and Milan Malpensa. Well, here we go. We've done it, Rico. We've gone 300 matches without a golden ball. Well, you just wonder when it's going to finish. Will it be in this game? First time we've ever gone 300 matches without a golden ball. The previous record, 253. Well, that's long gone now. We are well overdue, Rico. And I am sure our Italian summer will produce a golden ball somewhere along the way.
Yeah, I said to you we're going to get to the 300, which will take us to Italy. Well, here we are. And now, will the Italians give us a golden ball? Slow delivery edge and a desperate drive from the slip. Well, it goes past the keeper. And the slip diving as well goes through. The ball goes for 4. Well, the slip is there for a reason, but Rizwan Tahir, well, dive he did, try he did, but he just couldn't get there.
There's so much guesswork that goes into that slip position we talked about. You know, the T10 slip probably has to be a bit further back, so the nature of the edges, the way they fly away. That one did. He seemed to be a good depth, but just not quite fine enough. So, a bit unlucky for Royals, but we'll go to the boundary for 4.
Mukhtar Mohammed is just muttering a few words under his breath there. But look, you couldn't fault them. They both tried. It just was placed brilliantly just between them. Now the batter on charge. Corner wide. He wasn't in a hurry to get back into his crease. Wide ball.
So, cricket lover in the chat, just making a few comments on some teams that we'll see in Italy. It was a clear wide, but you're right. Just wanted to look at the umpire, but first he probably has to get back behind the line. Yeah, he's talking about Fresh Tropical, who won this tournament last year. Also some good teams in Brescia next week that we know. Brescia CC, of course, qualified last year for the ECL. Also, I see Gina Brescia, who had a really good season last year. They won pretty much everything except the crucial match, which you did actually, the T20 final here, the Super Cup, which meant that Brescia CC were the champion club of Italy to go to ECL. And then Brescia CC, they were 3rd in the whole of Europe.
Yeah, I mean, what a moment it was for them. They had some cracking matches, didn't they?
Sure did. We'll see them next week. Looking forward to Brescia. That should be an action-packed series. This is hit away and blast through the cover. Long chase. And I think the ball's going to win the race. So, Khan gets another boundary. Well, it's not a bad start at all from Torino. Maybe a little bit off the pace, but the signs are good. Again, along the ground. I don't think this outfielder is going to slow down those along the ground shots, and he gets a 4 there.
Yeah, he's a big, tall man, isn't he? And he hits the ball really well. Doesn't get a full big swing into the shot, but he times it pretty well. And just thinking, if he does put the big swing into one of these, it's going to disappear. Well, this is the big swing, but it goes up in the air, and, well, it drops once. They think about 2. They're going to take 2, and they will get 2. Well, this one goes up a long way.
Well, this one went up so far that he had time to stop and ask for directions here. And looking in the end, he gets the bum rush, doesn't he?
Takes his hands away from it.
Well, it doesn't get close to touching it in the end, just a misjudgment. And the batters were quick to stop that. He hadn't gotten on the ball, so they get back for 2. Last ball of the over coming up.
So we're going to miss. It finishes with a dot, 18, without loss, so it's not a bad over. 12 coming off that.
Mukhtar Mohammed's been really good today. To get 12 of his over, I think it's a bonus. As Steve was just talking about what the outfield looks like. We talked about it a lot. He asked, has there been very little rain? And that would be the answer. It's been dry as a bone last couple of months. Let's have a look at the table. And early on, Bergamo CC with a win over Royal Bergamo. That's why Royal Bergamo will be pretty keen to get a win on the board here. And net run rate's going to be important as well, just in case it finishes 1-1. The top team will go through to the quarterfinals. Remember, the other 2 teams will have to fight it out in match 4, last game of today. So one of those teams you see right there, their ECS journey will be over at the end of the day. New over begins. Madasa Raja with the ball.
Up in the air, and this is going to go over the infielders, and then, well, I think he's managed to stop this just before the boundary. And, well, he's got stuck.
Well,
and he thinks, well, I'll just repair the banner before I come back.
We are so lucky that there was a fielder that was there to back it up. Otherwise, it could have run 5 here, because he gets caught in the bear trap. Look, and then he tries to get his foot out, and, yeah, not happening. I've actually seen that before, where a fielder's got stuck in the fence. I remember our team in Australia ran 5 once on that. I think it's fine. I mean, you're the one that decided to slide into the fence. You take the runs where you can. But, yeah, Steve, has been really dry. A bit of a throwback field to some of the subcontinental fields in the 80s, we were saying. All right, here's Raja.
In the air, I think he's got enough of this as well. The fielder's going to give chase, and well, he gets lucky here. This one hits the deck and sort of plugs. So Vicky, he's able to pick it up and throw it in, but not before the batters.
I just walk a one there. I mean, I know it's hot, but it's probably one of those ones you want to be running the first one hard. I think they probably could have gotten a 2. And they want to be about 36 at the end of this over. So he's already, they're just slipping behind the rate, despite playing some nice shots and not losing a wicket yet, Torino.
Naveed back on strike. Tall figure of a man. Looking to get a big bit of bat on the board here from Raja. Plays this well into the ground. Plays that shot really well, actually. Like I say, he hasn't got a big bat swing. So brings the bat down onto it and thumps the ball into the deck. Makes it difficult also for the fielder as well because the ball's hit into the deck. He's bobbling around. Always a single there. Just checking how many balls to come with this fielder. And he's saying, right, I want you back. I want the square leg in. So he's backing himself to keep the line outside the off here, Raja. He'll be disappointed if this one ends up going over square, but maybe that's the plan. He wants to try and force the error. Well, this one has sliced away. It's going to be 4 more runs, is it? And yeah, it is. And he's got bodies there, but again, it's just about the length, and every time it's just a little bit short and wide. These batters are swinging hard, and for the moment, they're the ones getting lucky.
I want to say a quick hello to Maya, who's in the chat. Hello, Maya, watching from Germany. She had a question, and we're going to see Baljit Singh and Ravi Paul in the series. Well, good news. You've already missed one of Baljit Singh's games. He led Bergamo CC to victory in the first game of the day. You will see him again in Game 3 when Bergamo Cricket Club take on Torino. And Ravi Paul, we won't see him this week, I don't think. He did play for Royal Bergamo last year, but I think we might see him in Bologna in Week 3. So stay tuned.
Short, hit hard and hit out of the ground. That is big. Balle, balle, balle. Ginna sona, ginna bada shaka.
This one flies. And well, not too far away from the equipment. But that was a really good shot. It was almost like a line drive. And almost like a pull shot over mid-off, the way he hit that, just a flat bat smash. And they need some more of that. Like I say, I want to be about 36 at the end of this over. So yeah, taking on the short ball and winning that time. What a good shot that was by Waqar Ahmed. Last ball of the power play then. Pitches up and completely misses out, so he's disappointed. But it will be the end of the power play. Torino still hanging in the game, 32 without loss after 3. So yeah, it's a real pleasure to be back in Italy. We did spend 5 weeks initially here last year. Then we had the Super Series way later in the year in November. And just the way they're doing things is a little bit different this year in Italy. We can have the Super Series at the end of this 5 weeks. So Venice is out of the calendar, but the Venetian teams will still play in the Bologna series, which will be in week 3. We have 4 qualifying weeks. 2 teams from this week, and the winners of the next 3 weeks, they're the 5 teams that will go through to Super Series in week 5, and the winners of that tournament will represent Italy in ECL next year. So a huge prize on the line for one of these clubs in Italy.
Absolutely massive. You know, I think Italy is probably one of the toughest of all countries, because to get that final place or that one place for the ECL, because there are so many good teams.
Too right.
You know, there's so many, and we're going to see that in this Italian summer. We're going to see a lot of good teams, and we're going to be saying goodbye to a lot of good teams with a lot of big players in it. And you just think, wow, it just doesn't surprise you that somebody like Brescia did end up finishing 3rd, and wouldn't surprise you if they can do what Spain did and go all the way.
Well, they're used to the strong competition, and to do well at the ECL, you need to be good against good opposition. So, you know, they've got a lot of good teams to deal with here in Italy. Here's Arjam Javed, who starts with a wide down the leg side. So they're just doing well. I mean, no signs of nerves here from the Torino openers. It is their first ECN T10 match. And a win here would be huge, because then potentially, look, if Torino can beat Royal Bergamo here, chasing 121, well then the winner of the next match, which will be Torino Bergamo CC, basically gets the automatic qualification for quarterfinals Friday.
Up in the air, probably just going to drop short of the fielder.
There's that Crocodile rock out there. Another little obstacle for the outfielders. How would you have gone? I mean, you used to be captain, Rico, so you probably just would have made sure you weren't fielding anywhere near that. You send out one, the guy that gives you the most lip in the team.
I think, yeah, it's one of those where the fielders, or both of those fielders there, sort of at mid-wicket and square leg, are going to be aware of both of those areas. But the issue is when the ball's in the air and going to bounce there, because you can't get too close to it, because it'll bounce over you.
Well, speaking of the devil, this one's in that direction, but it's going to be over Crocodile Rock. This is going to be 4 runs. Waka Ahmed doing a good job for his team. They're just staying on the pulse at the moment, Torino.
Yeah, nice shot. Once again, though, it's a ball that's been drifting on the leg stick. And he gets himself on it pretty nicely, flicks it away. It's 4 more runs. And just getting the boundaries when they need. That's the key thing here. 38 now on the board. Haven't lost a wicket. These two look well set. Both playing the shots really well. And it's Ahmed at the moment, Waka Ahmed. That's performing well, outperforming Naveed Khan. Khan himself has looked very comfortable out there indeed. Hasn't really looked in any sort of danger.
Yeah. Thing is, just feel a couple of wickets could derail this chase and slow things down. Right now, not too far from where they need to be. Something goes over the offside, and it won't quite carry to the man. It's an awkward bounce. That one's into the fence. A bonus 4. He was just in no man's land, wasn't he, Waka Tahir, that time? So the result is a boundary to Torino.
Yeah, well, Waka Tahir, he's had trouble in that area. First of all, he find himself got stuck in the fence, and now this time he's going to go back in there to get the ball. Yeah, he will not be pleased with his efforts there, nor will his fielders or players, because that's not the way you want to be doing this. You need to try and get yourself in this game. He's just getting away from them a little bit here. They need a couple of wickets. And this could be one of them, and it should be one of them. It's a straightforward, easy catch. And the first wicket goes down. And it is Waka Ahmed. And these balls, just a very comfortable catch being taken. Nicely done. So that's the first wicket they wanted. So after seeing that misfield, they do get the wicket. So Ahmed does go. He has to make his way back. Now this is important phase here now, because the new batter is going out. But this is all about partnerships now. It's all about saying, well, okay, we've made a good start here. Okay, Ahmed's gone. I think Naveed will take control. And he's still, like I said, he's looked very impressive, looked very comfortable out there. And he's just got to give good support to Naveed. So it is Afridi Abidullah that makes his way out. So Abidullah, I think he knows what his role is here. It's all about support. It's all about saying to Naveed, and this is what he's got to do. He's got to say to Naveed, look, you're going well. What we don't want to do here is lose wickets quickly. We don't, me and you now have to get another little partnership going here together. We're just going to have a slight pause here, because we're just having some issues with the
I think
the technology.
The heat's knocked the power out of one of the generators, so we might just have a little bit of a delay here. It's not great for the team that's stuck out there in the field. What I will say is he'll be kicking himself there, Waka, because that would have been a wide as well. And the fact that he swings at it, gets an edge and finds a way to get himself out is going to be pretty annoying. So once again, I'll say hello to Keanu, who's been working pretty hard, but it's great to have him back with us at the moment. Yeah, I'm not so sure we'll be able to get back underway just yet until this power issue is resolved.
Good to see both the Javids working well together there. And once again, Usman Javid, you can't keep him out of the game, can you? Wearing those sunnies, looking the part, takes a good catch. And it's Alisman Javid with the ball, but it's a very important breakthrough that they had to get there. Well, we can have maybe a quick look at I'll go through the scorecard of how Royal Bergamo got themselves to the score of 120. It was, well, the openers, Fahim Javid and Atisham Javid, put a good partnership together and got the score going. I mean, it was, Javid did go early. He went for a big shot, didn't he? He was backed himself to be the man to put the pressure on in the power play. Got to 10 pretty quickly before he was caught. But then we saw a nice partnership between Atisham Javid and Tahir. And that next wicket was to fall with the score on 82. And bearing in mind that they came together at 15, they put a nice 67-run partnership. Most of the runs were scored by Javid. But I think that the role that Rizwan Tahir played there was pretty key. Tahir would then be run out quite brilliantly, actually, by the wicketkeeper, Harris Hyatt, who got the direct hit in, and he went for a run of ball 14. But that just meant that Adisham Javid, he really did take control there, played some really nice shots. He went eventually for 48. He was caught well by Rahman. And then we saw a good supporting role towards the end for Usman Javid. Just came in, hit the ball well, and he's captain. I mean, Mubashir was the not-out batter, 12 for 6 as well, which helped them get to a 120 score. So it was much better from them with the bat. And that's what let themselves down against Bergamo, because in that match number 1, Roy Bergamo, who made 120 in this one, they only made 69, but they almost defended it. It was, you know, they needed Bergamo CC, that is. They went right the way into the last over and only got them with 4 balls to go. So it just makes you think that if they were to get even sort of 10 or 15 more on the board, it would have been enough. And that's why it's so important that they did get more runs on the board this time. They did 120, but you have to say that Torino, they are right. I mean, they've just lost their first wicket there and a good partnership of 42. Remember playing also their first European Cricket Series, so they've certainly done well here. And now it's important. Once again, it's all about partnerships for me. These two now, the new batter, Afridi Abidullah, has to put a partnership together with Naveed Khan. Khan himself looks pretty good. He looks like he just set Vinny to go big.
Yeah, it does look like that way. I've got a bit of an update, so apologies. Bit of an unusual situation because basically there's 2 sources of power at the ground. And the one that's bringing you the pictures has survived, but the one that does everything else, I think, has just temporarily it's gone out of service. So it means that even though you can see the pictures right now, I can see that, the stream's up and about, but unfortunately we can't really get going until we have all the systems up and running. Otherwise, things that you probably want to see, like the score and those kind of things, we won't be able to bring you. So, look, we do have a bit of time to play with, but I think it's just an uncomfortable situation out there for Royal Bergamo because it is a very hot day for them to be out there in the sun, spending a few extra minutes here. Anyway, it's a good chance for you to get into the YouTube live chat. Why don't you ask us a question? Anything you like. I know that Keanu is just explaining what's going on. And yeah, come on, give us the question. You know what? This would be a great time, Rico, to do a lurker call out. So if you are a lurker, if you're watching and maybe you can't get into the live chat very often, maybe make a special effort to get into the live chat at the moment. We want to say hello to you. Say thank you for supporting European cricket. So lurkers, come at me, and any other questions or comments, please let us know. We love them. So yeah. We've got the best viewers in world cricket, don't we?
We are so lucky. So yeah, look, if you're lurking around, maybe you're somebody who watches, maybe you watch from work or maybe you watch from home, and whatever the situation is, and maybe you're sat somewhere, you know, somewhere unique and watching on the old mobile. Well, let us know. And if you normally don't get in touch with us, it would be absolutely brilliant to hear from you and hear your story. I'd love to know where you're watching from as well. So come on, lurkers, get out there.
I've got a few already, yep. And so the temperature's gone up to 31 now. We've hit midday. It's only going to get hotter as well. So still a few more degrees to go. So one of the questions I've got from Danush, hello Danush, said the hottest temperature that you guys have played in before. Well, I remember this one really well. This was a game of first grade cricket in Australia. And it was one of the finals, actually. The days would go a bit longer. So they were actually 110 over days. And I kept in 44 degrees for 110 overs. And I was half the man at the end of the day than I was at the start. So think about these guys doing 10 overs. I think they're doing 110 overs in 44 degrees. That was probably my hottest day. How about you, Rico?
Yeah, I think mine would probably go back to some matches that we played at La Manga. And we probably played in probably about 41.
Yeah.
41. And I do remember that at the time, actually. And the debate afterwards at the AGM the same year was about, should we really be playing sort of, one day 45 over cricket when temperatures at 11 o'clock are hitting, 35 degrees and you're playing at 40 degrees.
That's a genuine concern. I know that that's happening in Australia a bit more now, where if it's over a certain, and even beforehand, if the expected temperature is, I think, maybe 37 or 38 or higher, that maybe they'll cancel it. I got to say, a few extra drinks and stuff. I'm a bit old school like that. I mean, you just got to look after yourself. Maybe make some more provisions.
Yeah, I think
it's a summer sport when it comes down to it.
Yeah, the biggest concern was, and I know that I'm no expert, but I know that things like Ramadan do fall sort of at different times. But I think in that particular year, Ramadan also fell in the middle of the summer.
Have a
So
look
a
at
lot
this.
of the cricketers had the issues
How the
where they weren't eating and they couldn't take on fluid sometimes as well.
I just noticed out there in the middle, the umpires are taking over with a bit of cricket in the meantime.
Why not? Can I go and join them? Can I go and bowl?
Go
a
on,
few?
Rico. You're going to go bowl a few. Do you want to get out there? You want to get out of the safety of the cube?
Well, look, I'd like to see that. Why not? Well, they probably don't realise that
Silvio.
though we've lost sort of that visual effect that the audience hasn't. And, yeah, why not indeed? But yeah, temperature can be a big issue. That's for sure.
Silvio's getting a few highlights in. Yeah, we do apologise if you're just joining us. We have a bit of an issue with one of the power generators. It's just some extreme heat that we're getting here at the moment, and it's knocked out. Not the one that's bringing you the pictures and our sound, but it has kind of knocked out the rest of our systems. So that's why we have this unscheduled delay. Now, the good news is there's a bit of a gap between Game 3 and Game 4 anyway. So it means that, you know, we have a bit of time up our sleeve. The whole day shouldn't run late, I wouldn't imagine. But, yeah, it's just a case at the moment that we're having to just wait for this issue to be fixed. And question from Junaid about the broadcasting team. I've got to say a big thank you to Spring Productions. I mean, they are brilliant at what they do, and yeah, they'll be following us around Italy over the next 5 weeks, and fresh off the Austrian series. And wasn't that a very, very exciting finals day as well in Austria? I mean, the one I keep seeing on social media is Itibashar Dida, his 4 wickets in and over in the final. That really changed the game, didn't it?
That was sensational, wasn't it? And couldn't have been happier for the young man. It was his best bowling performance ever, and he's only just started playing for Donnerstadt. And he said, you know, the captain Razimo Sugiwala has given him so much support. He said he wanted to reward him with a good performance. Well, I tell you what, and he was on a hat trick twice. You know, on 2 occasions he was on a hat trick, and that was the main thing about it. And he did really well. But here we are in Italy. And remember, Italy also is known for the smallest country in the world, which is in Rome. And, well, that is, of course, it is Vatican City. They're just giving you some of the facts here. Well, it looks like we are getting our graphics and our pictures back, so we may be ready to resume. And we see the players were just starting to. I don't think that was a good move. I think the umpires sort of said, well, look, if this is going to carry on much longer, why don't the players just come off the field or play? They've already taken on some fluids, so they've been out there, they've taken on some fluids, and it would say, well, why don't they come out and just go into the shaded part of the ground? But it looks like we're ready to go. The umpires are just waiting for confirmation. So, Amal Pereira and Silvio Lady, well, they played a bit of cricket in the break. Why not? And just got their arm over and thinking, right, okay, let's go back to doing what we're here to do, a bit of umpiring. So, let's give you a reminder of where we are. Royal Bergamo in match number 2 here in Milan. 120 on the board. They lost their first match, so it's very, very important that they try and go back to winning ways here. And Torino, the team playing their first European cricket series ever, the first time we've seen them. They've had a pretty good start in reply, but they just lost their first wicket. So a wicket went down when, unfortunately, our systems went down. So back to the action. New batter went out there, and it was Afridi Abidullah. He will be on strike. And it was Atisham Javed who did the job with the bat. Also picked up the first wicket. So 2 balls to go in this, the 4th over.
The longest 4th over in history. Here we go.
Good start. Well, it's certainly the bowler, Atisham. The delay didn't affect him. And the batter, you can't say it affected the batter either, because Afridi Abidullah, he just went out there himself. So a ball to go in this, the 4th over. And it's another swing and a miss. So it finishes with 2 dots. The score stays on 42-10 off the over, but got the wicket as well. So 42 for 1. It's still a decent start. I think is another good partnership that's going to be required.
Yeah, well, very, very good afternoon to you now. Just early afternoon here in Italy. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Rico Full with me. And look, I think it might have been Liam that said in the chat, what are you talking about extreme heat? It's only 30. It's 30, but it feels like 40. There is no wind whatsoever at the moment. It is very, very muggy.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, that's just the situation. We've had situations sometimes where it's technically 30 degrees, but with a bit of a breeze, it's quite pleasant. At the moment, it's pretty difficult conditions for the fielding side in particular. But it's only 10 overs. They're going to get out there. And look, at the moment, it was a pretty good comeback. After 3 overs, it was kind of neck and neck, but I think that Royal Bergamo maybe just getting on top. And of course, that wicket was a big one, wasn't it? To get Waka to a ball that I think would have been a wide.
Yeah, needed a breakthrough, did get it. Short, hit hard, and punished. Well, this is out of here. This is into the next field. What a big hit. This is Shaba Shaba. Uno, dos, tres, boom. Shaka Lagia. Well, what a lovely shot this is. Adios, Balota. Well, I don't know how you get there. But, well, that one was a good hit.
It sure was. An important one as well. They're going to have to hit a fair few more sixes, I think, if they're going to challenge this total.
Up in the air, gets it over the infielder, and it will be 4 more. So a 6 and a 4, and he is hungry for more. But it's time for the big man to get going. And the bowler, Mukhtar Mohammed, he's the start to his second is not a good one. 10 off the first 2 deliveries, and Naveed Khan now looking to get going.
Brings up the 50 as well now for Torino. Look pretty good here on debut. Still plenty of work to do though.
Short, hit hard, and gets it through the gap. And this time, it bounces over to the other side of the field. And in fact, it does go all the way. It is 6. I thought maybe this was just bouncing. Short, but bounces on the ridge, over the boundary, over it goes, 6 more.
Yeah.
And, well, I think he's getting the bowler just sort of saying to him, look, you see here where the batter is, you want to be pitching it about there. Don't let him get under it. I tell you, it's easier said than done. He's under attack. 6, 4, 6.
Yeah, Mukhtar Mohammed, his day's turned around, hasn't it? So 16 off the first half of the over.
Yeah, that's good. Good response. And also well played from Naveed. He doesn't want to give his wicket away unnecessarily. Just trying to hit boundaries. Takes the singles. He knows that his job, if you like, is done in that over.
I want to say big shout out to our team at Swing Productions. You know, we're going to these venues all around Europe. The logistics are quite complicated, obviously, to bring you the live action. Even though I suppose this is the MCG that we're coming from, Milan Cricket Ground. But you know, the fact that they've resolved that issue so promptly, I think it's great. I know nobody likes delays, but the fact we're able to continue and bring you the pictures. It's fantastic effort from Martins and Karina and Richards here this week for spring. Last ball of the 5th coming up.
Now it goes through. I think this will be by. Just keep an eye on the umpire. It's in the best of shots, and I don't think the wicketkeeper was expecting it to come through to him. Well, there you go, buys his signal. So Farhan Javed be a bit disappointed to let that go through. That is also the end of the over, and it will be 61 at the halfway point. So they're exactly, Vinny, where they want to be.
61, double that, 122. So they are on pace, but I just feel a wicket or two could just throw this chase off. That's the feeling you get. I think it's important that Naveed Khan in particular keeps going and gets them close to this target. It's the first time they've ever batted in ECN cricket, but Torino sure are throwing down the gauntlet to Royal Bergamo right here.
So tell us, what's around this ground? Because I know you mentioned rugby, so rugby's played around here as well.
Yeah, there's rugby right behind the keeper here. There's a rugby field. And it's a little bit of a multi-sports complex here. We've got some other kind of lawn sports as you come in through the entrance there.
I picked up archery. It
Yeah.
reminded me a bit of Malta.
Yeah. Archery just seems very dangerous to me. You've got to make sure there's no one in the way. And yeah, across to the right of screen, kind of the background behind the batter there, but at the right of screen, you've just got this this field that's going to use for agriculture, I think. Anyway, here's the captain, Amin Mubashir, over number 6.
Oh, well, this one, he stepped right across. Does he get a bit of bat on this? Something saves him.
It's probably the height and the impact to me. It's probably outside the off stump.
I didn't think it was too high when I first saw it. Let's have a look. It's, yeah, bat.
Yeah.
It's a bat.
Either way, it's not going to hit the stumps. Missing to the left.
Intelligent, good shot, and now I don't think they're going to stop it. The ball is running away. 4 runs, clever cricket. We've seen him hit the ball pretty well, Naveed Khan, but he's just showing he's got a bit of finesse about him as well. He just caresses this ball past the fielder, who does get a hand onto it, but not enough to slow it down. That Kookaburra just keeps racing away.
I think he gets a finger on it and slows it down,
Yeah.
you're right, but yeah, still runs away. It's just super quick.
Short, hit hard, just dipping on the fielder, does well to stop it.
Yeah, very, very good stop. Didn't really know how that one was going to react. Well, Helix saying he hopes, well, it was Shrug actually, saying, I hope the rugby field has a bit more grass on it, or ouch. Yeah, good point. I don't think I'm playing too much rugby through the summer here.
The captain wants to get the breakthrough. Gets this one through. I mean, Bubasha, Vicky. Well, maybe he likes to be called. Shall we call him Vicky?
Oh, yes, so. Clever shot selection, but just not able to get any bat on that one.
And this one he's plonked onto his foot. So hasn't quite got going. Afridi Abdullah. Maybe he needs to be thinking more just getting the singles.
Yeah,
and
maybe. But he's kind of committed to this now. No point pushing a single now. May as well go for it.
He does. He gets the length. It's up in the air. Fielder comes through. Big moment. And he spills it. And they get the single. Well, this was a good opportunity to get another wicket straight away. And Atisham Javed, who's been one of the key players, he's batted well, he's bowled well, and this one goes straight through, clonks him on the knees.
Got there easily, but I've got to say it wasn't great running from Naveed because they could have gotten 2 there, but they just walked to 1. That would have given Naveed the strike. As it is, Abdullah will keep the strike. He hasn't hurt them as yet. It is 6 overs down, 67 for 1. So you can see they've just fallen a few behind in that over. Yeah, they were only able to get the 1 boundary off it. 6 came off that over. Remember, they need 12 and over from the get-go. And now they'll have to make those up somewhere. 13 and a half and over required for the last 4. And then they're going to go for Waka Takir as the 5th bowler. We did see him a little bit earlier today against Batagamo CC. Took 1 for 11 off his 2 overs. I thought he bowled pretty well.
Yeah, I think you're right. Missed opportunity, not taking 2. So that will give encouragement to Wakitakia. I think he'd rather be bowling at Afridi.
Yeah, well, Abdullah has to hit out or get out here, basically. Another swing and miss. Yeah, it's hurting you at this stage. Got 9 wickets in hand.
Well, Wakitakia. It's the line that he'd rather keep the ball on. Just having a look. One thing I've noticed, Vinny, no third man. And the way he's swinging here, it gets a little bit on this, it's going to just fly through there.
Yeah, problem is he's not getting a little bit on it at all. He's getting nothing. So Takia, it's got to keep it outside off.
We'll get the single this time. So, just choose up 1 delivery. So now, probably unnecessary pressure on Naveed Khan. You see that rate. Required rate now is around about 14 and over, which, I mean, it sounds a lot, but you get a couple of good overs in here and you're back down to getting that to 10. Walks out to this will be a wide. Good work from the keeper. Has to get something on this. If not, this is going to be 5. This is really well done from Farnan Javed.
Yeah, might have been a slight slower ball there, but yeah, it makes good ground to get across there. Aiden Waters just mentioning maybe the glare off the field making it feel a bit hotter. I do feel like the heat's coming from all angles, not just the sky, but also from the ground. I want to say a quick hello to Charlie Hunt as well. Hello, Charlie. Well, you're no stranger to the heat, I know. Welcome to the Italian summer. Martin says hello as well.
Gone. Good catch. Spicy catch. And that one could make all the difference because Naveed Khan, I think he was just starting to feel the pressure of the swinging and missing from Afridi Abdullah. He knew he needed to try and get a boundary or 2 in this over. He's hit this pretty well, not out of the middle, but that's still a nice catch. And that's well done for the fielder who gets the congratulations there. Nicely done. goes pretty quickly, takes the catch. See, they're not quite out the middle.
Yeah, it's a bit of luck there. I mean, that can go anywhere. It happens to go to the fielder. But again, taking your chances is important. He does take the catch, and that's a big blow in this chase. It just kind of dawdled lately. The 7 balls without a wicket, and it results in the dismissal of the captain, Naveed Khan, who's got to go for 35. The score is 69 for 2.
Yeah, important catch.
So Charlie Hunt, of course, doing a fair bit of commentating for us lately in ECI, the internationals. And our crew here saying a warm hello to you, Charlie. I'm sure we'll get you on pretty soon. I know there's plans for some more cricket, but we're still just waiting. It's a busy calendar here on ECN.
Yeah, hello, Charlie. Done a magnificent job in the recent T20Is.
Tell you what, Charlie, he'd be full beetroot if he was here. Leave him here. I reckon give him 2 days. Make a beetroot salad with him.
Well, Charlie,
even you're going pretty red. We've only
Charlie
been here for 3 hours.
Charlie knows Fletch pretty well, and they're both from the same area, same club. As this one has been belted, and the fielder almost takes a great catch. Now, does he make the save here? I think he probably does. I think he, first of all, it would have been a tremendous one-handed catch from Majid Tafel, and then, well, he has the alertness to just flick this back. I think this is great work. This is a good save.
Yeah, I mean, live, it did look to me that, see there, but it hasn't bounced again, right? So although it's over the line, I don't think it's bounced again, which makes it okay. I mean, see, this is what I saw live. He pulls it back from beyond, but I don't think it had bounced over the boundary. See, it bounces here, which I think is probably, where's that bounce? Oh, they say it's fine.
Full toss.
Yeah, and I think that in the, when there's doubt, you've got to give it to the fielder. That's how it works. So I think that's a good decision. It's pretty difficult when you don't have the line connecting them. But anyway, I think that is the right decision.
It's a quality save. I thought it was the right decision. I think you're right. The ball does bounce inside. It's going over the flag. Probably does get past the flag.
Yeah.
Doesn't make contact on the ground. The fielder stays inside the field of play. Flicks it back. I think that was good work.
Yeah. Okay. Things are getting a bit out of hand. They need to hit and hit soon. Last ball of the over.
In the pads again, and he's missed out on that. Just a couple of deliveries that a batter that's probably been in there a bit would have gone and capitalised on, but 2 missed out on the legs, a full toss, and that last one, they do get 1 leg by. But with 7 overs gone here now, with 72 for 2, right now I would say they're probably 10 to 15 runs behind where they need to be.
Yeah, for sure. They have to make it up quick. Now, Torino, if they could pull this off, then this will become a shootout for the automatic qualification spot. As it is, Bergamo CC with a win already. If they win this one, they are guaranteed through to quarterfinals Friday. And you can see that the news from the toss, Bergamo CC, they've won the toss. Their captain, Baljit Singh, electing to bowl first. No surprises for me. They certainly did a number on Royal Bergamo's batting earlier today. They'll be hoping to do the same to Torino. So Torino will be batting 2 innings in a row here on opening day.
Up in the air, shot to catch it. Now it's more the case of stop. It could work from both the fielders there. One commits himself to making the stop, the other backing him up.
Charlie Hunt's just saying hello to everyone at the ground. And just mentioning some of the crew. Knows that Steph and Fletcher here. We've also got Mita, we've got Marzi, we've got Mahel, Diana, of course, and us.
Short, doesn't quite get hold of it. Will be another single.
And of course, we've got Martins, Richards, and Karina from our partners at String Productions. Recently, we signed an extension. I think we were in Hungary a couple of weeks ago. We announced we'll have another 4 years with Spring Productions bring you the cricket. That is a really, really good result. Love working with those guys.
And this one may go to the boundary, and it will. There's a man that casually goes after it. Doesn't want to use up too much energy in this heat to get to the ball. So, well, that's one of many boundaries they need here now to get themselves back on track.
Yeah.
Great. It's just approaching around the 18.
You're at 3 boundaries and over territory that I think you need from here. And most of them 6s. But they're not out of it yet. Not quite at that 18 and over that I normally call the point of no return.
Mubasher just holding this one back. Clever bowling from the captain.
I think it's clever to take some pace off, make the batter make the pace off, and they'll overswing. That one's dragged out just for a single.
Hey, I want to give a shout out to MSP.
Yeah.
In Austria. This one's up in the air. Is the fielder going to be able to stop this? No, they can't. It goes all the way over. Balle, balle, Kinasona, Shakalagia. Nice shot. And this is what they've got to do. You said 3 boundaries. Now, look, they can keep doing that.
There's 2.
Anything is possible. Yeah, that's
There's
2
2
already.
for the over. Yeah, MSP would have been proud of that shot as well.
Yeah,
He lifted that up. Last ball, the over.
And this one goes again. Well, that's more like it. This time it's just 1 bounce, 4 runs. 4 carreras. Well, what a finish to the over. Well, the captain playing about with his pace, but couldn't get the line right. He rocks back, hits this. 4 more. Game very much still alive. 91. And it's 2 down.
Yeah, Abdullah has finally gotten himself going, and he kind of just picks. Mabasha is going for the quicker one there. So, 32 required off 12 balls. Yeah, Mark Simpson-Parker, big part of the Vienna series, of course, last week.
Yeah, he looked after as well, but also played for Vienna CC, and also he's the groundkeeper there. But look, he had a good day yesterday. I told you he was in good form, and he was hit and miss, wasn't he, in T10? But I said he's a classy player. You can see in the big format of the game, he's going to score runs. Scored 100 yesterday. So shout out to MSP.
Doesn't surprise me. Did look like it was hitting him very, very well. Occasionally, kind of just hitting the ball in the air, drilled it to a fielder, which is going to happen occasionally in T10, where you're probably not as careful as you would be in a slightly longer format. Congratulations, MSP, on your century. Yeah, he's a really good young player. Of course, Austrian-born and bred.
Austrian-born as well, yeah.
A lot of people saying among their favourite European native players, those that have been born in the country to a kind of, to a somewhat cricketing background. His mother actually played for the Austrian national team some time ago. 9th over. They don't want to miss out on too many more. They miss out in the first one. Swing and a miss from Mohammed Traub.
Yeah, they need bat onto ball, don't they? They need a repeat of what happened in that last over. They need those 3 boundaries. I mean, if they can get 4, get the additional bonus one, just makes it a few more to get in the last. Game's still alive. I mean, we know that. We've seen it. We saw surprising, amazing things happen at the Seabarn cricket ground last week.
Of course. But you need more than singles now. I mean, at the end of this over, we're down to the last over. So you certainly feel like you need it below 20. And to do that, you're going to need like 12, let's say, in the next 4 balls. So you're still going to need a couple of boundaries, probably 3 boundaries out of the next 4 balls to have any kind of realistic charge at it. Again, margins matter as well. Net run rate matters as well. Don't forget.
That's clever bowling. It is. It's just that holding the ball back, keeping the ball just inside that wide line, and you can see where he wants to hit the shots. Well, if you put the ball there, unless the batter gives himself a bit of room and steps across over to the offside to be able to play that shot, it ain't going to happen.
Yeah, could have sliced over the offside there. There's nobody back on the offside if he had his time again.
Hits this firmly. Shouts of catch, catch, catch. It drops short, and they just casually taking a single. That's not good enough. You've got to really try and make it happen here.
Yeah, just getting the wobbles in the 6th over. Between the 6th over and the 8th over, they couldn't score a boundary. It was about 12 balls in there where they couldn't. That's where they lost their captain, Naveed Khan. They haven't lost a wicket. A lot of wickets. They just haven't quite been on the pace in the second half.
This is hit firmly straight, and the fielder's got work to do. Well, so have we now. And well, where does this go? He hit something on the way through. There we go. It's just over there.
Well, Rico's going to get some practice, but this one does crash into the cube. That will be 4. That'll help, but they pretty much need 4 a ball from this moment. Still, they'll take it. So maybe 26 off 7. Even a Maximo here hit a magical last. At least it keeps them in touch. We have seen the highest last over score to win in Italy. Actually, that was 23 back in Bologna last year. Last ball of the 9th.
It's hard. It could be another boundary. It's not a 6. It's 4. Well, that'll help. And that means that it's going to be an interesting finale to this match. 22 will be required of the last over. So they don't quite get the 3 boundaries in this one. They fall 1 short. So it goes to the last. And, well, you said it. 23 was scored to win here in Italy. But this time, it's 22.
Yeah, easy. Well, not really easy. You need a big over. But I mean, also, there's a bit of pressure on the bowler as well. Let's just try and think about that. I mean, the batters aren't expected to get 22, but if you can get the boundary or 2 away, maybe you can kind of throw the bowler off a little bit. So 22, how do you get 22? Probably you need 4 boundaries in the over, I think. So maybe 2 6s, 2 4s. You know, scramble a couple of singles. That's, I think, what you're going to need. And, well, certainly going to be a big finish, no doubt about that. So strap yourself in and let's go. It's going to be Abdullah. He took a long time to get going. I bet he'd like some of those balls back from early in his innings now. And they are trusting Waka Tokia to bowl over number 10. 22 for the win.
This one, it's a good, clever delivery to Yorker length one. And also, once again, credit to the keeper. He's done well behind the stumps, Fan Javid. For me, he quite easily himself has probably saved 10 to 12 runs behind the stumps.
Charlie just congratulating MSP on his 100. Say, you know, he's a good player. No, didn't have a very good international T20 series in Germany, where they were taking on, Austria were taking on Germany and Sweden. And yeah, was kind of in and out in the ECS.
It's like I say to, you know, I was talking to him briefly when he had that one day where things just didn't go well for him. He got very frustrated. And there's one thing I was told when I was a young player, and that's that, you know, form will come and go, but class is permanent.
Yep,
he is a classy player, and he will score runs, and he will get better as well.
Need a miracle here, need a boundary. Don't know if this one will be it. The fielders converge, they will make the stop. So, I mean, for me, Torino, it's been a pretty spirited chase, hasn't it? But looks like they're going to come up just short here, and I wonder if they'll look back. They've only lost 2 wickets here, and yeah, just the fact they had that one period where they couldn't get anything going, they left themselves a bit too much to do, I think, at the end of the innings.
Yeah, there was also that period earlier when we were saying that they just weren't running the twos, whether they were taking the singles, and there was those times when they ran a single, it could have had 2 and would have had the main batter back on strike. That could have made a difference. So these little things, these are things that they learn from, because you've got to take all of those opportunities when they present themselves in this format of the game. It's not like the longer format where they don't haunt you so much. Here, they will. It's a miscue. Just get a single again.
Got a bit of information because we had the unscheduled delay that the third match is meant to start right now. It'll be starting in 15 minutes. So it'll be 10:45 GMT, which is 12:45 in Central Europe, at 4:15 p.m. in India, or 4:45 p.m. in Bangladesh. Just some information that the third match will start in 15 minutes time from now.
Up in the air, and probably just will drop short of the fielder. It's probably not in too much of a hurry to try and get a diving catch in or anything else. He knows that unless this ball goes to the boundary, the game is in the bag.
Yeah, so the situation will be, assuming this result stays away, we think it's going to stay, that if Torino were to knock off Bergamo CC in the next game, all the teams will have 2 points. It'll go net run rate. Otherwise, Bergamo CC will be through. And these 2 teams you're watching right now will play in the eliminator later on today. So not too much between them. Looks like around, it'll be 15 runs or so. Anyway, couple to come. Here's Waka Tokia. Fancy footwork there, but ultimately just knocks it down to long on for 1. So it hasn't been the worst effort at all from Torino. I mean, remember, this is their first innings. Steep learning curve for them. First ECN innings.
Yeah.
And look, if they can maybe gain some momentum against Bergamo CC, either they can beat them and potentially be straight through, or, you know, it gives them some confidence going to a return matchup with Royal Bergamo in match 4, the eliminator.
Of Tokia, very impressive.
Yeah.
Just 9 runs with the ball to go, conceded in 1 wicket. And looks like they'll take a single here. So that's magnificent bowling. And he came on to bowl that crucial 7th over. And bowled a good one. And now he's come back and bowls the last. And well, with that sort of bowling, that sort of line, there was no way that he was going to go for 22. And it's a good victory. So Royal Bergamo, after losing the first match to Bergamo CC by 2 wickets, where they fought all the way to the end, defending a small total of 69. Well, they just showed just how important it is to get runs on the board, and good runs. 120 they had, 120 they had to defend, 121 was the target for Torino, and they fall short. They did fall short by 15 runs. So congratulations to Royal Bergamo, they get their first victory, but also well done to Torino playing their first match in the European Cricket Series, and they certainly didn't let themselves down. It was a spirited display. And certainly, from what I saw, it could cause Bergamo CC a few problems. Bergamo weren't at their best, even though they were able to get that victory in the earlier match today. So they've got to come out strong. We're talking about come out strong, looking at the highlights. The openers certainly did come out strong. It was a really good opening partnership. They played some nice shots. I mean, 42 before the first wicket went. But both batters played some really nice looking shots. Certainly like the pulling and the short bowling from Wakar Ahmed, as he made 27. And Naveed Khan, well, he finished on 35 and 19. The problem was, I think when that first wicket fell, and it was an easy catch this time round for Umar Javed, the next batters really just couldn't get the acceleration that they needed straight away. There was quite a few dot balls that were played. There was a nice spicy catch there taken by Rizwan, and that was the end of Naveed Khan. So when both openers were gone, somebody needed to come in there and start to play some good shots. And those little moments there, those stops in the field, that one particularly was a good one. We saw one or two earlier as well where it was difficult for the fielders to get behind the ball, but somehow managed to do so. Those are all very important stops. And when you get a game like that, which end up, on the ground like this, sort of 10 to 15 runs, you've got to look at the good effort that's been put in there from the fielders. But that man there, Waka Takir, he certainly did play his part. As we'll have a look at the scorecard. And what you will see is, like I said, the openers, they gave them a good start. And Naveed Khan, the captain, 35 of 19. And Wakar Ahmed, he made 27 of 12. Those two put 42 together. But yeah, Afridi, just have a look at the number of balls used up there. 16 for the 17 balls. And it was better from Mohammed Shub. But that's what they need to look at. They need to say, right, okay, we used up just too many deliveries there. If we had somebody else, if you had somebody up there, a more aggressive batter, somebody could hit more aggressively, then maybe that win was on, because they only lost 2 wickets.
That's what you look at ultimately in this. And look, they held their nerve in the end. Royal Bergamo, luckily they had the runs on the board this time. So a high scoring contest here in match 2. We're going to take a break. We'll be back in exactly 10 minutes for the first ball of match 3, where we will see Bergamo CC. They're fielding first against Torino. They'll get another chance to bat. Let's see if they can build a score against the team that was successful earlier today in match 1. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico 4. Hope you're enjoying the Italian summer so far. It's only going to get hotter here on opening day. And we'll see you shortly for more ECN action. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back to Milan in Italy. Scorching summer's day, great day to start our Italian summer adventure. And now we're heading into the afternoon session, starting with match 3, and it's the final Group A match. And we're going to see Bergamo CC taking on Torino in this one. Well, Bergamo CC is very simple for them. If they can win this game, they will be guaranteed a spot on quarterfinals Friday. But if they don't, well, it'll be very, very interesting to see how the table looks. Remember, the top team does go straight through. The second and third team on the table, they will play an eliminator sudden death match in match 4 a little bit later on today. Let's go over to Stefan Gooch as we're ready for the coin toss for match number 3.
Torino to call.
Head.
Head's the call. It's tails.
Wir ball first.
Okay, good luck,
So
guys.
it is Bergamo CC. They've won the toss and elected to bowl, a bit like they did earlier today in match 1. And didn't they pick apart the batting order of Royal Bergamo, last year's finalists in match 1? And they'll be hoping to do much the same again. Baljit Singh, the captain, you see there, he is a key player. He's likely to open the bowling and also probably bat number 3 for Bergamo CC, who just missed out on the fight.
Hello, welcome back. And the umpires, Rahman Suleiman and Amal Pereira, make their way out, and the men in black. And what an important match this is. Now remember, the team that wins here, and especially if it's, well, Bergamo, they're going to win. They've already got 1 win under their belt. They will automatically go through into Friday's quarterfinals. And, well, if it's a victory here for Torino, I think things like net run rate also come into play. So everything to play for here, and I think the teams know that. And just have a look at the two teams. Bergamo, I don't think they were at their best. I mean, they did get that victory, didn't they, in the first one? But it wasn't down to their batting. It was mainly down to the bowling, and particularly the bowling of one man. That was absolutely sensational, picking up 4 wickets. That was Dara Shikok. If he can be at his best, he can certainly rip through the Torino lineup. He got good support from Mandeep Singh as well. But with the batting, they looked a bit shaky, looked a bit cagey. So I think that is what's going to be important here for me. I think it's going to be about Bergamo CC trying to get these wickets early. They will not want to be chasing, I think, more than 90 runs, if I'm honest. I think that's what they've got in their mind. Try to keep this to around 90, and then if one of their batters, such as Baljit Singh or even Mandeep Singh, can get going, and maybe something like Kamaljit Singh, who was really their saviour with 20 runs, getting to that low score for the victory in the first match. Remember, they were only chasing 69, so 70 was the target, and they did it with 4 balls to go, but lost 8 wickets as well. So it wasn't comprehensive. They're looking to bounce back against Torino, who we just saw them play their very first European Cricket Series match. They made a good start. It was actually not a bad performance from them at all, chasing 121 for victory, 106 for 2. But maybe they just gave too much value to the wickets. That's something that they will learn pretty quickly, that in this format you don't do. You take the odd chance, you take the gamble. Here's the first ball of this one, and it's been smashed out of here. This is huge. Que grande, que guay. Bel golpe. Es un grande golpe. What a start this is. Well, this is a Bizaway Supersonic 6. Well, how about that? You don't get a more emphatic start. And Naveed Khan has already shown us the sort of form he's in. We saw him score well in that last match. And this one is too wide, so straight away you can see that Baljit saying, okay, I'm not going to give you that again if that's what you're going to do with it. Yeah, Naveed, he made 35 of 19 in that last game. He played some really good shots, but none better than the one he opened the innings with in this one. Huge 6 of Baljit Singh. This will be another wide, just getting too much movement off the seam. We had some excitement just before the start of that game. Well, Vinny did say to me that last year there was one point when they nearly had to use the DLS system because of wind, and I just laughed. Well, now I believe it, because just before the start of this match, our cube was on its back. Good hit, it's 4 more runs, nobody out there at square, nobody at behind square. And this has just been helped along the way as well. Lovely shot. 4 more that one bangs into the banner there. Positive start to the match. Baljit is under a bit of pressure, isn't he? 2 boundaries, 2 wides. The captain under attack from Naveed. Crashed, and this is 4 more. Fetch it. And Baljit is having some problems, just not getting the ball in the right place. And this is the battle of the captains. And it's the captain, the batting team captain, Naveed, the captain of Torino, who is smashing the ball to the fence at the moment. Well, you heard me say that they want to try and keep this score to no more than 90. It's a cracking start here already. That ball has disappeared and it's not coming back, so captain under attack from his opposite number. Short and 4 more. Wow, what wonderful exhibition of hitting this is. Again, a little bit too short, Baljit, and how quick he's onto this. Quick hands, really quick hands. And I was saying before that he doesn't really have a huge bat lift, but he's onto the ball so quickly. He's a tall man, and he's he's taking Baljit Singh, the captain of Bergamo CC, to the sword here. There's a bit of carnage happening here. 16 on the board, just 3 legal deliveries bowled. And this one wraps him on the pads again. It was a little bit short. You can see that Naveed Khan is trying to play the same sort of shot again. This one just stays maybe a little bit lower on him. Thinks about taking the single or the leg by, but Bakar Ahmed is quite happy watching from the other end and says, nah, yaar, tu tere. Dohar bola le hai. This one's too wide, and a great take from the keeper. And Pramod Sudhira, one-handed grab. Not easy for the keepers, because what you can see is when they do take off diving to try and stop the ball, ground under the feet is so soft, they don't get the spring, they don't get the elevation they want. They're sort of slipping a little. This one straight at the fielder, no run there, and this time Baljit does get it right. And looks like that wheel complete. Quite a long over. There was 3 or 4 wides in it. 16 comes off the first. And just like that, it's a really good start from Torino, and especially from their captain Naveed. Certainly like the look of him already. Just having a look here at the run rates by day, and compared to what we saw in 2021, 10.2 overall. And today so far, it's about 9.3, so we're right there or thereabout. I mean, the first match was a slightly low-scoring one, wasn't it? But to just get the feeling, what we're going to see here today is similar to what we saw in Hungary, and also particularly in Austria last week, that the runs will pick up as the week goes on. This is very wide, and we saw issues from Baljit getting the ball in the right place. Now we've got the same issue here from the next opening bowler. It's Hardeep Singh. Into the pads, is appeal here. I just suspect that this is pitched outside the line. That's my first impression. See the movement from the batter here. It's pitching outside the line. I mean, it's not a bad shot. Also, the ball's on, maybe going upwards. You can see side on here, give you an indication of the height. Yeah, I think this is just all about where the ball pitches initially, probably just hitting outside the line. Good appeal though, Hunty. This one will be wide again, so just not getting the ball in the right areas, guilty of giving too many away at the start. And just another wide, so the extras keep increasing. Once more, too wide. The same issues that Baljit was having earlier on seem to have been passed on to Hardeep Singh. Firmly struck, opportunity, simple catch and taken. And well, I think that's disappointment there from the batter. He is disappointed. And it just hits this straight in the air. So it's the captain, Naveed, that has to depart. Just have a chat now with the man that is leaving out there. Look, he doesn't quite... This is one of the things I said about Naveed. He doesn't have a big a bat lift. So he sort of comes from around about the waist onto the ball, and he stops the shot sort of at that point as well. So he's sort of, if you like, if you think, imagine a circle. Well, he's going sort of from, well, imagine a clock. He's going from 3 o'clock to 9 o'clock. And, I think he needs to be starting sort of from 1 o'clock and getting the swing all the way around and completing it. So almost doing like the windmill effect. And at 360. And if he's doing that, he's getting the ball over the... He's a big unit. If he hits the ball and he powers it, it's going to go over. But he doesn't do it. And he gets caught, and it's a straightforward, simple catch there from Dara. And Dara, we know, is not going to make any mistakes. He's still got a big part to play in this one. But it is Singh that gets the wicket. And now gets the left-hander in. Scarpers through and gets the single. Having a talk with his fielders about where he wants them in now as the right-hander now comes in. So Singh. This is struck really well, has to get down and does. Stops the ball. It's good fielding. Nicely done. Baljit Singh makes no mistakes. I do see him looking to finish the over well, but now he's got to get the line right to the left-hander. Hit firmly. There's going to be 4 runs. I don't think this is quite where he was looking this to go, but nonetheless, it's a good attacking shot. Shows good attacking intent, and gets it past those 2 fielders, and 4 more runs. And just like that, the score just keeps escalating up. Yeah, apologies that we just lost that scoreline for a moment. Just I think the heat causing all sorts of problems here in Milan. That's what I'm old. I think he sees the movement early from the batter and says, well, okay, if you want to be going that way, I'll put it that way. A very warm welcome to everybody as well. Nice to see so many of you enjoying the start here in this FanCode European Cricket Series in Italy, and of course it's quite an amazing 5 weeks we're going to have in Italy. It's all about these mini duels that will happen in like here in Milan for a week, then we'll go to Brescia, Bologna, then Rome, and all of those first 4 weeks is all about finding the champions of those regions. Then they'll all come together and play in the Super Series. Up in the air, this is half a chance, but just somehow manages to drop in that sort of Bermuda Triangle in between 3 fielders. They'll take the single. Yeah, so you'll end up with sort of the top teams coming together for the Super Series, which will be played in week 5 in Rome. And the winner of that will be the team from Italy that represents Italy in the European Cricket League, which is like the Champions League of cricket. And if you remember, that is what Pakakea Barcelona won early this year. They were the champions of Europe, or club champions. This one is well, Just gets caught in between the legs of the batter. Fortunately, no damage done. Some of these can be nasty. Yeah, there you go. Just get stuck inside the pad. Of course, as soon as this happens, a lot of batters don't realise, but as soon as that happens, the ball is dead. You can't be caught from there. You see some amusing things where bowlers or fielders think if they get to that ball first, they can get a catch. It's not true. Don't believe it. Yeah, so get ready. Baljit is going to continue and backs himself to bowl this over. His first one wasn't the best. And a good time for us to welcome back into our cube that has been reassembled. It's Mr. Maximo.
Yeah, well, one thing to solve a Rubik's Cube, another thing to solve the commentary cube, thanks to our ground crew. But, you know, our spring production crew, they're pretty sneaky as well. I bet we'll probably find it. And they've got that on tape. And is he going to be gone here? He will be out. And so a little bit of an edge. So Baljit getting the away move and just a little feather on the way through to Pramod Sadida, who takes the catch. So it's a pretty handy wicket at this stage because it has been a pretty bright start. Baljit trying to claw things back. The second wicket falls at 32 for 2. See here, just trying to go across the line. It was a big swing. In fact, he walks. I mean, credit to the batter there, Dawood Shah. He was very quick to take a couple of steps even before he was given. So very sporting work from him. Torino loses the second. And Baljit Singh, man, who we saw captaining the Italian national team last year in the ECC. He gets the wicket. I mentioned that they're pretty sneaky, our crew at Spring Productions. So if you want to see exactly what happened, then you see just making sure it went over all the equipment. We were decubed. And the thing is, because the ground is so hard here, it's I mean, I've seen the Rock of Gibraltar this year. I mean, it's almost as hard underfoot. They're trying to hammer the pegs in to secure the cube. Let's just say, not having a lot of luck so far. I do appreciate it. I want to say hello to Peter Jans van Vuren, who's watching from South Africa. He said he loves watching smaller cricket countries going at it, improves the game and makes it worldwide. Love the way you're thinking, Pete. Thank you so much for your comment in the chat. So I think it's going to be wide. Yeah, it's over the line. Hey, let us know where you're watching from South Africa. Beautiful part of the world. I've played a little bit there myself. And yeah, love South Africa. I love eating. If you love eating, you'll have a good time in South Africa. So Pete, wonderful that you're joining us. And maybe let us know if it's your first time watching. I do appreciate that you're piping in the ECN live chat. This one's probably just going down the leg side. Yeah, good umpiring. He was threatening to straighten down the line, but probably didn't. Rico's just popped out for a second because I've just finished my lunch, my first pasta meal in my Italian summer. It won't be my last, but thanks so much to the local organising committee for organising lunch for us here. Of course, we don't get too much of a break at the ground. We've pretty much got 8 hours of cricket coming your way today. Summer well and truly underway. Pulls the length back a bit this time. Just leaves Mohammad Shah. It's been a real captain's over here from Baljit. So I'm very much enjoying the weather. It's hot. It feels a lot hotter than currently the 31, it's telling me. I've got to say, Baljit bowled a very, very good over there in the end. It's going to be 34 for 2 after 3 overs. That over only went for 3. 2 singles and a wide. He picks up the wicket. And more importantly, it just stops his power play in its tracks. First over went magical, 21 from Baljit, but he had the confidence to bring himself back. And the fact that he only ends up conceding 24 turns out to be not too bad at all. Hardeep in the middle, conceded 10, but did pick up a wicket. He's the man that's going to continue here in the 4th over. End of the power play, so 4 overs on, 4th over onwards. You can have up to 5 outfielders. So here we go with Hardeep. This is down the ground. It will be just a single. You know, Wakar Ahmed, of course, was the man that was caught behind. And yeah, nice bit of sportsmanship from him to walk straight away. Anyone else, maybe if you're tuning in for the first time, it's always great to have you with us. I just spotted Selvakumar Murugasamy, who's popped into the chat. Hello, Selva. Hope you're well. Great you're tuning in for our first day in Italy. Straight drive this time, but there's more protection in the outfield now. That's well handled there, Darashiko, who's pretty much a machine in the outfield. He's come over from Cividate. So we saw him playing in Brescia series last year. Cividate really carried them and had a very, very good series, no matter what he was doing. Bet we'll see him with his spin a little bit later in this innings. Right now, on the charge, and then cut away. Well, that's good batting. It's really good batting from Dawood Shah. And, well, speaking of some hard things, it goes all the way to those cement blocks over there. And, well, the fair few fun obstacles around the ground. And, I'll tell you what, at least those cement blocks are off the field. And Dawood Shah, nice shot from him. He moves to 11. So this is just one. You see a couple of concrete obstacles on the field as well on the right-hand side of the screen. Michael Buckland is watching. He's saying not for the first time, but he's really enjoying. He's saying he's from Perth. Well, that's my hometown, Michael. Why don't you get specific? Let me know what suburb you're from, and I'll tell you something about that suburb. Some of my obscure Perth knowledge down the ground. This is just one. Yeah, a lot of people saying this field's a bit like the old whacker. You can hit into the ground and still run away to the boundary. This is the end. Not quite the end of the over just yet. But yeah, Michael, let us know which part of Perth. And Helix saying I'm carb loading. Well, I don't really have a choice. You put pasture in front of me, it's going to get eaten. Down the ground this time. And this will just be a single as well. Say hello to Shriyans as well. He's saying nice shirt. Well, I have gone the red, white and green. That's from my shoes up today. Well, it's got the green jacket, but I've abandoned it at the moment because a bit of a convection oven in the cube. Not very ice-like at all. That will be the end of the over. So 44 for 2 after 4. And just a reminder, if in case you weren't aware, today we have gone past the 300, the magical 300. 301 matches now without a golden ball. Our previous record was 253. And that was around about when the ECC was last year through September and October. We had a bit of a drought. We broke it in Spain at Alfaz, believe it or not. But yeah, this year we had a real rush of them at the start. I mean, we had 2 in 3 games earlier in the year, just prior to ECL in Gibraltar. We had another one week A, or Group A, which is week 1 of the ECL. We had one in the ECS in Cartama just after that. Here's Darashiko, who's coming on. You just watch. He'll just keep changing his pace up. They're going to throw. Darashiko is waiting for it. This will be a bye. No bat on it. Michael saying from Australand. So I know where Australand is. It's down near Bunbury. So it's actually probably an hour and, I want to say an hour and a half or so south of Perth. Very nice part of the world, Australand. He says he was a Manning boy and his brother played for South Perth. Yeah, South Perth is a very famous club in Perth in the first grade competition there. So hit out to the leg side. It gets through everybody. It's going to be 4. Well, there's the hazards down there. There's a couple of real kind of little obstacles for those fielders. This one, don't know if it hits the ridge or not. That's Mandeep Singh down there on the leg side. Just watch this. Just the last bounce. He can't deal with it. Shoots on the ground. Before you knew it was on the fence, 4 runs. So Torino catching a break in the 5th. Yeah, Richardson Park in South Perth. Very nice ground. Well, this is in the air. Now, someone's got to catch this. Shiko, he just doesn't drop 2 catches in a day, and he's not going to drop this. He throws it away. No problems at all. So he draws the false shot from Schaub, who gets a bit of luck, but then next ball he's out of luck as he goes 4 and out, and that's the 3rd wicket to fall. 48 for 3. Darashiko, he is just going to keep on keeping on. He's a class player. Triple threat. Bat balling in the field. And this one, yeah, the batter. Schaub just gets it all wrong. And good early call from the bowler. He throws it away. Saving your energy out there today. No histrionics after the wicket. And so this will bring Faiz Khan to the crease. Oh, it's nice taking me home, making me think of my cricket career. I played for Subiaco Floreat for a long time, which is another club in that. They call it Premier Cricket these days. And one of the nice things about when you played at South Perth, you could go and visit the zoo that was across the road. I'd often say to some of the batters when they came out, this may be where they belonged. Maybe they'd gotten lost on the way out. Never. Shiko just jams him this time. Down to 3rd man for 1. I'm still waiting to hear from Pete. I'm asking him which part of South Africa he's from, unless I've missed it. Clever bowling, floats it out, but not quite wide enough to be a wide. Cut away for one. Hello to Vinny Fangirl as well in the chat, saying I've travelled a lot. Saying I have travelled a lot. And asking if I've ever been to the US. Yeah, I have been to the US. I've done a little bit of work there as well. Done Miami, Las Vegas and Seattle. Probably the place I've been to the most over there. Never played any cricket there, although there's a burgeoning cricket scene in the US. I know that they're trying to move things forward. It's difficult in a place as geographically vast as the US. It's a bit of a patchwork of competitions historically. 50 came up during that over. It's going to be 51 for 3 at the halfway point, Torino. Hey, I've got a bit of news as well for Torino fans. If they were able to win this game by probably over 30 runs, then they actually would overtake Bergamo CC on that run rate. And it would mean, I think they would get the automatic qualifying spot. So if you're just joining us, how this is working, there's 3 clubs every day, Monday to Thursday. They'll play each other, so that's 3 matches. Whoever's top of the table at that stage goes straight through to the quarterfinals on Friday. But the other 2 teams have to battle it out for the second spot. Only 2 teams from today can go through to Friday. So yeah, if Bergamo CC win this, then for sure they'll be the qualifying club, having won both their matches. Just turn around the corner. It'll be a long chase. I think the ball's just going to keep on rolling. He does well to stop it in the end. That'll be 2. That was a bit of bat on that. Yeah, there was. So yeah, I do love the US as well. And obviously, we've got their issues, but I suppose everyone does. Yeah, clever bowling this time. Daljit's being used now. And I think this is smart. I think if you bowl spinners that are accurate, and that's the key, they've got to be accurate. You can't be bowling Gundy balls because you're going to disappear. But yeah, I do think that spinners can just upset the timing of the batters. Keep those questions coming. Rico's enjoying his pasta. Coming around the wicket to left hand. Not so sure about this strategy, though they do have a bit of protection. 3 men guarding the leg side boundary. Deep square, deep mid wicket and long on. The batter wants to go leg side here. Instead he'll go straight. Gets the quicker one from Daljit this time. Again, mixes up his pace well. And I always love catching up in the chat. Hello to Chris Smith as well. Hope you're well. Michael Buckland is asking, will there be a European Championship this year? There certainly will. Pitched up. This will just be 1. So yeah, Michael, of course we have 2 marquee tournaments every year in ECN cricket at the moment. And one of them is the ECL, which is the Champions League. That's a club-based tournament, so that's already taken place. We had Pac Ikea Badalona from Spain as the champion club this year of Europe, beating out Tunbridge Wells of England. It's well bowled, tosses it up, just thick outside edge, just for a single. So that's the club-based tournament. And the funny thing is that at the end of our 5 weeks here in Italy, we'll know which club will represent Italy in that tournament next year. That's February and March in 2023. The other tournament, probably what you're referring to, part of the European Championship, is the ECC, European Cricket Championship. That's for national teams. We have 21 clubs involved this year in that tournament. As this is a bit of a top edge, hang in the air a long time. Fielder comes around, he'll just get it on the bounce. In front, just behind William the Concreter, end of the over. 58 for 3 after 6. So yeah, just a bit more about that European Cricket Championship. We had 15 nations competing last year. This year we have an additional 6. We have Ireland, Denmark, France, Malta, Switzerland, and one more team that I'm just going to try and work out while I'm here. So Ireland, Scotland, Denmark, France, Malta, and Switzerland. So yeah, that will be coming your way on the 12th of September. Thanks for your question, Michael. And Italy will have a team. So there's no better audition for the national team, T10 team, than this tournament right here. Of course, Baljit Singh from Bergamo CC, he led Italy last time. Now, chance here, if he hits, felt like he was in trouble, but he doesn't hit, and now we're going to get an overthrow. That's alert running. Smart work. That's Faiz Khan. Yeah, probably that one, I'd say. Either have a decent throw or don't. Because by rolling it, he had plenty of time to go through for the overthrow. If he threw it harder, and number 1 probably would have been out if he hit. The other thing is the backup fielder might have got it quicker. Now this is a cover drive. That is handled out there by Hardeep Singh. Thanks again for everyone's questions. We're enjoying them. Busset Khan. Hello, Busset. Hope you're well. Saying, hope I liked the final in Austria. Certainly did. And I've got to say well done to the Donnerstadt guys. But I want to congratulate all the teams in Austria. They played a very exciting brand of cricket. And I'm sure we'd like to be back for more next year. It was kind of a shorter, well, it was. It was 1 week instead of 2 in Austria. But I think it certainly packed a punch with those 5 sides boasting a lot of talent. Keep those questions coming. I know it's tough for me to get around to all of them, but I'm trying. Helix is asking, did I have a vino as well? Well, not with lunch, but I may try one tonight. One thing I didn't do last year when I was here in Milan, we were just here for a week, I didn't really get into the center of the action because a lot of things were closed. We stayed near the Sun Zero. Little edge. This is going to take some catching because that's the pace on ball, and I think this is going to run away for 4, and it will. So that's the risk you take. I suppose Chico will. He'll bowl some quicker. He'll bowl some slower. You see the big swing on the ball. Gets a little bit of an edge and fires away to the boundary. Shriyan's asking, my favourite Italian national player. Wow, that's a really tough one. Probably go out on a limb and say maybe Amir Sharif from Fresh Tropical. We might see later on this week. I'm not going to put any pressure on him. There's a lot of players I like here in... Oh, this is gone. He hasn't run this out, and he's going to be gone here, I'm sure. He's just going to keep walking. He's going to look around and say, oh, you haven't given me out? I tell you what, he's a dead man walking, though. Dawood Shah, probably just running out a bit of puff here. Let's have a look at this. I thought it was a simple single, but see, he's on the back foot, and then he just never gets going. And the bowler's saying, easy, easy. He misses the throw, and the stump's out of the ground. Well, there's about 3 mistakes there, but one of them wasn't from the fielder. Sonu Lal knocks the stump out of the ground. Bowler's saying easy. Sonu's saying get out the way. And it is Dawood Shah who's going to have to go run out for 21. He just might have run out of the energy pills because he's been out there a long time in the heat, but he will go for 21. The score, 65 for 4. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, back from his lunch. Here's none other than Rico Full. And Rico, once again, probably not the best running between wickets we've ever seen.
No, I think that is probably the case of the batter there. Dawood Shah probably feeling the heat. He doesn't really want to get sprinting. Thinking he's going to be able to reserve some energy here. He gets it wrong. Well, the fielder doesn't. Sonu Lal, bang, knocks it out. This one is flighted right up there in the air. The batters will take a single. Come back into this well, haven't they, Bergamo? I mean, that first over was a magical one from the captain, Baljeet. And it was Naveed who was, well, hitting him all over the place. But since then, they've come right back into it again. Pace off seems to be doing the work.
Yeah, I think so. Forcing the missed timing. Last ball the over from Chico. Oh, he sneaks this through. And has this bowled him?
Goes all the way through, buddy,
yeah,
all the way through.
This one I thought, I'm surprised it hits the leg stump. I want to see what happened here. So it comes through. Yeah, it bounces onto the stump. I mean, I had a feeling that hit the keeper and came back onto the stumps. Because just the way the stumps fell as well. I don't know how that's hit leg stump. Look at this. Yeah. That's a mystery to me. I wonder what the square leg umpire saw there.
Well, I think this is one.
What did you see there?
I think it's gone through, crept up, hit him, and then dropped onto the stumps. I'm just looking at the angle the stump is at, the leg stick.
Yeah, I'm not so sure. That was bold. We'll get as slow as we can here. Look, there. I reckon it, oh yeah, it might have, maybe he's chopped it back on.
Yeah.
He must have. That's just one of those weird ones. I mean, everyone seems pretty happy there that it's gone onto the stumps. We were kind of obscured. It's hard on camera's blocked, so we can't give you a better look at that. But trust the guys out there that they get that right. So let's go over to Daljit now. This is just dabbed away for 1. So Chico does the job again. Naseem Mahmood has to go very first ball. 66 for 5 after 7 overs. Daljit's a clever bowler. Mix things up a little bit. I'll keep trying to get back to some of these questions.
Oh, it's well bowled. It's clever stuff. You think it's coming through quicker than what it is from Daljit Singh? Just deceptive. just need to try and get a bit of bat on the ball. Need some acceleration to come. Need a good over that can get the push on and see this score. Well, maybe, I mean, where it is now, you can see it still getting to around about 90, but get one good over in like the way they started, and you're going past 100.
Exactly right. And the other thing is, I think I mentioned earlier, Torino were to win this game by over 30 runs, then they would actually grab that top spot because the net run rate, all teams would be tied on 2 points after the 3 group matches. Well, Vinny Fangirl in the chat, he's wondering how we travel around Europe, and she'd love to see some of those behind-the-scenes videos. Well, it wouldn't have been too exciting yesterday. There was a lot of waiting around, to be honest. We had a 1-hour flight up from Vienna. This time, got Hyatt on the charge. He'll get off the mark here. So yeah, a mixture of planes, trains and automobiles. I think we've even got a bus lined up from Krefeld to Brussels a little bit later. Daljet. It's good length there. It's short but not too short. Can't really turn it. They may think it's 2 here. But I think it's a lot easier when you've just come out there compared to when you've been out there even for 10 or 15 minutes, because I think these players are really starting to feel the heat. This will be the end of another over. And the score is 70 for 5 after 8 overs. So to give you a bit of an idea of how this series is going to work, we have 12 teams starting. And so today, whoever's top of Group A will go straight to the first quarter-final on Friday. The second and third team in Group A, you see the top left, they have to go into an eliminator. The winner will go through to the quarterfinals. The loser, unfortunately for them, are out of the tournament. And we'll have 2 Super Series qualifiers at the end of the week. So 2 from Milan, because there's so many teams here in Milan. Then we'll have just the winners of Brescia, Bologna and Rome. And the main reason for that is, for example, we've got 12 teams here. There's 6 teams next week in Brescia. So that's why there's double chances here in Milan. You're still going to have to play some very, very good cricket. Of course, the winner of the Super Series in a few weeks' time. They will be the ECL team that will represent Italy next year. All right, up and over. This one could be caught, and it's dropped. It wasn't an easy one. He was going back with the flight. There's Daljet, who, fresh off bowling, still getting in the action. This is Gurvinder Singh that's come in to bowl at the 9th over, and a chance goes down. Yeah,
Daljet, be disappointed. I think he's done everything right there, apart from take the catch. We've seen a few of those today, haven't they, where fielders have been stretching the ball going away from their body.
Bang, into the foot. Now he might have a chance here. Oh, he doesn't throw. Probably could have. Had some fielders ready to back up. And he's just saying, okay, I don't want to do anything crazy. Don't want to risk 4 overthrows. Well, Shreyans says, Rico, we're missing mano arriba. I think he means manos arriba.
Yeah.
Get your arms up in the air. Well, we haven't had too much cause to do it this innings. Just the one Maximo. And this one will go close. It won't quite get there, but it will get there to the boundary for 4. It really held up. I think if you hit it high, then it just kind of plug a little bit, but still that one had what it took to get across the line, and a welcome boundary for Torino.
Yeah, I think Dara, got here, thought it was going to be an easy 4, sort of took the pace off the running a bit, and then realised if he kept on going, he probably could have stopped it. So it ends up being 4 valuable runs.
Got close. Rashiko. This one's a straight pull, just be 1. Well, Maiden Water saying if the cube is tricky to peg down, she's glad she's not the one hammering in the stumps. Yeah, I've got to say, I think we have to find some of that stump clay for tomorrow. Our secret ECN formulation to keep stumps in that we use in the ECC.
The old magical dough.
It's like the Colonel's recipe, the kind of clay that we put in at the ECC. Because I love the stumps flying out of the ground, but I think you still need to earn it. Can't just, like the keeper at the moment taps the stump and they'll fly away. It's not quite the effect.
I think it's also where, as an umpire, especially the square leg umpire, you're hoping for you've got a wicketkeeper that just takes the bail.
Yeah,
as opposed to one who knocks off.
When you're in a rush, I know this as a keeper. When you're in a rush, you normally just swinging your arms as hard as you can, and that's when you really do the damage. So you've got a lot of time, then you can be a little bit more dainty, I suppose. Last ball of the 9th here for Torino. It's been a pretty good over by Gurvinder. Conceding 7, make that 8. It's assuming they get there. A shy at the stumps. And just a single in the end. So it's the end of the 9th over, score 78 for 5. And they've done very well to peg it back. Don't forget they were 31 after 2 overs. So then you look at the 9 overs since then. We haven't actually had a double-digit over since then. So they've just had 47 off the next 7. So what's that? It's about just under 7 and over. A good holding job from Bergamo CC. And don't forget, Bergamo Cricket Club, if they win this, they will secure that first spot in the quarterfinals on Friday. It will be the other 2 teams in the group, Torino here and Royal Bergamo. They will have to find it out in the eliminator later on today.
The bowler just marked up his mark. It's Mandeep Singh. He's going to bowl this, the 10th over.
10th overtime. Strap yourselves in, everybody. Yeah, this grabs a little bit of something. I think it's off the bat. It's flown away for 4. So, yeah, nice shot. It was a ball that was fairly full on the leg stump. It just turned around the corner. So Faiz Khan trying to keep things moving. And that's the shot that drags them into the 80s.
Yeah, nice shot. Mandeep Singh just coming on to bowl his first over and seeing the first ball just sort of flicked away for 4 runs. So
A few people in the chat were talking about planes, trains and automobiles. They've been reminded me that I do like to get around on a scooter when I get a chance. I did think of it here in Italy as well. Might look into that later today. Hit straight. Shiko should have this covered. He will. Keep it to 1. Classy player.
Interesting that they've gone for Mandeep Singh here to bowl here. Govinda Singh just bowled that 1 over. The over number.
Well, Govinda bowled 9.
Not Govinda. Who
Yeah.
was it who just bowled? Who have they left out of the equation here? Somebody. I don't know where that's happened. As this is played away, it's going to be 4 more runs though. So.
Yeah. Well, what happened is they bowled 4 bowlers 2 overs in the first 8 overs. So they're kind of forced to bowl 2 different bowlers. But having said that, I mean, Mandeep was very good earlier today. Very reliable. I'm a bit surprised that they waited this long to take him on. But I think it's because they used Daljit in the middle. They used an extra spin option there in conjunction with Dara Shiko. Full and straight. This will just be 1. Yeah, and so Vinny Fangirl saying they'd like to see us on the scooter together. Well, I've given almost everyone a lift on the scooter, except you, Rico. Why don't you trust me on 2 wheels? It's a bit like the president, the vice president can't be in the same plane. Is that what it is?
Well, I know that 1 or 2 people that have been on a scooter with you, and afterwards they've said, never again. So that's
because they know it was such a great experience. They'll never be able to. Nothing will live up to it.
That?
I don't know. Name and shame. 89. The last ball coming up. Hits it pretty well. Is he going to get over the fielder? He will. It's off hands. Oh well, get your running shoes on, guys. They get 2. They probably shouldn't get any more. This is where you might as well take it on. And I think he may just be run out going for the 3rd. And yeah, my feeling is that's out. They'll have a look at it. There's a long throw out. That's one of the longest pockets of the ground. You see here, throws it pretty much from the fence. And that's Kamaljit Singh, the hero. It looks like he is just out. Does he have the ball here? Just checking. Yes, he does. Yeah, and so there's no problems there. Ball's in the hands. Stumps are out of the ground. And so it will be 2 years. And if Bergamo CC get to 60, we know that they've probably done enough to get that top spot. Although we'll have to check for Royal Bergamo's net run rate as well. But what I would say is, Torino haven't disgraced themselves there. 91 for 5 is pretty much spot on with the run rate we've seen today. It was 9.3 and over going into the afternoon session. So certainly the newcomers, Torino, they were packing a punch, especially early on when Baljit was the man that was on the end of a few big strikes.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was the captain, Naveed, who was hitting the ball really well, wasn't he, Naveed Khan? And he certainly took his opposite number, the captain of Bergamo CC, to the sword. And that first over went magical. But, well, he did go. He went to quite an easy catch there from one man who's having a very good day, Dara Sikhol. And then it was a turn for Bergamo CC to get back into this match. And one thing I was saying that they would have wanted to do is try to contain their opponent to around 90, especially bearing in mind the way that the run chase went from them in the first match. They left it late and they lost 8 wickets trying to get to the target of 70. So that's why they didn't want to give too many away. Well, this was great work, great run out there. Sun Ulal, batter just a bit frustrated getting out there. We were wondering how he got through. So he just played it, chopped it onto his stumps, and right there towards the end, well, there was that one. That one Dara couldn't stop. And this one was a good last over, actually. I think 13 came off it, top of my memory. and then they chanced the arm here of well, the man who was the hero, Kamaljeet Singh, for Burgama CC in the first match. It got a good, nice, strong throw in and allowed the wicketkeeper Pramod to do the work in the run out. They did get 2 runs there towards the end, so they do get to the 91 they finish on. And when you have a look at this scorecard, Vinny, I think batters got in, made start, but just weren't able to go to the next step, weren't able to go big.
Yeah, that's the thing, and they just did well to kind of tie it back after that start. I think I mentioned 31 off the first 2 overs. You see, nobody really going on. Like you said, Faiz Khan ends up top scoring with 21 before he was run out. Dawood Shah also run out for 20. Just ran out of puff, I think. Naveed Khan, early on, looked good, but he held out to Darashiko. He doesn't drop too many catches at all. He took 2 in the innings, including 1 off his own bowling. 9 extras in the innings, so 8 wides, maybe something to work on slightly. Most of the teams have been pretty good with their direction today. Looking at the bowling figures, Darashiko, for me, best of the bowlers, the way that he went about it, 2 for 15. You can see they used Daljit as well, and he went less than run of ball. So that's pretty good work from the leg spinner, who's a pretty clever bowler himself. And they ended up using 5th and 6th bowlers in the last 2 overs and getting away with it okay, just 21 off those last 2 overs. Wickets as well for Baljit, but he took a bit of a hammering early, 21 of his first, but only 3 off his second, so the fact he had the confidence to come back and bowl himself back into the game was very clever. Also, a wicket to Hardeep Singh. We'll be back in a few minutes, and when we do, it will be Torino hoping to get the win, and if they win by enough, they could potentially go through to the eliminator later on today. To the quarterfinals, I should say. Otherwise, they will end up in the eliminator. CC, look, if they can reach 61, I think they've guaranteed their spot in quarterfinals Friday. It's all going to happen after the break. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. Hope you are enjoying the heat. We'll be back to bring you more in just a few minutes. You're watching ECN, and this is the FanCode European Cricket Series, Italy.
Hello and welcome back, cricket lovers, as we go into the start of the third match, the second innings of the third match here today. Torino, team making their debut. They've had a pretty day so far. They were unlucky, perhaps, not to get a win in the first match. A match that Royal Bergamo 120 to 106, beat them by 14 runs. And now against Bergamo CC, a talented team, they put 91 on the board. They had to work hard for them. They got off to a really good start. When it was the captain, Baljit Singh, that went for 21 off the first over. Then after that, after they lost their main batters, particularly Naveed at the top end, they really couldn't get going. David Shah sort of did get going a little bit, then he got run out at the crucial stage. So they weren't able to push on to get past the 100 mark. But I still think they'll be feeling pretty confident, knowing that Bergamo, with the bat, weren't at their best. They made it hard work to get to the 70 they needed to beat Royal Bergamo in the first match, and only did it with 4 balls to go, and that was thanks to some good batting from Kamaljeet Singh when he came in at number 6. The top order certainly didn't fire, so they'll be looking to make inroads right from the beginning here and get some early wickets first up. Going to be the captain, Naveed Khan. He's going to open the bowling. So it's one that does it with the bat and with the ball. Umpires, umpire Rahman and Amar are ready to start. It's going to be Dara, the man who's had a good day so far today. It's not bad, isn't it? Your first day. First 2 matches, he's picked up 6 wickets, a fourfer, and also 2 wickets in that last match. So he's been asked to go out there and do the batting this time, Dara. And he's joined up there by the wicketkeeper batter, Pramod Zudida. A lot of noise. Doreen just wanted to get the field right. And, well, this is a strange sort of field that's being set here. I mean, have a look at it. You got third man. You got 2 third men, and sort of one obviously is inside the circle. The other is sort of just wide of him on the circle. Very interesting. And oh, how about that? This is a spectacular start. The stumps have been destroyed. Wow, this is an absolute spectacular start. And Dara, well, he's had a good day with the ball, but maybe not so good with the bat. Well, Naveed the Destroyer, he splattered them all over the place. What a beautiful delivery this is. Look at this. Well, this is Chakde Fateh. That is a juicy ball. I mean, it swings away from the batter late, and it absolutely destroys the stumps, the middle and the off stump out of the ground, and doesn't he love it? What a start. What a ball this is. This is one of the best balls that you'll see. I mean, it does everything. Have a look at this. This is an absolute beauty. Wow, what a delivery. That is quality, top class. I mean, you could argue that a batter needed to play straight, but bear in mind it's the first ball that you get. Stumps shattered. The captain, Naveed Khan, gets the breakthrough. Dara goes. first ball, golden duck. And it's time for Baljit to come in. And the first thing he needs to do, well, forget about hitting the ball, he's got to hit the stumps into the ground. It's not a good sign, is it? When the batter goes in, the first thing he's got to do is help to repair the stumps that the bowler has just absolutely destroyed. Well, if you're wondering and you want to see it again, so do I. Let's see if we can have it again. We've got time. How about this? What a start, a dream start. Absolute beaut. That's a beauty. And that's a fast bowler's dream, isn't it? And they always say, FanCode European Cricket Series is making players' dreams come true. Well, that's a dream, isn't it, for any bowler to bowl that kind of delivery. But for it to be captured and then shown around the world, well, that's a special moment. In he comes again. This time he strays on the legs, and this is an easy hit for El Capitan Baljit Singh. Well, that's what he needed to get off the mark, and he does it beautifully. He's like to play his shots. That's what he does, and that's why he can be so dangerous. And he's not gonna play any differently just because that wicket fell first ball. Naveed. This time he swings in. And remember, this match started with the battle of the captains, didn't it? And it was Naveed Khan, the captain of Torino, and the man who's doing the bowling here, who's batting. Baljit Singh was the bowler. And Naveed cracked Baljit for 21 in that over. And Baljit does hit the first ball he gets from his opposite number to the boundary, but the next two have been pretty tidy. That's where he wants to keep Baljit, I think, just playing at those outside the off. That field has changed here now, that strange field that was set with that first ball to Dara. Remember it? The strange one, the man, third man on the circle and one just a little bit wide on the boundary. I don't think I've quite seen that sort of field before. It obviously was set particularly for that batter. This one's just worked away behind point. Baljit gets a single, then take another and take that score to 5. More to come in the over, and it's going to be a chance for Sudhir to face his first ball, and he'll be hoping that he doesn't get a similar kind of delivery that Dara got. Good time to welcome back into our score position here to Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo.
Yeah, what a start that was for Torino. Like I said, if they can hold MSCC to 60 or less, they will actually grab the first qualifying spot. Finishing top of the table.
What a lovely ball, lovely seed. And it's been a fine over, hasn't it? Just that one loose delivery, unfortunately for him, that he strays down the leg side to Baljit to allow him to get off the mark with a boundary. But other than that, it was an absolute beauty. And here we are. The match is without a golden ball now. It's an ECN record, 301.
Yeah, quite incredible how long we've got without a golden ball. And some people are saying, oh, it's just because there's one-sided matches. I mean, not at all. We've had a lot of close matches. I tried to say it's a little bit like getting drawn out of a hat. Pretty much if you put 80 balls in a hat, we normally have a golden ball once every 80 games. And what are the odds of pulling it out? It's normally pretty rare, but you know, you'll have some of these runs where it doesn't come out for a few hundred games. Earlier in the year, we had 2 and 3 games at one stage. So it's just one of those things. Second overtime. This is going to be Wakar Ahmed who's coming in. Baljit, I think this is probably a leg bite. Yeah, it will be to start the over. So Baljit's a key, as is Sudhir, who looked pretty good earlier on. They did get out early. Darashiko, he'll be disappointed, I think, to go first ball, even though it was a good delivery, but that's two balls on the stumps. He's played all around today, LBW and bowled in his 2 innings.
Good attacking shot, smashed, nobody at point. And this goes pretty quickly. Just gets a little bit of whip, doesn't it? And hits this pretty well. Hits it on the up. So it's not making too much effort to keep the ball along the deck, but hits it hard.
Yeah, it goes faster in the air though, doesn't it? And it was well put away by Pramod Sudhir. He's just going to have to bowl and field very, very well here. And any sort of a win would be confidence boosting to Torino, who are on their first day in the ECN. This time he decides to go straight. Oh, he's got against the umpire. That was aimed straight at him. Now they're going to go for 2. Good throw might have him in trouble here, but it pulls the bowler a little bit wide. So do get back for 2, and that's very, very good running from Baljeet, who's pretty quick across the ground, isn't he? Especially when he runs in a straight line.
Yeah, I mean, when he does run, he runs really well. And I think he decides straight away that, look, he's going to get there, he's going to make it, so let's go. Let's do it.
Oh, is this a little under edge? I don't think so. A bit of a half a shout out there.
Yeah, they got excited here. It wasn't the best of shots, was it? I mean, he's played it way too early.
Oh, yeah, it was a little under edge, but it must have just bounced before the keeper. Definitely heard a little something there. Saw the deflection. Leader, now 20% more careful. We'll just play this one away for 1. So I don't think Batagama CC will know the equation. But they'll just want to win this game. That's what they're focused on. They know if they win, they're certainly through to the quarterfinals. We know that as long as they get at least 61, then even if they lose the match, they'll still go through because of the superior net run rate.
Well played. Sort of work to do. They'll get 2. Fielder. Oh dear, they'll get more than 2. Get 2 and add 2 to it. That is not good at all. And Nassim Mahmood finds a way to really sort of put the heads down of his teammates. What should have been just a 2. He goes for the one-hand pick. I didn't have to. 2 was always being taken. Just has to stop that. Allows it to go through and a boundary at the end of the over. And valuable runs. It's that takes it to 17.
Yeah, end of the over. So you can see this is a situation that Torino, they're minus 1.4 at run rate. So if they win this game, Torino, then all 3 teams will have 2 points. It goes down to the net run rate. And so we know that they would have to win by 31 runs or more to improve it by enough to actually go to the top of the table. All right, here we go. There's Naveed Khan to bowl the 3rd over. Wow, this is straight like the first one was straight, but this time it's going to be a different result. It's going to fly away, and I think it's gone all the way. Maximo Sadida goes large, and he just works that one off the stumps. It was 2 full, and he made him pay 6 runs.
Yeah, it was 2 full. You're absolutely right. 2 full, and maybe just slanting down the leg side, and he gets enough bat on this and sent it all the way. 6 more.
I'm glad I'm back as well because I spotted a chatter. It's Dancing Harpal. Harpal Singh from Luxembourg, who said hello from Luxembourg. Keep up the great coverage, ECN. He's got a question for you, Rico. Question coming up after this ball. He comes back and he's going down the leg side.
One of the batters just drops his glove.
Baljit Singh with the old diversion tactic. If you're worried about the umpire giving him out, just do something they're not expecting. He's holding on to that right batting glove. Not for long. Guess he's a bit lighter without it. Harpal wants to know, does mozzarella or parmesan go with alu prontas over there? What goes better?
Ooh, if you're going to have a bit of cheese with it, I think you go with mozzarella, not parmesan.
You know what I'd say? Why not both?
You probably would. This is down the leg side again. And
I like it a bit salty.
Gets mostly played. Look, you can have cheese. I mean, don't forget you have cheese naan and stuff now, don't you? So why not have a cheese paronta?
Hey, is this the first time we've seen William the Concreter come into play? Here we go. And boink. There we go. So Williams warmed up. Now we just got to wait for Crocodile Rock to come into action, which is a bit straighter at mid-wicket. Well fielded.
Yeah, well done. Hello to Harpal as well.
And the thing is, if this pitch for some reason got too waterlogged or damaged, then you could just go and play over there. Because you got a perfect strip. Okay, sure, the leg side boundary will only be about 13 metres.
Yeah.
Anyway.
You'd only have to play out in the off.
Straight, could be a chance, and taken. So nice catch, and well, he's letting everybody know it's the X formation, and it is Waqar Ahmed. He's been an important player for Torino today, and he gets Sadida for 13. Unlucky for some, unlucky for him. He's the 2nd wicket to fall, and it's 25 for 2.
Well, Waqar Ahmed, he wants everybody to know and see him. And, well, why not? It doesn't really get the power in the shot, and Waqar Ahmed, he gets there, and he says, there you go, thank you very much. He says, have a look at me, because I'm still going to play a big part in this match. Well, maybe he is. It's 25 for 2. So Sadida played some nice shots. Gets himself to 13. But it's an unlucky 13 for him. Because he goes for 13 of just the 8 deliveries that he faced. Has to make his way back. So it's very similar to the way they batted in the first. And once again, with those early wickets going, It's Baljit Singh who's left out there to try and get the attack going. And Mandeep Singh last time, well, he didn't do too much. Just I think he had one scoring shot where he got 2 off, 3 deliveries before he departed. Be looking to stay around a little bit longer this time. Oh, that's a beauty. They're asking the question. The umpire shakes their head straight away. The bowler, in fairness, is not going up at all. It's a good ball though. The new batter.
Yeah, bowling didn't look convinced, did he? I think it's just one that misses everything. Bit of swing bowling though. Had Mandeep playing down the wrong line.
Yeah, bowler not interested at all. And, I think he's probably been told there, hey buddy, next time the keeper goes up, you go up. That's the captain. The captain plays it fair, Naveed. This time he swings this the other way. Fair bit of bat onto it. Well stopped by the fielder. That's the way to do it. Get down, block all the areas, and get something on the ball.
Yeah. So it takes us to the end of the power play. 25 for 2 after 3 overs. 26 for 2, pardon me, after that single. So yeah, Harpal, great to see you in the chat. He's looking forward to either ECC or ECL. Next time we'll see him, hopefully the ECC, I think in September. Yeah, I see Luxembourg have been drawn in Group C with a couple of the new teams, France and Malta in that group as well. Having a look at that, a very quick look at that Manhattan. You can see first over, the first couple actually pretty good for Bergamo, or Torino I should say, in the first half of the game. Then rebounding with 13 off the last, but in between they were kept quiet. In fact, single-digit overs, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. That's keeping them down below 100. Right now, temperature check. Where are we up to? 32.
How moist
I
is
think
your
you
shirt right
you
now?
need to add 10 degrees. I think.
How moist
How
is
about
your
I want to
shirt?
get
Come on.
I want to get a feels like temperature. Okay, I'm looking it up now.
What feels like? Okay.
Feels
So
like.
you look at that, and I'll focus on this. So nicely flicked away off the pad, and take 1. And we'll keep it at 1 for the moment.
The thing is, that must be hot because all our electronics, even though we're not in the sun anymore, they're still overheating all the time. But I mean, we've come a long way from the snow in Bulgaria, Rico. That was only 2.5 months ago that we were there. Guess almost 3.
Are you pretty wet and damp at the moment?
Keeping cool as always.
You got there's a few wet marks around you. This is played out, and they think about taking
Just wet toweling myself.
The
Well, it
single?
says feels like 33, but I think that's a misprint because it feels like about 53.
I don't think this cube is designed for any type of weather.
It isn't basically a convection oven, is what it is.
It's not designed
Isn't
for
it?
any type of weather. I'm going to come to that conclusion now.
Goes down the ground this time. And it should just be 1.
I think it was designed to just hold the monitor, which is what it did. I think at was it ECC? That's what its job was. It gets, I mean, it gets blown over. We've seen that.
I'm going to put it
gets
out there.
hot.
We need a fan. I know we got a few fans out there, and we love you, but we need the kind of fan that goes. I think that's what we need. Fair thought for the players. It's well directed by Shani. Come into the attack here in the 4th
I
over.
think the problem is we put the sides up now to stop the sun coming in, stopping it overheating everything, but it's also stopping whatever breeze there is.
Yeah,
So
that's true.
maybe we'll see if we can pick up the old, you know, what the Spanish senoritas have, those little hand fans just to keep.
Well, if people don't mind the noise, I'm all for that. Or maybe one of those little helicopter hats. Anything I can get. Oh, big swing and a miss. Baljit get away with a bye here. This was a ball that was on target. It's probably going to do the Italian captain.
Yeah, this is, again, not a good shot. Doesn't move his feet, does he, when he plays that shot? All right, he's going to get by from it because I think that's a surprise for the keeper. I think the keeper, at his height, thinks this is probably going to go on and hit the stumps.
Yeah, so
I wonder if Diana's camera stopped working. I mean, all of our equipment's overheated in the heat. Do you think camera's going to overheat in the heat?
I suppose so. And she says it's good quality, so.
Good quality?
Well, that's how I'm still operational because I'm good quality too.
Yeah,
Hey, that's the end of the over. It's going to be 29 for 2 after 4. And Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me is Rico Full. And it looks great to have your company once again, wherever you're watching from around the world. I think I'm going to do a shoe check. Got the green, the white,
Come
and
on then, come
the
on.
Oh, man.
Come on.
And the red. Way.
Jump. There you go.
So there we go. It's basically the Italian flag. If you were to lie me down, which is what I might be doing soon, if it keeps being this temperature in the cube. Anyway, it's great to be here and great to be out here. What a cool format. 12 teams, 3 coming each day, but only 2 can make through to the quarterfinals.
You keep using the wrong words.
What?
Cool.
Cool.
It's a cool
format.
Cool format.
It'll keep you
it's
cool.
a spicy
It'll
format.
keep-
It's
yeah.
a spicy format.
Well, it's great to have your company.
There's nothing cool.
Maybe-
I mean, it's the cricket is cool.
Let
That's
us
the thing.
know what the weather's like in your part of the world. We'd love that.
Yeah.
Thanks again for all the wonderful questions and comments today. Here we go. Dawood Shah, the left armour, coming on to bowl over number 5. This is away from the fielder. He does well to get around there. That's Arslan Shani.
There's a lot of people probably around Europe that have got really bad temperatures and weather at the moment. They're probably listening to us talking about the heat and saying, stop complaining because you have no idea what it's like here. And you know, I'm going to say this. I think they're right. I'd much rather be in the heat than the cold.
Yeah, I agree.
So
I agree.
shall we call it a day now on the heat issues? Up in the air. But this goes all the way. Balle, 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 mano, arriba, Vitro. Porque eso es 6 carreras.
Yeah, take that. That's one of the few we've seen get muscle down the ground today. And it covered the field up by probably 3-4 metres. Maximo time as Monday gets going. Yeah, well, anyone that's saying that we've got it easy, walk a day in my red shoes. That's what I'll say. Here's Dawood Shah.
Your Dorothy shoes.
Nutmeg. Yeah, the Dorothy shoes. Well, Chris Smith is saying it's 15 degrees and wet in his part of England. Well, you know what they call that in England, right? Summer.
15 degrees is actually good for England, yeah.
Well, I've got family in Glasgow. If it hits 14, they're all ripping their tops off and lying out the back. 'Cause I've got all my jackets and scarves and beanies on.
So my equipment's overheated again, so I'm going
What
to
do you
lean
got?
over you again.
Yeah, mine's come good now.
Yours is good?
Pretty straight, but full toss. So it's into the gap. In fact, that's going to go for 4. We can see how fast this outfield is. As Mundy just leans on it. Once again, the line was okay, but the length wasn't. Full toss gives the batter every opportunity. That one runs across Crocodile Rock and into the fence. 4 runs. At the moment, just staying on course in the chase for the 92.
Swing and a miss. Well bowled. Gets it going across the left arm. He's bowled well for me. Every so often he will just drift onto the pads, which is what gives the batter the opportunity to put one away. But most of the time he's been getting it in that area, which makes it difficult. Let's see if he can finish well here. He's on the legs again, and it's one deep. He misses out. But this one's been absolutely fired in. I don't know how much the keeper Hayat knew about this. I think it hits him rather than he know anything about stopping this. So one more to add to that total. 42 at the halfway point and 2 wickets down.
I mean, Torino at the halfway point, they were actually 51. And yeah, they kept pretty quiet, over 6, 7, 8, and 9. All of those overs and combined, the 4 overs going for 27. So just under 7s through the next stage of their innings. Rebounded with 13 in the last, but still. There's a question here, and I like it's directed to you, Rico.
Yeah.
Mehdi Iman saying boundary side rope, please, Rico. Well, why didn't you bring the rope? Well, really? Hopefully.
Well, I'm supposed to
We'd love to get the rope here in Italy if the Federation can find it. 'Cause it would probably make the boundary a little bit easier to judge. As it is, this one's going to roll away. This is probably a good example. I think this is fine.
Oh, I don't know. Yeah,
No,
he's saying it's
all
4.
right.
Yeah, that.
On
thank
second
you.
thought, it's been upgraded to not fine.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes, yeah, the rope would make things like this easier, so I do
I think
understand.
that's more- Yeah, it's honest
you're
work.
asking it, but I think also, I mean,
I just like that Mehdi has blamed you for not bringing the rope. Well, you only get the 20 kilos on the plane.
yeah.
Don't think you can sneak the
Don't
rope.
tell anybody I was over.
Yeah.
But they didn't notice.
Yeah, why is that? We sweet talked
I
the
don't know.
counter attendant.
Yeah,
That's
we
why.
won.
Probably just felt
We
sorry
did all
for
right.
him.
We did all right. I think we saved ourselves a bit of money. But this is a full toss, and it's going to be 4 more. They haven't bowled well here. They're just leaking runs at the wrong moment, and they've allowed 2 batters who didn't have the best of times in the first match to get going here. And starting to get good runs on the board, and especially Mandeep Singh.
Yeah, just a few too many full tosses. I like it they're going full, but they've just overdone it a few times. Frank Johnston, well, he's always lurking. And he said he's lurking in the aforementioned Glasgow, around 18 or 19 degrees. Yes, definitely. Taps off. So that's his...
18, 19 in Glasgow is like...
He's even written it that way.
Yeah, it's seriously hot.
It's a wee bit hot. Let's go, Shani. This will be a wide. Yeah, my Scottish accent isn't great. I mean, my grandparents, of course, I grew up with them in Australia, and for me, they sounded Scottish. But if they lived in Australia for a good 50 years in the end, and whenever they went back to Scotland, everyone said, "Wow, you've got such a thick Australian accent." So they probably ended up halfway in between. But yeah, I do have a soft spot for the Scots, and they'll be in the ECC for the first time this year. Can't wait for that.
I'm looking forward to it.
We love their representative club, Carlton CC, in the ECL as well. It's well bowled. It's a good area to bowl. Bulgett went walkabout. Couldn't get any of that.
It's not an area that Bulgett sort of plays too well, and he's done that so many times. Just has a little hop forward while he's trying to play the shot that gets beaten each time. I think he's much better just waiting on that and trying to hit that ball in that gap. I mean, there's a big gap there between third man and point. Just try and guide the ball in that area.
Shani. Oh, gets a bit funky. He picks out the fielder. He gets something on it at least. I don't think it's enough. I think this is running away and it'll be 4. Well, this is a brutal outfield. This time, you see, he just says a bit of a shrug emoji about that, saying, "Oh, I got behind as best as I could." Bulgett gets creative. And in the end, even though he hits it pretty much at the fielder, takes a bit of a side hop. Maybe a little bit of a desert Tortuga there that does Nazir Mahmood. And the result is another boundary for BCC.
Yeah, they're just picking these deliveries off now and getting a little bit adventurous. Maybe they're feeling the confidence is starting to flow.
James Stewart is saying it's 30 degrees in Estonia even. Shot, and this has actually been cracked for 6. Well, how about that for a shot? Maximo! Fence wasn't big enough to handle that one. It's the old fake wrap and smash. You won't find that one at the textbook, maybe in appendix number C. But bang, says the batter. And so that will be another 6 to the total. Bergamo edging towards safety.
Beautiful shot there from Bulgett. That's the way to pick it away. I mean, you've seen him. He gets drawn into, he gets walking sometimes into the ball. But like I say, he's far better off just waiting for it, rocking back, hitting it. That one, he had the width. He got the bounce on it, and he got right under it. Absolutely smashed it for a huge 6-over point.
Last ball of the over coming up. Bulgett's hungry for more, I think. Just leans on this. He'll retain the strike. Hits it to his opposite number. He'll move to 23. And now with that run, we know at least that Bergamo CC will be straight through to the quarterfinals. As after 6 overs, they're 61 for 2.
Yeah, it's been a good little knock between these two, between Bulgett and Mandeep Singh. They were saying to me in the break, Rico, if you want some prawntas, we have some. We've got some achar with them as well. So I do know for sure they did have some prawntas in that break. I would say it's a bit hot to be eating prawntas this time of day.
It's pretty hot.
But I wouldn't mind it with some nice yogurt, you know. It's a nice yogurt with some bundi in it. Yeah, that would be fine.
I think I'm more thinking tonight it will be some liquid refreshments I'll need. Just got a feeling at the moment that'd go down pretty well.
But anyway, the two of them, they've had their prawntas. They're out there. They're batting well. It's a nice little partnership they've put together. It certainly looks like it's going to be a match-winning partnership. Came together with the score on 25. So you can see they're quickly getting to a point of getting to a nice, good 50 partnership there going between these two. And that's a good sign. 36 it stands on at the moment. And decide not to go here. I'm not sure. Well, they do in the end. And this is, well, I don't know what's going on there. It's like, you know, when you just can't make up your mind and you're thinking about it and somebody says to you, look, you've got to make up your mind. It's now or never. And then you decide, all right, then let's go. Look, you say, nah, ठहर जा. Mandeep is saying, oh, ठहरना कदे यार की करदा चल परोंठे नहीं हजम होए की गल होगी. Well, he does go in the end, so gets there. Baljeet Singh says, yeah, don't worry, buddy. Look, stay calm, stay cool. Add one more to that partnership. Mahfuz Rahman, the bowler, and this one. I mean, they have lived dangerously. You have to say, both batters have played some false shots and have been beaten a number of times. they've enjoyed a bit of luck as well.
Yeah, that's true. You make your own luck, though. Pretty experienced at this format compared to Torino. A bit of bat on this, I think, is going to save him. Yeah, so very, very tense days of cricket ahead, I think, because absolutely anything can happen. 3 teams arriving every day, only 2 surviving to finals.
First Rahman. Hit up in the air, in the gap, and that's the gap I was talking about before. Trying to find that gap between the third man and the point. I think you don't want to be leaving it to a nervy final game in the heat when you're already drained. And there's going to be a bit of a wait as well.
Yeah, for
because
sure.
he's not going to be played straight away, which makes sense because you can't be asking, you know, teams to go out there straight after to play the big match like this. Also need a bit of time to get the information through to all the partners. So yeah, you want to make yourself safe, do your job, and say, right, that's us done. Smashed up in the air, and it's taken. So they do get a wicket in the end. Hits it pretty well, but finds the fielder. Not too many celebrations, and even though they do get the breakthrough there, I probably feel that we've still got an awful lot to do. Look, to win the match, it's still possible. We know that wickets can go when they go, they can go quickly. Good partnership to break.
Yeah, I mean, not a lot of enthusiasm for Torino out there at the moment. I mean, they're still hanging in this game, but ultimately,
yeah, Mandeep is the man that has to go.
Mandeep's going to have to go, but I mean, certainly haven't disgraced themselves today, Torino, on the first day in East End cricket. They've got an opportunity. They're going to have to knock off Royal Bergamo, but they've been playing some good cricket.
Well, here comes the man that probably gave them this chance, gave them this sort of opened the door to them to get this, get themselves booked into the quarterfinals on Friday, and that was this man, Kamaljit. I think he really batted really well and very sensibly in the last match. He came in at 6, wickets were falling all around him. He had that partnership with the man who's out there at the moment, Baljit, which we thought was could have been the match-winning partnership. It wasn't to be because Baljit got himself out, so he had to stick around. Went through some nervy moments and then finished the job off well and finished it with a big 6. And they won that match, remember, with just 4 balls to go. And it wasn't a big run chase. Now he's coming out there again. And it looks like that... yeah, look, this is sensible for me. And Baljit Singh, he's been out there a long time. It's 17 deliveries. And I think it's sensible. I think you'll see that the tournament referee and the umpires will work together here, and they'll assess how long somebody's been out there, and they will allow the batters to take on board some liquid. I think at the same time with the fielders, they will say to the fielders, look, yeah, put some water bottles down on the boundary line for yourselves, because you know, it's very important to keep yourself hydrated, taking on fluids.
Yeah, for sure.
And I can see that as this series goes on, we're going to see a lot more of that. We may even get to a point where maybe after 5 overs that they do actually take the time out and actually everybody have like just a very quick 2-minute break where you come off, take on some fluids, you know, get a cold towel, just wipe yourself down with and go out there again, because it is extremely warm.
Here's Rahman. He gets hit over the offside. Well, this time the fielder is just going to have to watch it go to the fence. He's trying to take a very good catch down there, but this one was in front of point. It's a fair bit of contact and a nice bit of hitting. And Kamal was the hero before. And he's picking up that pace once again. 4 more runs to Bergamo Cricket Club.
Yeah, nice hit. We know that can do it.
Bit of Spanish cricket news for you here, Rico.
Yeah.
That's I knew it was the Southern Cricket League yesterday in Spain. I'm going to come back to that in a second, as I do think that's the end of the over. This is where we're at. We can put this up now because we know exactly that Bergamo can't lose top spot. Bergamo CC, that is. In Eliminator A, this is the 4th match today. We're going to see Royal Bergamo versus Torino. And yeah, the winner will be through to the second quarter final. The loser will be out of the tournament. Bergamo CC, now we know that they have secured a spot in the quarterfinals. Still, they want to win this match, no doubt. Will give them a lot of confidence. And so, yeah, I just had some Spanish cricket news. I knew it was going right down to the last match day in the Southern Cricket League in Spain. And Granada CC are actually the Southern champions there. So that means that they will advance to the Spanish Championship weekend later on in the year, probably in November, I think. Right now, we're seeing the runs flowing, and it's going to be 4 more starting a new over. So 71 for 3 after 7 becomes 75 as Bergamo CC are closing in on this target.
Yeah, I mean, that's all that yesterday as well. Congratulations to Granada. A lot of good things happening on the Costa del Sol in that Malaga area. We know all about the Costa del Sol Cricket Club, but Granada, a new club. They're getting a new ground put together. That's on the way now. For them to win and for them to be, they'll be, yeah, like you say, normally it's November when they'll have the finals.
Last year was 31st of October, 30th, 31st of October. But yeah, congratulations to Granada, a team that we saw in the ECS earlier this year. Costa del Sol, I think they were a game ahead going to the last round. So Granada must have pulled off a good result to grab the top billing there in Spain. Of course, an area where we know lots about. We had our first ECS there just after the ECL this year. Of course, we've done a lot of high-level cricket at Cartama, which is where all these teams right here are hoping to end up. Swinging a miss. I think this one's just okay. How's all your equipment working over there?
It's not. It's not.
My phone.
I don't think
anyone's
it's just
trying to call me
equipment,
now.
because I think it might be something happening with.
I think anyone's trying to call me. You're going to get a dead dial tone because my phone is overheated and it's gone. Umpire says no edge on this one. You see everything. I think the score's disappeared and everything, but I'm going to give you a score. I'm going to say 75 at the moment. So requiring another 17. So it's been very entertaining.
It's been well hit. It's well. What's happened here? How does this ball? What does this hit? I mean, it doesn't hit the umpire, does it? What happens here? It gets hit. Who does this hit? It does hit the umpire.
Oh, did it?
I was going to say,
wow.
Why? The fielder was going one way, it starts going the other. Thinking, yeah, this is a good shot of it.
I reckon he probably... oh, wow. I think he saves 4 there, quite honestly.
No, the fielder had it covered.
Yeah, you say that.
He did.
Anyway.
The fielder, bless him, went one way, then had to go running the other. End of the over. Good, tell us, what's the score?
Yeah, I don't know. It's pretty hot. I want to say it's 3 for 32 degrees, going on 52 degrees. I'm going to go 78 for 3 after 8 overs. 14 to win now. We've got a game on here, though. 14 off 12. I mean, you feel like they got this covered, but I think that Mahfouz Rahman is going to come into the attack for over number 9. I suppose anything can happen from here.
Plenty of wickets in hand. Just a lot of talk about the field. You can see the bowler, Mahfouz Rahman, is wanting a change from Naveed, and Naveed seems pretty reluctant not to do so. Firmly struck. He's got enough support out there on the off. You've seen a couple of deliveries have gone. Oh, well, is he going to run himself out here now? The umpire will want this, so we're going to go upstairs. So this is sort of unnecessary for me. I'm not sure why. I think he may just get there, but does the bat plug? That's my question.
Oh, that's almost out. I reckon go back. Oh, I mean, one more. Yeah, to me, he looks out, but the keeper's foot is in the way. But to be honest, yeah, this is going to be a real tight call. They may just go with the on-field call there because you won't be able to tell so much from this one. But yeah, the bails fly off pretty quickly. Certainly really close.
Let's have a look. The bat starts sliding in here. Stop it there. Stop it there.
Yeah, that's the shot.
Well,
what do you reckon?
Maybe just it. I think
he's actually out.
I think because of the foot in the way.
Yeah. I think he's actually out, but you're guessing, and it's inconclusive, and they'll probably go with the on-field call, which I'm guessing.
Give it first. So I think that they'll go with not out there. That's my thinking.
Come on, make a game of it.
Yeah, not out.
Nah, I think that's a fair call, all things considered. So, Now going to get two, but geez, looking at that, probably a bit lucky to be there. This one's edged and taken, so we didn't have to wait too long to get a wicket. Did cost him a run, but then Kamal will go very next ball. And so Torino are fighting on, looking for their first victory in ECN cricket. Kamal just nicks that one behind. See here on the replay, just trying to go over the leg side. A little feather through to the keeper. Well held by Harris Hyatt. I think he's been pretty good today for Torino on debut. As he departs, the score is 79 for 4.
Yeah, well done. It's good work. Just getting the ball in the right areas. I think you just felt that Kamaljit was going to have a go. He keeps it just short of a length, doesn't want to put anything out there that's drivable, but that's the thing. And it'll be the same with Gurvinder that comes out there now. I think they pitch anything up to him, he's going to go for it. He's going to go for the big shot.
So, is there a twist left in this game? 13 off 10. 13 off 9. Very interesting finish to this potentially. I mean, the golden ball drought, what is it, 301? Bolton's still there, you think probably not. Govinda just joined in. Wide, that's no.
No ball.
Worst case scenario. Hits the edge of the pitch, deflects away from the keeper. I think that's going to be a no ball and 4 byes. It will. But have a look at this. Even if this is off the pitch, the keeper has a chance, but he has no chance to do with that.
Well, I'm confused there. That's been signalled wide. No ball, byes. There's everything there.
Yeah,
but
he's just saying it's everything.
It's everything. But it will be. That will be a no ball because it does hit the edge of the pitch. So no ball, byes, which is so hard on the wicket keeper.
Well, it's just so hard on the team because they were getting so close to making a game of this. And you leak 5 runs there. Goes from 13 off 9 to 8 off 9. Now it seems that they're closing in on the victory. Free hit coming up from Mahfouz Rahman. Oh, this one isn't much better. This will be a wide, and still free hit will be in play. Well, this is what I'll say if you're a Torino supporter, is they have competed today, and they have now an elimination match against Bergamo United. And look, it's the fact the team that's been out there, they're going to have to play 3 games in a row.
Yeah.
Whereas Bergamo United have had a bit of a break. Well, this is in the air.
Free hit, remember. It's a free hit.
It'll be full safely anyway. But what I was going to say is, I know they're going to feel a bit of fatigue. You'd be inhuman not to. But they're essentially playing for their tournament life. So they need to kind of get as much of a break as they can. They'll get about an hour in between the match, the end of this match and the start of the eliminator. And so they just need to try and rest and then come out there, give it one big effort, as do Bergamo United, though they're a bit more rested. Well, 5 off 7. Looks like we are going to the last. But, I mean, this format, we knew it's going to throw up a big pressure match at the end of every single day. And we're going to start with Eliminator A. Royal Bergamo versus Torino. This is a little edge, and this one I think is going to tie the scores. It's running away. Third man doesn't exist. And so it will be 91-91 as we get to the end of the 9th. Bergamo CC are 91 for 4. And Torino, well, they can still force a golden ball. All they need is a maiden.
Yeah, stranger things have happened, Vinny. They certainly have. Yeah, that over is an expensive one, which is unfortunate. It started well, didn't it? They got that wicket, and you thought, well, hello. Get a few more dot balls in, keep it tidy, and then we go into the last, but it doesn't end up being a tidy one. I think the no ball with the 5 came off that one ball, the no ball and the 4 byes.
So this is what we can tell you. The next game will be starting in around about an hour and 10 minutes from now, starting at 1:30 GMT, which is 3:30 in Central Europe, and it is 7 p.m. in India. It'll be Royal Bergamo versus Torino. The winner to quarterfinals Friday. The loser will be out of the tournament. So it's all to play for. We'll have a bit of an extended break just to give the players a chance to recover. But then we will be back with one more match tonight. You don't want to miss it. And these two teams, their ECL aspirations are on the line on day 1 here in Italy. Just one required. Really, everyone should be up. It's Baljit. Let's see what his approach is. Score's tied. And he wants to push and run. Might as well throw. And they're going to get there, so they will get the win. Bergamo CC go 2-0, and they have booked their place on quarterfinals Friday. Disappointment for Torino, who didn't come up with a win in their first 2 games, but they will stay alive. They will have to play a sudden death match against Royal Bergamo later on, starting in around about an hour and 10 minutes. So, yeah, it's going to be a very interesting finish to the day. But right now, Bergamo Cricket Club, they'll be so excited after missing out on the final stages just barely last year. They're a very good cricket team led by Baljit Singh, and he's the man who hits the winning run as they do get through to quarterfinals Friday. The first team to qualify.
Yeah, well about it to Baljit Singh. He had a few early scares when he went out there, but that's just the type of batter that he is. He'll give you a couple of chances, you'll beat him a few times, but then if you don't get him out and he gets himself in, he's a very difficult guy to bowl at. He can play shots to all parts of the ground, he can cut the ball really well, play drives, and he picks the short ball brilliantly as well, and he's batted well here. He's led his team to victory, 34 of 22 not out, and a good little supporting role there towards the end as well from Gurvinder Singh, just staying there to see things through, especially after Kamaljit Singh sneaked one behind. A good innings and a good partnership between Baljit and Mandeep as well, as we have a look at these highlights. But it started in emphatic style with the stumps being absolutely destroyed. What a start it was. Dara went for 0 off the very first delivery. And, well, then there were some nice shots played, weren't there? Sudhir, he looked like he was in the mood to party. Played some stunning shots at all parts of the ground before he was taken. And, well, the man who took the catch wanted to do a bit of showboating. That was Ahmed.
He was pretty excited about that. Torino trying to make some highlights, and they have already today. They've been very competitive without pulling off a win. Well, hopefully they'll be hoping that it's third time lucky. If they do that, they'll make it through to quarterfinals Friday. And Royal Bergamo have a bit of a banana peel here against Torino, because don't forget, Royal Bergamo, they were champions in 2020. And last year they were runners-up. And look, the thing is, if they lose this next match, they're going to go out of the tournament. They won't even make the top 8 here in Milan. There's a little nick behind. That was induced by Mahfouz Rahman. And well taken behind the stumps by Hadas Hayat. But then this one, I don't know what the keeper's meant to do about that. I mean, they would have loved those back. It just meant it was going to be a little bit of a tight finish in the end. And you see, they scramble the winning run off the first ball of the last over. And Baljit is the man that does it. And he's happy because he knows with that run, his team is guaranteed a spot in quarterfinals Friday. See, they're the first team to book their place in quarterfinals, which is the kind of the second column you see there. Eliminator A, we can tell you now, it's Royal Bergamo versus Torino in that match, and that is coming up very, very shortly. The winner will go through to play the top of Group B. Teams will see tomorrow. So Group A eliminator Royal Bergamo versus Torino is coming up in an hour and 5 minutes right here on the European Cricket Network. And, well, I think it'll be a very, very entertaining finish to the day. 2 teams will arrive. Only one will survive through to quarterfinals Friday. Have a look at that scorecard. That was a very quick look, but what I can tell you is they did get there with the 5 balls to spare. There it is, Baljit Singh once again leading the way for his team. Look, he didn't quite hit his straps there, Rico, and you know how well he can bat. Yeah. But still, he did what he had to do. He got his team home, supported by Mandeep Singh with 20 and Pramod Sudhir, a promising start for him with 13.
Yeah, absolutely. He does what good players does. Even when he's not in the best of forms, he's stuck around there. I think that partnership between him and Mandeep Singh, I like the way he batted, very positive. And Mandeep went, and Kamaljit, we know what he can do. Kamaljit didn't really get going, and they got to 6 before he went, and then Govinda just saw it home with Baljit. But good knock from the captain. He's a top player. We know just, he's also the captain, or was the captain of the T10 national squad. So we know he's a talented player. He knows how to lead players. He knows how to lead his team. And he's led his team into the quarterfinals.
Now, I'll give you a bit of a stat here. Bergamo CC, they finished top. They only conceded 1 single 6 in each of their 2 fieldings innings so far. So the opposition just not being able to get hold of them. And you can see there, it kind of shows up that even though there were some good performances, the issue there is that they just didn't have enough runs on the board, Torino. They weren't able to defend 91. 2 for 13 to Naveed Khan, and Mahfouz Rahman chipping in with a couple of wickets as well. So it should be a very interesting end to the day. So once again, want to just let everyone know what's happening. And so right now, we've got a break for about an hour. And we are going into match 4. It's the eliminator. So one of these teams has to be eliminated now because we don't have room for more than 2 teams per day. So it's the second and third team going head-to-head. That will be coming up in about an hour. The coin toss is happening very, very shortly. If you keep an eye on our YouTube live chat or our website, you'll see who wins the coin toss and who will be doing what, and you can keep an eye out for things like fantasy and stuff like that. So look, I think it'll be a really interesting finish to the day. Torino, they haven't quite put a game together yet, but they've had signs, and they certainly have been very competitive. And look, both teams all to play for here in match 4, eliminator number 8.
Yeah, look, I think in both matches that we've seen them lose, unfortunately, we've seen enough from them to know that if certain little things go right, they can go on and win it. So I think it's going to be an interesting match. I think eliminators, when there's someone to play for it, it's like a final. This is their final.
Yeah.
When it comes to
definitely.
matches like this, I think there's a lot of nerves out there, and I don't think particularly it may not be a high-scoring game, but certainly will be a thrilling one. Maybe that wait for the golden ball comes to an end.
Yeah, well,
here.
it could be. Will it be a golden finish? We'll take a break. Back in about an hour. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo again with Rico Full. We'll be back. Hopefully you're back with us for the eliminator. One team has to go. Find out who after this. You're watching ECN, and this is the FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back to the Milan Cricket Ground. We are at the European MCG today for day one of our Italian summer tour, starting here in Milan. We've had 3 Group A matches. We already know that Bergamo Cricket Club, they are already through to the quarterfinals. Now it's time to find out who will join them. It's the Group A eliminator, Royal Bergamo versus Torino. The second and third team in the group are going to compete for that other quarterfinal place. They'll play the top of Group B, which we'll see tomorrow. Let's go over to Stefan Gooch. He's with the 2 captains for the coin toss.
Torino to call.
Tail this time.
Tails the call.
We're going to ball again.
Okay, very good.
So it is Naveed Khan for Torino that has won the toss, and he's elected to bowl first. So obviously they want to chase, and like I say, they have been competitive today without pulling off a win. They certainly pushed Bergamo CC to the very last over in match 3. And look, these 2 did play in match 2. On that occasion, it was Royal Bergamo that got the win. But again, they were tested all the way throughout. Torino, remember, it's a pretty good effort from them. This is their first day in ECN cricket, and they'll be pretty determined it's not their last for this year. Got to say, Naveed Khan has really impressed me with the bat and the ball. I think he is a key for his team if they're going to get across the line. But I've got to say, they have been impressed with Royal Bergamo, who went 1-1 throughout the preliminary matches as well. And their captain, Mubashir, watch out for him because he really can pack a punch. I think I'd like to see maybe moving up from number 4 to number 3, because I do think if they're not in wicket trouble, they've got to get him there and got to get him scoring. It's all on the line. You want to leave it all out there on the field. Very sunny conditions right here. It's pushing 34, 35 degrees, but I'm saying it feels a lot hotter out here in the middle. So it's going to be pretty spicy. Rico Fu is in the commentary box. Let's get ready for our first eliminator of Group A. I can tell you the news from the toss. Torino have won the toss. They're going to bowl, so we'll get to see Royal Bergamo with the bat first. Over to you, and let's stay cool. But remember, one team is going home after this. Over to you, Rico.
Well, you know that I do like it spicy. Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo. And this is going to be a spicy end to the day. A bit of garam masala, I think. Which way, though, is it going to go? I just feel, you know when you've seen 2 teams, and Royal Bergamo, I know they did the one over in match 2 over Torino, and that was 120 to 106, a 14-1 victory. But I just get a feeling Torino is the first time we're seeing the team in a FanCode European Cricket Series. I just think they're too good a team to lose all 3 matches today. So maybe they are going to do this, and if they did, it'd be better than that, to be honest. You know, you look at their matches, chasing 120, 106. And then, well, they put 91 on the board against the Bergamo. Bergamo getting it with 6 wickets down, but winning by 6 wickets, I should say. But that was thanks to Baljit Singh's a great performance from him. And watch out on the Instagram and on social media, TikTok as well. Maybe there'll be a little interview coming up between Baljit Singh and Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandhu. Always good to keep an eye out on all the social media, and also on EuropeanCricket.com. The first ball here, starting with a wide. So everything to play for. Place in the final. And they don't come, captain-wise, any bigger than this man. I mean, not just in size, but in terms of what he does. Naveed Khan, he's bowled well, and he's batted well. And you just get the feeling that he's going to be one of the key players here. See the first runs off the bat. The left-hander now taking guard. Usman Javed, a bit of a promotion up the order for him. Sort of come in around about number 4, number 3. So they're opening with the left-hander. It's been in pretty good nick. This one is just respectfully pushed down the ground. And welcome back to everybody. I hope you had a nice little break there. And this is the sort of format we're going to follow this week. Let's see in all of these, if you like, the group matches. This is Group A, tomorrow Group B. So we 3 matches, then the break to give the teams a chance to get a bit of a breather. And really, they do need it in this heat. You heard Maximo saying around about 34. It feels a lot hotter. And I think the reason for that is, you know, I know 34 degrees, 35 where I am in Spain doesn't feel as hot as this, because I think we're close to the coast. Here, we're away from the coast. We haven't got that coastal breeze. And the heat really is coming off for the ground and all around us. Naveed, oh, it's a big swing. Missing out on this. from Shah Javid. Not had a bad day today, has he? We've seen a good score from him, 48 of 26 against Torino. In that match number 2 today, he batted really well for that. Actually did deserve a... Oh, well, the finger goes up. Gone. Well, I was going to say, I was just talking about how he performed well, but not this time. This has gone all the way through. And this is bowled him. And I weren't sure at the time why Javid wasn't going. I think he just wanted confirmation that it does bowl. Look, goes all the way through. He takes the bail off. So it does clean bowl him. He's still standing there. He just needed the umpire to say, yeah, you got to go. And Silvio says, yeah, you do got to go. I mean, look, he looks back. The bat is definitely gone. You do see it there in the replay. And good wicket to get. So the man who caused a lot of trouble for them, Tisham Javid, goes. And he goes cheaply. Goes just for 1 off the 3 deliveries that he faced. And it is... Well, who else but Naveed Khan that gets that breakthrough. So big play is the captain for his side. I had a bit of a chat with him in between, well, in that break after their match against Bergamo. He was telling me that they wanted to take part in the European Cricket Series last year, but unfortunately by the time they got to know about it, all the teams were decided. So they do get a chance this year. But of course, he was saying, Rico, what a hard way to do it. An elimination every day. So we could continue. We may have to say goodbye to you and you don't get a chance to see us properly. He said, we've got a lot more to show you. Well, there's only way to do that. There's only one way to do that, and that's to go out there and really perform and get this victory, win this, the Group A eliminator, and well, make it through into Friday's quarterfinals. But I do get what he's saying, and the same applies to a lot of the other teams. Good delivery, goes for that full length Yorker. Always a single there. It doesn't go through the fielder. That's a key thing. I think he may have just hurt his fingers a little bit there, the way he tucked them underneath his armpits. And that is the end of the over, and a very good one as well. So just 4 on the board, 4 for 1. Well bowled again by the captain, Naveed. And a very big hello to everybody that's on the chat. So we know already that Bergamo, they are automatically through the quarterfinals. They did that by winning both their matches today. These two, well, one of them will join Royal Bergamo or Torino. Torino winning the toss and putting Royal Bergamo in. They obviously fancy chasing. Going with Mahfouz Rahman. He starts with quite a wide one. Not the first time Rahman has got his line wrong. Oh, wide called. A lot of noise out there from Torino at the moment. Shaba, Shaba, Shaba is the call. Better delivery. Just gets the batter to play that defensively. Guides it down to the third round area. That was Tahir. Here's one Tahir. Comes in at number 3. Round the wicket to the left-hander Umair. Blocks his out. And Javid Umair. I think he feels that he's got to get a good contribution in here with the bat. I think a good 30 to 50 from him with support from the others will get them to a reasonable score. Hits is pretty hard. He gets it through the inner fielder, but it's well backed up in the deep. It's a good bit of cricket, and they think about taking a cheeky, stealing another. Decide against it. Yeah, good bit of backing up. Sometimes in these conditions, as outfielder, you think, nah, I'm not going to waste my energy. But Mohammed Shoaib, he doesn't. He does, I should say. He does run. He backs up, stops the ball going to the boundary after the misfield from the inner fielder. Swing and a miss from Rizwan Tahir. I think his role is simple. Go out there, hit big. You'll probably find that maybe it will be the captain, Amin Mabusha, that will come in next. Back into this, gets it through the gap, and well, once it gets past you, it's always going to be 4 runs, and no real power in this shot. It just guides this. You see there, it just guided in the gap. 2 fielders give it chase, and then they got to get the brakes on. And luckily, Waqas Mohammed's brakes work pretty well, and he's able to stop before he goes crashing into the banner. Mahfouz Rahman wants to get a breakthrough, gets the edge. They do have the 3rd man back. Tidy hands. Gets the throw back in. End of the 2nd, so 12 on the board. Got that 1 wicket that has fallen, and it's the big wicket, isn't it, of Atasham Javid. He was certainly by far, I think, the best of their batters. I mean, Usman, he scored a fine 24 of 10 deliveries in that 2nd match against when they played Torino the first time. But other than that, nobody else really went big. I mean, they were relying a lot on Javid. Imran Siddiqui come into the attack. Let's watch as this go past. This is a bit of an appeal, and I think the umpire's saying here that there's no shot played. So no shot played, so the umpire's signalling a dead ball and sending the batters back. So let's have a look at this. And yeah, you know, I think that's good umpiring. I really do. I think if he continued to look like he's playing a shot and it comes with the pad and goes there, yeah, fair enough. But yeah, I think I like that. I think there's the experience of the umpire saying, I don't really think you played or offered a shot to that batter. Calls it a dead ball. Taking a bit of time to get this field set here. I mean, it's 3 men on the leg side, all inside the 30-yard circle, and the pressure there then is on the bowler, Siddiqui, to get the ball going down that off-stop channel. But gets that one wrong. Short, hit hard, and he's going to get 4 runs. Well, I think if you're going to get this field set, I do believe you need to give yourself some cover here. I mean, he bangs this one in, and the batter, no mistake. This one Tahir rocks back and plays a nice shot, a safe shot. They've got the 3rd man back, and now they do push the man back on that mark. I think he was more extra cover by the time that shot was played, so now they're going to try this. In fact, no, they're not. 3rd man now comes back in. He doesn't know what he's doing, and now he's been told, no, yaar, tu ki karda? Tu piche hai. And he gets sent back again. Short, down the leg side, and that's a Gandhi ball. And, well, you bowl a Gandhi ball, it's going to be put away, and that is put away. Smashed away. And, well, and you can see that's the area known as the Gandhi balls, because Gandhi balls are being put there. There used to be a house there, you know. That got destroyed every time there's a Gandhi ball played. Just brick by brick smashed them. So the house that used to be there is no longer there. And now you can't find the ball. With this to the run rates, this is where we are at the moment. So we're running about 9.4 at the moment. You see, you compare that to last year, and it was the average was 10.2. But just look at the days. I mean, it started low. Started with 8.7, and then after that, 10s, all the way through. I mean, there was, you see there, the fourth day, day 4, pushed up to 11. I think we're going to follow the same pattern, you know. I think we're going to start low here. I know there's new teams, and that's the other thing. Each day you've got new teams coming, so you're not going to get to a point where a particular team is going to come back, and each time they come back, they're going to get better. New teams coming, so you're going to find a mixture of scores, I think. But in general, looking at this pitch, looking at this outfield, I think you're going to be, yeah, I wouldn't surprise me if we get close to that 11. Cut away to the fielder. They do take the single. This is the other thing that I think is key on this pitch. I mean, it's not easy to field on. It's soft on top. The ball hits the deck. It can go either way. Very few are going to cleanly go into the hands. And I think batters have to take that chance as well and be prepared to play a shot like that and go straight away. You've got to be on the same wavelength. You've got to be on the same page. Take those singles and create that that environment that you're trying to force the fielders to come closer and closer, closer. And then you're able to hit over the top of them, even if you miscue. I think that's what you've got to do. Really got to really sort of push the fielders and try and get them to make mistakes, but take these singles on. It's on the leg side, and once again, so that's exactly what I'm talking about. And even the backing up, you see, even when the throw comes through, though the fielder who does the initial fielding, no mistakes from Kadir Salim. But fielders backing up, not able to back it up cleanly. So ball to go now in this the third over. It's the power play. It's I mean, they're in the 20s. I think they'd much rather be around about 30, 35 at this point. That's hit well. Again to the fielder. They do go straight away, and he's gone. Oh, this is electric cricket. And that is absolutely fantastic. And I think that's going to be, well, that's going to be Waqar Ahmed once more. Absolutely spot on. And he's done it twice, isn't he? Well, you do not run. I was talking about you've got to try and take your quick singles. Well, maybe that's one man you don't take him to. His radar is spot on today. I don't know what he's on. But, well, look, how about this? First of all, the bounce helps him. But the momentum, the way he keeps his balance of throws, and bang, that's it. Bingo! Well, it is National Day of Bingo in the United States. Well, that was bingo. Knocked him over. Full house, maybe? I don't know. Excellent work, excellent fielding today, and we've seen some good direct hits, haven't we? And that's the second time that man, Waqar Ahmed, has done it. Well done to him. And sometimes moments of magic get you a wicket. That was the end of the over. 23 on the board, so they weren't able to get past that 23. 2 wickets down, courtesy of a fabulous run out. And it was Rizwan Tahir who was the man that had to go. You see the power play, it's going in the right direction. Just haven't got a big over in Rizwan. He went for 16 off 10. He'll consider himself to be quite unlucky to be run out in such fashion. That direct hit. But sometimes you just got to know your fielders. Waqar Ahmed. And he said, well, you can take me on, but don't forget what I like doing. I like knocking the stumps out the ground. He certainly does. And he likes letting us see his celebration as well. Top work, quality work. We're going to go to Rahman once more. I think that's a good shout. I think they're holding back Naveed. Naveed bowled the first and didn't come back, and they're also holding back. Well, I thought they might hold back Rahman, but he's coming on here now. It starts with a pretty short delivery. I think this is good because I think taking the wicket, the end of that over, I think the captain said, well, look, I might as well try a bowler that's already bowling and got the line right, just see if we can get one more wicket. This one's a little bit short. That'll be 4 runs, and just been a little bit too short sometimes, hasn't he? He has come up with some good deliveries, has Rahman, but every so often he just drags down, and no mistakes there from Farhan Javed, who comes in. Javed, he was preferred as the opening partner early on today with Adisham Javed, but they decided just to break it up a little bit to give them maybe a little bit more depth in their batting. So good time for him to come in. Still got a very good left-hander Usman Javed there as well. straight through. Keep your comments coming. And, Vinny Sandu will be joining us back again soon, and I think he'll be delighted to read any comments and give any shout-outs as well. And like we always say, we thank you for joining us, and I hope you've enjoyed day one and of this Italian summer so far. That one will be called a wide down the lakeside. It's certainly going to be a very exciting summer. It's going to be a very hot summer, and it started off stifling hot here in Milan. Beautiful city. Certainly looking to explore a bit more. We're right by the San Siro football stadium, which is an incredible building. Chance just dropping short of the bowler. Well, though he gave one boundary away and a wide, when he does get it right, he causes issues. This one as well, quite easily could have been. Short, doesn't quite time it, will get the single. And just poodle in and take the single. Oh man, that's been poodling around the ground and poodles in to our comfy position.
Like a poodle that needs a drink.
Mr. Maximo, he's poodling around, but yeah, it's too warm to be poodling.
Bit of poodling in the middle as well. And so, time for the end of the fourth over coming up. Usman Javaid hasn't really got going yet. Rahman with his last ball, it won't be. Sneaks away from the keeper. Should get two wides here. Hello to everyone. I know that Maya is enjoying the kits. I do like the kind of combination, what do you call it, like an aqua and maroon. It's probably what we call that down home. I think we still got one more ball to go. So we won't quite have the end of the over yet. I've been enjoying it though. And so, see if Rahman can get out of this. 14 off his spell, plus this. Oh, another wide. Well, I've come in, I've properly jinxed Rahman, but having said that, it's a pretty good start by Torino. They had never played an ECN match before today. Steep learning curve for them, but they do seem well suited. And look, the main thing I think that gives them a chance, they're prepared to have a go, especially with the bat.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it's been a very impressive debut from that. Good stop. And that will be the end of the over. So it's going to be 4 overs down to score 32 for 2. Yeah, I think I've been very impressed. I was saying on air, Vinny, before you came on, I'd be very surprised if we see them not play a further part in this tournament, because they're too good to be a team that loses all 3 of their matches.
Yeah, exactly right. But that's the brutal nature of life. It's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maxo. Alongside me is Rico Full. Now, I do have my wonderful ECN jacket. You know we love this so much. But today, you know what it's good for? We're going to give it a bit of this. It's going to turn into a fan. Thanks to Stan Ahuja.
You're going to shake it all about.
It's the best.
It's like, give us some air.
It's the best
fans
very little
air
you could get. Yeah, it's like that at the moment. But got to say, I've enjoyed my day so far. And look, I'm a warm person. You're a warm person too. I don't mind a bit of warmth. At the moment, it is pretty muggy out there. And you can tell this field hasn't had a lot of water.
Yeah.
What do you think of that? The old expensive fan coming out. You're wearing yours. Rico, you're going to be half the man you were at the start of the day, Rico.
We took the sides off our cube, and a bit of breeze started to come through, and I thought, well, I didn't want to we're in Italy, I did not want to let the Italians down, especially in Milan. You know, that there's a hub for fashion here. And I thought, well, you know, maybe there's some of those designers looking in and saying, when you're in Italy, boys, you got to look the part. So I thought I'd put my jacket on.
I've got Italian flags. Got to say, you know, I love my jackets. I've got a feeling it could be a short sleeve kind of week, the way things are going at the moment. But hello to all of our viewers, and welcome back to the action here. If you're just joining us. Now, here's the man, Waqar Ahmed. He certainly loves to celebrate. Let's see if he has something to celebrate here in the 5th over.
Well, it's a short ball. It's a Gandhi ball. It's cuatro carreras. That's another one that has to be found. Yeah, just not bowling well. And one man, Usman Javed, he's shown us already today that you bowl badly to him, and he's not going to take any mercy. He's going to put the ball away. Yeah. And listen, there are more than 280 fountains around the area that we're in.
You're teasing me.
You think there could have been one nearer to us here, don't you think?
You're teasing me.
I mean, I know there's in fact, there's 280 in Rome alone. So I reckon in Italy, this is up in the air. This is gone. This is going to go the other side of the rope. This probably will be 6. Come on, umpire, don't be shy. Put them up in the air. You know you want it. There you go. Manos arriba, arriba, arriba. Porque eso es una grande Seis carreras, muchas gracias. And the umpire puts him up in the air like you just don't care. 6 more.
You've got to get away from Usman Javed. He's going to really hurt you if you keep bowling outside that right hip of his. He just turns and he plunders. So they've done so well to hang in so far. Wakar's just got to hold it, and it's not going to learn here. It's another gift, and it's going to go to the boundary yet again. So big trouble, Torino. They've held him for 4 overs, but now looks like Royal Bergamo getting away, and it's off the bat of Usman Javed.
Yeah, not good bowling, too short, and the man that likes to do, well, he likes to tell us who he is when he's taking the catch in. He's already played a huge part in this match with that run out, but now he's bowled 3 Gundy balls, and each one has gone for the boundary, and they're just checking where this one goes. I think this one may just bounce inside, looking at it first time round. And it's hard to say.
Yeah, it's going to be 4. It's going to be 1 bounce 4. So, yeah, good camera work there by the guys. And I know it's hot date. Our Latvian crew, they're not quite used to this heat either. This pitch is outside leg stump, so this won't be out.
No, that's not going to be out at all. So he does get a dot ball through, and that's why he gets excited, I think. Throws everything at this. And this bat onto that as well. Vinny bat onto the thigh pad. And this one, well, this is big. Bolle, bolle, bolle. 6 carreras. Qué guay, qué grande. Eso es genial. 6 carreras más.
Be careful, you just got your voice back. But bad news for Wakar Ahmed, because this over's just gone magical. 20 have come off it. 4-6, 4-6. There was a dot in the middle. Well, that seems like ancient history now. And he's just had a lot of problems getting the line right to the left-hander.
And this is another one that's up in the air. It's going arriba, arriba, arriba. Manos arriba, arbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras más. And well, this over, it doesn't quite go supersonic, but it certainly goes magical. And well, that is the dangerous Usman Javed. You bowl bad to him, he will put you all over the place, and he tears into Wakar Ahmed there, takes him to the sword.
Yeah, Wakar unfortunately gets put to the sword, but I mean, the last one wasn't a terrible ball, but a few were before it. I think you don't really mind that last shot, but before that, he just offered a few gifts that could be turned around the corner. So 58 for 2 off 5. So 32 came off the first 4 overs, 26 off the 5th. And we'll just remember that. This is where, look, you're still in the game, but you need to pull it back and pull it back quick. And I think it won't just be Usman Javed that wants to keep the rot going. It'll be Farhan Javed. He'll get his chance now against Imran Sadiq.
Does the right thing. It doesn't waste any balls in getting the left-hander back on strike. And, well, 2 Javeds out there. And that was Farhan Javed, the right-hander, giving the strike back to Usman. Usman, he is in the mood to party. Well, we're in Italy. Italy is all about gladiators. Maybe there is a gladiator in the making.
Question from Charlie Hunt in the chat. Hello, Charlie. Great that you're with us. Come back to that in a second.
Not out, going down the leg side.
It's another one. I think that he's not in a very good position to get a decision, the bowler here, because he's coming around the wicket and he's run right in front of the umpire, and you're never going to get a decision here. In fact, if I was an umpire, I think they should get a big poking stick, and every time the bowler runs in front of them, they get poked. Maybe like the pool cue extender or something like that. Like, hey, get out of my way. Let me do my job. Otherwise, I think the umpire should just stand about 2 metres to the left here and then get in his way and say, well, how do you like it? You can't do your job, I can't do mine.
Maybe you might see that from an umpire one of these days. Wide.
Good keeping to block that one. Yeah, Charlie's question was about the temperature. Well, currently it's 33 degrees. I think it feels 43. I got to say, it's very, very muggy. That's the temperature when it's coming down from the sky. But then when it hits the ground, it comes back up, and I think it gains about 10 degrees. Certainly feels really hot out here on the ground. Not too much of the cooling breeze either. Hello to Thunder as well.
Nicely played. You know what I did in that break?
What'd you do?
To the other side of this ground. It's a beautiful rugby pitch, actually.
Yeah, it is.
Really nice.
Yeah.
And I now know why we got those concrete foundations. I know what actually goes there. But yeah, I went to the rugby ground.
The dugouts, right?
It was where the dugouts were, yeah. Went to the rugby ground. The showers were open.
Oh, hello.
Yeah.
Again,
So I just thought, I pressed the knob,
Yeah.
The water came out. It came out cold. And I thought, I'm in
Did
there.
it?
Shirt came off underneath there. Cold water all over me.
Well,
And,
you've got the trick in the 1 hour
felt-
break
it
every
felt-
day.
So tomorrow I'm coming in with a towel.
I'm going to come in my budgie smugglers tomorrow.
Well, you put the banner off there talking about your budgie
What do we
smugglers.
have to do? Probably don't even want to wear those because it's pretty hot. Anyway,
Look, will you still get in them?
Well, I'll try to. I mean, what I will say is, they have a pretty more
what?
permissive society here in Europe, judging by some of the commercials I've seen.
Yeah.
I'm not saying.
You're just
Take it
thinking
all off,
about the spa you went to, aren't you? Down the leg side. It doesn't quite get hold of this. So one of the two fielders should get the ball in.
I would
They
have got two
do.
there.
Yeah, they get one. They should have gone for two.
He keeps the strike, though. Maybe that's what he's thinking. So Usman Javaid will be facing up in the 7th over. It's the end of 6 and 63 for 2. Keep the questions coming in the chat. Hello to Tarek Sandu, who's here, saying more hits than the Beatles. Well, wasn't it International Beatles Appreciation Day? I think Rico said it was a little while ago.
It was last. It was on finals day in Austria when we had the rain, and of course we thought, well, okay, we'll do it in Beatles style.
Hey, I got to say, there's a lot of support for my idea about the poking stick for umpires. They've got some better ideas. They've improved it. So Neville saying maybe a cattle prod would do it. And Shrug saying, forget the poking stick, give them a taser. So I mean, they'll get the message pretty quickly, I think. Anyway, it's just something, I'd like to see as we're trying to professionalise everything that we're doing here at Cricket in Europe. Bit by bit, of course, that's one thing. And that is bush league, as we'd say. You've got to be running off the side of the pitch you're bowling from. Anyway.
Where he does want to bowl it to Usman Javed, certainly doesn't put anything on his legs.
I think maybe you wouldn't tase them every time. You would wait till there's an appeal, and when they turn around, you give them the pepper spray or something like that.
Pepper spray? You're getting really bad now.
Well, if you're going to go the
Can you
taser.
imagine the delay? Sorry, we're just
How's that?
delaying. We're just delaying because the bowler is recovering.
The heat's making us a bit crazy, I think. Here's Naveed.
Another wide. So just trying. I wonder if he'll try coming around the wicket if he wants to try and go for that line outside the off. He's focused and keep the ball outside the off stump to Umar.
Been a bit surprised the lack of Maximos, considering the dimension of this ground, especially square. We're averaging just under 3 Maximos in innings, 3 Maximos per 10 overs, 2.9. That's a statistic I'm going to keep an eye on, because I think that normally the team that hits most sixes wins. So I want to see who the big hitters are in Italy.
This one may go all the way, and well, it does. Well, there you go, right on cue. The commentator's kiss from Mr. Maximo, create a Maximo, and Usman, he gets plenty on this. That's a big shot, to play one over like that. I know we saw Baljeet do it hit one like that in the last match, but that's a big hit over point. Good shot.
And Usman Javaid's hit 4 sixes, and those are the 4 sixes of the innings. So they're already above par for sixes. I just think sixes, you need them in the innings. It's pretty hard to win without them. I know you can hit 4s and things like that, but here's another one which is going to fly, and with this boundary, I think it's going to be out of the ground. Going, gone. Maximo, back-to-back Javaid. How's he batting his team into the quarterfinals? We'll have to find out. That moves him into the 40s.
Yeah, it's a good shot. This is beautiful. He's been waiting for one to be in the slot. He didn't get one the ball before. He says, I'm still going to put it away. Look at the fielder there. He didn't quite catch him. I think the fielder, Imran Sadiq, was giving a signal to say, forget about poking the bowler, just poking him. Just take him off. This is too many runs we're giving away here. And excellent innings from Usman Javed. 42 now he moves into.
Yeah, he's been very, very strong square of the wicket. Here he is again.
He waits for this one, a slightly slow delivery.
I think we had a comment from Thunder saying, without Italy in the Football World Cup, it seems a bit strange. But I tell you what, Italy might not be in the Football World Cup, but they will be at the European Cricket Championship in September and October. So maybe we can get some of those football fans to come across and support the Italian team. And they played very, very well last time. Made it all the way to the championship week. Yeah, I think they finished in 4th. Oh, no, hold on. Yeah, 3rd place, right?
It's a nicely timed shot. And we'll take the single, and I think it's this, no point not taking that. You could be thinking Usman is saying, well, no, hang on. Just swing big. Let me have a bit of a breathe at the other end. You can understand that. Still 2 balls to go here, so think an opportunity. We're looking to go big here and then maybe try and take the single or something off the last. And there is that change now from Naveed Khan. He's going to come around the wicket. Not a bad delivery, but is the fielder not going to stop it? He doesn't. Again, I think this is 3 matches in the sun. It's taken its toll, and he's got to go down here to try and stop this. He doesn't. It gets past Waqar Ahmed, and Ahmed, he's normally a man who's on fire in the field, and that one gets past him. So 4 more runs. So Khan now has gone for 24 off his spell with the ball to go. Javed on 47. And finishes with a dot. It will be the end of the over, and it is 83 for 2 after 7.
Just correcting, just check my notes. Italy actually, in the end, they came 5th in the ECC because they were knocked out by Spain. Remember, Spain snuck ahead of Austria, who finished 6th, and then they finished ahead of Italy, but because Italy they lost the eliminator. They finished a bit higher after the group stage on Super Thursday. But anyway, let's talk about Group B matches. That's what we'll see tomorrow, starting with Albano. Well, that's Danny Hudacek's favourite team. I'm sure he'll be supporting them. They're taking on Milan Kingsgrove. Well, they're a good team, but they underperformed last year. They're going back-to-back matches 5 and 6. Cantu, the team who we'll see that will be matches 6 and 7 back-to-back. Same as today. The top side after those 3 matches, they go straight through to quarterfinals Friday. The 2nd and 3rd teams will have to fight it out in another eliminator this time tomorrow. But it all starts with match 5, day 2, starting 6:30 a.m. GMT, which is 8:30 in Central Europe, and noon in India.
Arslan Shani. He's going to be the one who's going to have a ball now. 83 on the board, so look, go at 10 and over here, which you should do. You've got the wicket in hand. There we go. Big moment. Farhan Javed hits this pretty well. Fielder should stop it, and will do. Farhan says, there you go. Back to Usman. We've gone 47 here. Closest we've got to a half century today was Adisham Javed. 48 of 26. That was in this same fixture earlier today, match number 2. We didn't quite get there. Well bowled and well played. Good bit of cricket. That gets the ball much fuller. That's the length, isn't it? We haven't seen too many of those in this innings where you've really made the batters block out those Yorker length deliveries. I mean, even Naveed Khan, who was pretty good with this sort of length, didn't manage to repeat it in this one. Very difficult to score of those. Shani, good first ball. And good second as well, so starts well. This one is one that he needs to put away. He's eyes lit up there.
Yeah.
Eyes lit up and wanted to go big and misses out on it.
Yeah, so Javed just getting the staggers a little bit. It's pretty hot out there in the kitchen. This is one. He gets the length and he should have put it away. He's just not able to get bat on it. Comes off the back hip, I think. Squirts away. They won't get a run there. So again, if you're Torino, if you can remove him now, then you can maybe save something like 20 runs. Potentially anyway. I know there's still plenty of batting to come. Up and going.
He's joining up the dots at the moment.
Credit to Shani. I mean, this is the kind of over, you know, we had that magical over last over that went for 20. In fact, the 5th over went for 26, the 6th for only 5, so kind of evening out. The 7th went for 20, this has gone for 1 after 4 balls. So they're kind of evening out a little bit. They're walking a tightrope at the moment, Torino. I'm scared they're going to fall off. Javed on 47.
Up in the air, and where's this going? Is it going over that fielder? I think it is. Well, it bounces and goes over the right. I think this is probably, well, it's 6. Well, I wasn't sure. I mean, he comes off the line, then tries to go back on it. Keep an eye on him. Yeah, that does go. I think that is 6.
Yeah, it seems like it to me.
I mean, he'd be disappointed if it was given as 4, because then you'd be saying that fielder needed to be right on there, taking a catch. So, well done and well batted. So, Usman Javed, he's the first player to score a 50 in this FanCode European Cricket Series. In Italy, Milan 53. He moves on to of 24. Congratulations. More Badaya. Usman Javed, Apni 50 Benali. And, well, he's got his 50, gets the score to 90, but of course he wants to keep going. He would love to get to the 120. On the legs, and this is in an area where he's going to put it away, and he hits it big. That goes all the way. Balle, 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 Kinnasona, Shaka, Lagya. Love the way he gets inside his crease and whips that away. 6 more.
Yeah, and with that, it'll bring up his half century. So good batting. And, well, 53. In fact, I'm one ball behind. How about that? So he gets up to 59. I got to turn my headphones back on, don't I? 'Cause I'm way behind the game. But what I can tell you is just when it looked like that innings, that over was under control, went 1 dot dot dot, goes bang bang, suddenly 13 off the over, 96. From here, now on that tour ball, pace 120, will be a lot of runs to chase down. Remember, earlier today, we saw these two teams competing in match number 2, and it was exactly 120 that Royal Bergamo scored, and they held Torino to 106.
You know, when you watch that picture there, it wouldn't surprise me if I saw a couple of camels walking in the background.
Yeah.
Has that feel about it? As long as they... Do you think the camels would deliver us ice creams? Do they have that?
I mean, camels are very clever.
And have a bit of ice
Yeah,
cream.
there's a million wild camels in Australia. Pitch outside leg stump. Can't be out. I'm just going to get...
Say that again. There's how many?
There's over a million wild camels roaming the centre of Australia. You never see them because no one really lives out there. True story.
Over a million. Seriously, that's
Someone
for
Google
sure.
that. Tell me I'm right.
That is for sure. Okay.
Full of useless information. And some useful information. Anyway, here's Darwood Shah. He's only getting the one over here.
This is hit pretty hard. The fielder's got to try and stop it. Does. Bounces kindly for him. Gets a good bounce there. I'm gonna guess at that there's probably a lot of camel meat eaten then.
You got to catch them first. I mean, you can eat camel. I've eaten camel in Cairns in North Queensland. They have this selection. You can eat crocodile, emu, camel, and buffalo all on the one plate.
Okay.
So just, we're in the food chain. And we're above all them, obviously, because you can eat them. Crocodile is really interesting to eat.
Crocodile?
Yeah, I suggest you don't catch them yourself. I will say that. But if you go to one of the restaurants, crocodile is like a white steak. That's how I would describe it. Has anyone eaten crocodile in the chat? Let us know. Well, no ball called. This must be for a field error. They must have only had 3 in the circle. And so, yeah, that's been called a no ball. So now they might have fixed it. But, yeah, I mean, he seems pretty certain here. So, yeah, that's a bit of a mental error, isn't it?
Yeah, so no ball is called. I mean, got the umpire on the walkie-talkie. And I don't see it from here, so unless the fielder who was guilty has now just crept back where he should be.
I think the batters are all over that too. I mean, sometimes the fielders will realise and then someone will scamper in. But, yeah, I think they must have only had 4 in the circle plus the...
So here we go. It is a free hit.
3 in the circle, I should say. All right, free hit. 100's up now.
This is quite well. It's well fielded. No mistakes, so they get the single. Yeah, I've had a bit of crocodile. Crocodile, impala, yeah. I can't admit to saying I've had camel. May have had it and not known about it. Yeah, that was while on safari in Kenya.
You know when you should eat camel, right? Wednesday. Hump day. Leave that with you. Hello to Steve Cook, who's joining us.
Wednesday is hump day.
Haven't you heard Wednesday called hump day before?
No. Is that
Where did you grow up?
Well, not where you did. Hump day. Is that day you walk around because you got the hump with everybody? This one, well, the bowler, he's going to have the hump because this one is another one that has been bashed out of here. So now it's time for Darwood Shah to be flicked away. Well, some of the hitting here from Usman Javid has just been outstanding. He really has. And the man out there, well, that's why he's not in a team at the moment and just retrieving balls because he's not a good catcher.
He's a good young player, though. We saw him playing for Cividate last year.
Got him, and well, that's an impressive delivery. That's where you got to be to him, full straight. And this one bangs the bottom off the off stump and takes it clean out of the ground. So well done to Darwood Shah. He does finally get the wicket That's already a lot of runs on the board, and well batted to Usman Javid. And well, that's a good call, isn't it? I mean, Naveed himself, you can see that a lot of changes were made at different times from both teams, but I think this one is a good one to make from the captain of Royal Bergamo. Usman Javid is coming in and opening the batting. And a good shout there from Amin Mubashir. I wonder if we're going to see Amin now come out. Yeah, we do. So the captain who made that call. And he'll take all the credit for it, of course. And a very fine knock from the talented left-hander. 66 of 28. And that included 3 fours and 8 sixes. Well, you were talking about the sixes, how they've been averaging just 3. Well,
yeah, that's a bit low, though. I mean, I think normally you'd expect... Yeah, I'd say about 8 innings is on par. That's why I want to keep an eye on it. I want to see 6s per innings this week and see who the big hitters are, because I think they're going to win more cricket matches. Last ball of the over.
They're taking him on, and yeah, the fielder is taking this defensively, just making sure the ball doesn't go past him. You can understand that. There's nobody behind him.
So that's the end of the over, 109 for 3. The reason it's called hump day, Rico, is because, okay, the work day, if you consider it the work week, if you consider it Monday to Friday, kind of you're going up there, but when you get to Wednesday, that's where now you're on the downslope. Now you're closer towards the end of the week, so you're kind of over the hump. Understand? So anyway,
yeah,
I
draw doesn't quite work that way if you're working with ECN,
well, no, of
though,
course
does it?
not.
We're like the worm. When the worm, has the worm woken up today? Has the worm shown its head?
We're like the heart rate
I know the
monitor.
last time we went to the worm,
but I mean,
it just didn't want to come.
That's why.
Okay,
It's not
got
'cause
it.
you got the hump. Some people would. White start the over. This is 10th overtime, 110 now. Remember, 120 is what Royal Bergamo scored earlier today in the corresponding fixture, and they were able to hold Torino to 106. I mean, in a way, we've got a 9 to 5 job here, almost. Just our office is boiling. That's the difference.
Shiny. Edge. Manny's on the boundary.
Oh,
And well, it
he's
escapes
all right.
him.
That's a must-have position, though.
Yeah.
Third man here. I mean, they're flying away so quick. And I know it means you need to probably bring someone up somewhere else. At the moment, they've got the mid-on up. But I don't mind that. We just haven't seen a lot of people banging a lot of balls straight. I think with the bounce in this pitch and the pace a lot of these guys are bowling, a lot of the batters are enjoying just deflecting way behind the wicket and square of the wicket.
Hasn't got the distance, the fielders. Well, somebody had to put a call on that. And it ends up dropping just safe. And we get 1, I believe. Yep, 1 run.
Yeah, well, Maya is talking about crocodile for breakfast, lunch and dinner. And Keanu's saying, apparently camel milk is meant to be really good for you. Well, there you go, stuff you find out.
Well, somebody's got to start a business. This one, wow, this has gone like a rocket off the bat. And it thumps into the wall there. Well, that kookaburra is going to be checked when it comes back. This has been hit so hard. And the fielder, well, he would have done so well trying to stop that fun. And Javid now decides it's his turn to get going in the 120. So looking on, well, somebody needs to start a business then in Australia where there's these million camels. Well, look, that's a lot of milk.
I mean, I'd like to see you milking a camel. I think you'd have to catch them first. I think the thing with camels, they don't really like being handled, just from what I gather. Anyway, 3 to come. Here's Shanu.
I suppose you got to...
Hold on. I'm going to mute you. You can't turn you off. There we go. The next thing, sometimes you get a look in your eye, and then the next thing that you say is going to get us cancelled. So
No, I just was going to say,
right.
you need to know which is which, right?
Oh,
Otherwise
yeah,
it could work
all
out
right.
bad.
2 to come.
That's
back,
all.
Back to the game. Swing and a miss, 118.
I mean, you wouldn't try and milk a bull, would you? It's the same sort of thing. But yeah, fair enough.
The bull will be lining up to be milked. Anyway, 9.5 overs, I think that makes it. Unless, is there 2 to come? Keep an eye on the game.
1, I'm guessing.
I actually think it might still be 2 to come because of that wide.
Oh, well, look at that. Well, this is emphatic. Well, we know that there's an archery field as we come towards this ground. Well, this one is right on target. Knocks them both out. Is that the middle that's left standing?
Yeah, we'll have to have a look.
Have a look at it again. Well, this is good. I do love it. This is one reason I do like these stumps when they're in the ground. I just think this looks so sensational.
Yeah.
Let's have a look. Bang. No, that's the middle and off, is it?
Middle and leg go out of the ground. Off
Yeah,
left
middle and
standing. So yeah, that looks a bit of a mess. As Farhan Javaid turns around, surveys the damage. Just the one left standing. And Aslan Shani, that's good reward for him. He's worked hard all day for his team. And he gets that wicket. Got one ball to go, 118 for 4. And, well, it could be that exact target again, the way things are going. Could quite easily see a 2 for this last ball. And look, they went pretty close to chasing it. They just kind of fell off the pace, Torino, in the between the 6th and 8th overs. Up to then, they were pretty much on the 12 and over pace. So don't count them out of this at all. It's going to be Majid to fail to face the last ball. 118 plus this. Get your running shoes on. Some bat on it. Definitely get 1, probably get 2 now. Good throw has him. And he'll be gone. So it'll be 1 plus run out. So 1 less than last time. It's good running. You had to take it on their last ball. So they'll need exactly 120, Rico. Exactly 120 to stay alive in the tournament. And as for Royal Bergamo, they will need to defend this 119 if they had to go further in this FanCode European Cricket Series.
Yeah, they'll be pleased with that. I mean, they're just 1 short of where they were last time. And just to remind you, that one they did win by 14 runs, 120 to 106. So they'll be pretty happy, especially when they did lose the informed batter, Atasham Javed. He went just for 1 or 3 deliveries, but then we saw a really good, very, very good innings from Usman Javed, supported well for a bit from Rizwan Tahir, and then he was run out in fantastic fashion by Waqas Ahmed again. But then there was a good support from Farhan Javed for Usman. But Usman, he stole the show for me. Really batted well, batted intelligently. And we're going to have a look at some of those highlights. But it all started well, didn't it, with this wicket? Well, it just kisses the bail. Well, that's all you got to do. The bail comes off, you're out. And, well, Javed, Ajisam Javed had to make an early exit. But, well, the decision for Usman to come higher up the order certainly did work. He did play some nice shots. And Rizwan Tahir supported them. Well, this is the runner. This is an absolute corker. That is fantastic.
Huge moment in the game. I mean, taking your chances is so important. And one thing we have seen is a lot of direct hits. Well, that one wasn't hitting you, but I was trying to fan some air onto you because it's been one of those days, hasn't it? Pretty hot out here in the cube, pretty hot out in the middle as well. And Usman Javed was making it even hotter the way he was going about it. In fact, 8 sixes in the innings. They were all off the bat of the classy left-hander as he put together 66 off 28. Well, if Royal Bergamo do defend this target, they have that man to thank because he has batted out of this world in this innings in a pressure situation.
He batted so well, you know, and the one thing I loved about his innings is that how he played shots to all parts of the ground, and quite often you see batters just playing in one area. He did go to a really good delivery, but yeah, you see that the runs from the offside to the onside, 36 to 67, that gives you an idea, and that's a lot to do with Usman. And you saw wickets tumbling there towards the end. I think a good reward for David Shah and Aslan Shani. And then right at the end there, the simple run out. So they're trying to get to the 120 again. Weren't quite able to do it, but they've got the runs on the board. This is an eliminator. Runs on the board in a pressure situation, Vinny. I mean, you'll take 119.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, against a team that's never actually experienced a win on ECN yet. It's their first day in the competition. But what I will say is it's been a steep learning curve for Torino, but they have pretty much kept up the pace. Even though they haven't got a win, they have gone close and they've pushed both of these other teams in Group A. I think it's a lot on their top order. I think their top 2, 3 or 4 batters do need to get in and get moving. They can't have the dead spot like last time between kind of over 6 and over 8. They just stalled and then it was too much to do late on. So you can see 66 from Usman Javed was the standout contribution of just 28 balls, 3 fours, 8 big maximos in there. He was assisted by Rizwan Tahir with 16, Farhan Javed with 15. Mubashir, well, he's a good player to only get 3 balls in the innings. I would have probably liked to have seen him maybe up in the number 3 position, but still, it's hard to criticise when they have put 119 on the board. Will it be enough? Maybe, maybe not. Looking at the bowling figures, got to say that Siddiqui was pretty good for me. Just the 15 runs off his 2 overs. Also, Mahfouz Rahman kept it pretty tight early. There were wickets for Naveed Khan, the captain, as well as Aslan Shani late on, and Dawud Shah, the left armour, but they were all in double digits. So, okay, no one disgraced themselves there. I know Wakarama didn't have a good over that time, but he did come up with a pretty good piece of fielding earlier in the innings. We'll take a quick break, Rico. We'll be back in just a few minutes. We'll find out who will join Bergamo Cricket Club on quarterfinals Friday. It'll be one of these 2 teams. Royal Bergamo will need to defend the 119, and Torino, it'll be a dream for them to reach the quarterfinals. They'll need 120 if they're going to achieve that. So join us in just a few minutes. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. We'll see you shortly for the final innings of day one of this exciting Italian summer series. It's the FanCode European Cricket Series, Italy.
Bentornato, bienvenidos. Welcome back to the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Italy, Milan. That's right, we are in Milan and it's day one. And we're in a slightly different situation in Milan to some of our normal European Cricket Series with the 12 teams taking part. Every day there's a group. Every day one team, a team that finishes top of the group after playing each other. One team will go through. The two teams that don't finish top then have this eliminator, and that's where we are here. So one of these two teams, Bergamo or Torino, will also make it through into Friday's quarterfinals along with Bergamo CC. Who will it be? Well, Royal Bergamo, they put themselves in the driving seat, I would say. 119 on the board, so 120 required for Torino. And I think a lot obviously has to depend on their openers here. Let's see how they can go. This one's going to be okay, I believe. Yep. First ball ends up being a dot. I think we just thought this one may just end up going a little bit wide. It doesn't. Mudasa Raja, the bowler. He joins them up, dot to dot, so beats the batter outside the off. Then gets a defensive response from Waqas Ahmed. Raja. Edge. And oh, well, it's not often you see a catch taken in slip in a European Cricket Series. And Rizwan Tahir, he needs to take this one. I mean, this one is a straightforward slip catch. But if you're going to put yourself in slip, you got to catch these. It hits his hands hard and goes away. And the bowler, Raja, will be very disappointed. Raja keh raha hai, Captain ji, je bande nu idhar rakhna na, jehda catch far sakda onno rakho. That's disappointment for the bowler because he's worked for that, and he earned the right to get that wicket, and the fielder lets him down. Once again, gets the ball right here. It's swinging away, and I can't believe that Hyatt here is actually asking the question of a wide. There's no way is that going to be a wide. It comes into him, then moves away, just not moving his feet. So Waqas Ahmed gets off the mark with a very lucky edge that gets put down by the slip. That means that Hyatt now is on strike. Plays this one nicely, and this goes through the field. It's 4 runs. So, well, the bowler was disappointed with the catch going down. He's going to be more disappointed that this one ends up going through the field that he has there in the offside. It's 4 runs. It's a nice shot. Keeps the ball well controlled. Just over pitching that one, which allowed Hyatt to get to the pitch of it and send it out through the covers. Good shot. And this is up in the air and just drops. Sort of almost scoops it up. Fortunately for him, it doesn't go to hand. And single is completed, so the first over comes to an end. There was one boundary that came off it, but amazingly, no wicket as the catch was put down by the man at slip. This one to here. That number is now into 300 matches without a golden ball. 302 to be precise. It is a European cricket record, and it just keeps going on and on. We believe it is going to come to an end in Italy, and I'm going to say this is not only going to come to an end in Italy, but we're going to have more than one. That's for sure. Maybe we'll have 3, a hat-trick of golden balls in this Italian summer. We're going to have 5 weeks we're going to be here for. Mukhtar Mohammed comes into the attack. Hit up on the up. He's a man sweeping out on the offside boundary. He'll just take the single. Well hit, and this one will stay hit. And I think this one will probably, yeah, just bounces before it goes over the boundary. It's well hit, firmly struck, and the fielder, you see, he's not too far away from that. But there's no way he's going to get to that. That's a really good shot. Ahmed, after playing and missing a few to start off with. Come back well on this one. Oh, it could have gone anywhere. Plays it back into the ground. Mohammed. This one's again just doesn't time it all. Wow. And this is all about a fielder being in two minds. Everybody's shouting at Majid to fail, saying catch, catch, catch. So he comes in for the catch and then finds the ball. Well, it bounces and then deviates away from him. But he wasn't in any position, was he, to, if the catch wasn't on, to stop it. And that's what lets himself down there. Just bad positioning. Concedes a boundary. Very important, very welcome one as well. This one's been smashed and it's to the same fielder. This time he does very well. Muy bien, Chico. Well, after one gets past him, this one is absolutely rocketed back at him. He does very well. Makes the stop this time. No error. Saving. But gives away 3. Then I think saves 3. So he's on evens. Even Stevens. This one is the wide. Still got that slip in place to Hayat. 16 on the board. Interesting that Naveed Khan has not elected to open the batting this time. Lofted up in the air, doesn't time this at all, but we'll get lucky with it. They go for 2. Comes the throw and they'll get the 2. Good running, positive running. End of 2 overs. 19 on the board. It's an okay start. Its target is 120. And they keep the rate at more or less where it starts. Maybe just going up a tad, but not by too much. Of course, this is how they got to this situation. Bergamo CC, they won both their matches, so that's why they automatically went into Friday's quarterfinals. But these two teams, well, Bergamo, they lost once to Bergamo CC, but did beat Torino in the first match they played. But if you don't finish top, then you play this eliminator. So second versus third, one of these two teams will join Bergamo CC in the quarterfinals. One we will not see again. Yeah, it's hard, isn't it? It's hard, it's tough, especially for a team like Torino. If we don't see them again, making their first appearance in the European Cricket Series, and this is an absolute beaut. And well, Mudasa, he wants to knock him over, and he does. This is a really good delivery. And, that's what he does so well. It's right in the block, and knocks him over. So Mudasa Raja, he was unlucky, wasn't he, in the first over? Probably should have had a wicket. And he's probably decided, well, you know what? If they can't catch it, I'm just going to knock them over. And gets the false shot from the batter, going for the big hit, swinging hard, swinging wild. But Waqas Ahmed, he has to go. And not in the direction that his stumps went. His stumps went north, he has to go south. And he's having a little running commentary with somebody. Nobody's listening. I think he's trying to say it stayed low. I think he just plays down the wrong line there. Gives them a start, I suppose. He did get himself to double figures, 10. And out on the 8th delivery that he received. Bowled emphatically by Raja. And now we do see the tall figure of the captain, Naveed Khan, coming out. Played some nice shots earlier here today. Looked a good batter and a skillful player. 35 of 19. in this earlier fixture between these two teams, match number 2 today. He'd love to get into that sort of mood and well, go bigger really, wouldn't he? He needs to, I think. Raja to the captain. He goes right across the line, hits this hard, and well, this goes into the area where the house once stood, and only the Kookaburras have managed to destroy it. And this is just like, it's almost like, you don't bowl that to me. You just can't bowl that to me, he says, and he just puts it away. Makes it look very easy. Really good shot. And, just I think giving some instructions to the fielder where the ball went. And he's just probably thinking to himself, well, I know, but normally when you get an area like this, where you've got plenty of hiding places, there's a few of those Italian vipers that live in these sort of areas, and they do find the ball, and he's relieved that he gets there before the snakes do. Now he's back to the drawing board. Where do you bowl to Naveed Khan? No real adjustment in the field at the moment. They'll have to get through this over without too many runs coming from it, and then they can then at least spread the field. This is down the leg side, it's not a good delivery. Keeper does well. He's got nobody down there at fine. If he doesn't stop this, there's going to be a chase for the slip, and I don't think the slip's going to get there either. So, well done to Fon and Javid. Raja needs to get this outside the off stump. Doesn't want to bowl it into the swing zone of this batter. Okay, this goes into him, and he feels that he's missed out on this one. I would agree. Maybe a slightly quicker delivery. It's a bit of Mirza Ashan about Naveed Khan, I think. Two men that are very similar in build. Pat fairly similar as well, very aggressive. Hit the ball big. Yorker, that's off the bat, and it's going to go all the way for 4 runs. There we go, nicely played, and that's the problem when you don't have any protection behind there. There's no fine leg, no third. You got the a player in the slip position, and anything that catches the bat like that is going to go all the way down. 4 runs. Going to feel hard done by is Mudasa Raja. But sometimes that's the way the cookie crumbles. Glad to see so many of you enjoying this contest in the chat. Hello to so many of you. And of course, let us know where you're watching from. I know that people watch from all around the world, and this one is up in the air, and well, it's taken. And that's a big wicket. It is, it's huge. So Naveed, he hoiks out, and the catch is taken. You can see just having a bit of a chat with the batter, how he's high up there, and say, okay, I'm gone, buddy. It's down to you now. Come on, stay positive. Just examining his bat. Look, see, this is my issue. And I said, didn't I, that he reminds me a lot of Mirza Ashan. And there's 1 or 2 other batters in Austria that play shots like this. They don't give it the full whack. You know, my philosophy always is look, if it's there, then hit it. Hit it hard and try and get the ball over the boundary. I mean, sometimes, yeah, timing is good, but if he's given this everything, if he's thrown everything at this, this is going into the next field. And he's just saying it hits the bottom of the bat. Well, maybe, but again, if you hit it everything, if you hit it and give it some welly, that's 6 runs. He's going to be very disappointed looking at that again, and that's maybe one thing that he can take away and learn from this. I know that that's an issue that a lot of players that play a lot of tape ball have. It's one of the issues that they have. They don't just takes them some time to get the full swing of the bat into the game. And that's something that you just got to practice and practice time and time again in the nets. But that is a huge wicket. And it is Raja that gets the breakthrough as well. And the ball to go in this power play. It's 28 for 2, but they've got the big wicket of Naveed. Still had to be caught out there. So a good catch as well to Atisham Javed. He takes the catch. Not able to contribute with the bat in this game, but taking that catch, well, that's massive. Oh, that's a good delivery. This is a beauty. Misses the bat, misses the stumps. Oh, how does this miss everything? It's such a good delivery, so well bowled. And look, I'm going to say he's been so unlucky as Mudassar Raja. He had a catch dropped in slip. One went through the covers. There was another one that went in the air that could have gone to hand. But still, look, he kept his chin up. And he finishes with very impressive figures. 2 for 15. Well bowled Mudassar Raja. And the score on the board, 28 for 2. As we welcome back Mr. Maximo into the sauna.
Thanks very much. Yeah, it has been a bit of a sauna. But anyway, you can see the story so far. So the power play was going for 6, 13 and 9. They pretty much need to be at 12s. It doesn't take a rocket surgeon to work that out. I mean, they're 8 behind where they want to be at the moment. I think already Torino, they've learnt pretty quickly and they don't want to be too far behind the rate at any point. So you'd rather swing early and die trying. They had plenty of wickets left in hand earlier. Just couldn't go at the rate required. This one's in the air, and this one is going to be caught. What a brilliant catch that is. That's Majid Tufail, where he was caught up in a sandstorm there as he dived away to his right. Hyatt has to go for 8. What a catch we've seen. Well, they said dive at your own risk. Well, he took the risk, and he took a blinder of a catch.
Well, Majid, we saw him do a glaring misfield. Then he made a sensational stop. So he gave away 3, saved 3, and I said, right, he's evens. Well, he's not evens now. He is in credit because this is a super catch. It really is. I mean, look, you've really got to be brave if you're going to throw yourself down to take that. And, well, he comes out smiling and he takes a bow. But I will say is another batter that doesn't give it the full swing. And that's a technique that needs to be worked on. You've got to start high. You've got to hit it. And you've got to keep the bat flying all the way. Get it back over your shoulder. Give it everything. And it just doesn't. But take nothing away from that catch. That is superb. It's another wicket that falls with the score on 28. And, well, Torino here are all over the place.
Well, the weather forecast is sandstorm because that's exactly what Tufail has created there. Can you believe that? I mean, in an elimination match to come up with something like that, that was magical. Thunder likes it as well. And what a fantastic effort that was from the fielder. It's a long way back from there at 28 for 3.
No run there. And, well, just like that, the whole match turns around. And you've got 2 new batters in there, Mohammed Shub and Waqas Mohammed.
Here's Babashir. In fact, this is Atam Javed, I think. He is there at the moment. Got to say hello to Klopp, who's watching from Trinidad.
And it's more the same. It's head is up in the air. Just have a look at the shape of the batter here, and this is where, you know, we say you've got to keep your balance, you've got to keep your head still. He's all over the place. And yeah, just have a look. Here comes the delivery. It's outside off stump. You know it's going to be there. The feet don't move at all. The head goes up here. And the ball just goes through. It's just no movement at all. So it's got to just get these feet moving, get into the pitch of the ball, keep the head perfectly still. And it's same again, a repeat. They're asking the question, I think is he standing inside? I think he's standing inside.
Well, I tell you what, they're going to have a look at this, and he better have his foot down, otherwise he's in for a rude shot.
Well, he hasn't moved, given that, so the umpires had a good look at it. Let's have a look.
We'll have to roll this through. Keep an eye on that heel.
Yeah,
he's all right. He's all right. Wait for it. Wait for it.
No, he's
all right.
Yeah, he's good.
Right.
He doesn't move there, but yeah.
Keeper was convinced though. Maybe. To me, he's all right. But tell you what, didn't have too much room to move there.
Yeah, he was absolutely sure he was fine. That's some Javid. Just join the dots at the moment, isn't he? The umpires have to get their stumps put together again. So, well, maybe he'll make contact with this one. That's Hump has got other ideas. No, he doesn't. And you see the non-striker just putting the hand up there. That's the Mohammed Shuhaib and saying, just stay there, because he's looked like he wants to come and have a chat with him. He said, just go back, just stay there. It's the end of the over. I'm coming to you. And yeah, they're keeping the distance there. I don't think he's very impressed with all of those dots that have been played out there. And look, going to say hello and welcome to everybody. Hope you've enjoyed the start of the Italian summer.
Oh, the
here
Italian
in Milan.
summer is here. And I'm loving it. And I cannot wait to get stuck into some of the cuisine in Milan tonight. I'll tell you what, 100% I'll be heading in. I've got a few little tips I'm going to follow. I'll give you a bit of a an update tomorrow because and normally we talk about food in the last game today, but I've got to admit I haven't really had a chance to check it out yet. So stay tuned, and if any of you viewers out there want to give me a few tips of what I should have while I'm here, let me know. Right, let's move along. Mukhtar Mohammed is the bowler.
Yeah, you've got that look about you. I think you're going to get your tongue into all sorts of places today, and mainly those galettos. I know you love them. And, you love trying different ones. And I think you're probably using to keep you cool at times as well. I know last time in Bologna you weren't afraid to take some pictures of you being getting stuck into them.
Yeah,
good slow
plenty
delivery.
of flavours as well in Bologna. When it's the home of gelato, and I know I'm booting you off the tour for that week, aren't I? Because you've got weeks 3 and 4 off. You'll have a well-deserved break. Rest your voice. Got to say you've done very well because on Saturday afternoon in the Austrian final, you were nowhere. I didn't think you'd be talking by Monday. You've done well. This guy's done well too, Mukhtar Mohammed.
Well, he's not even matter here. I mean, this is just beautiful, beautiful, beautiful bowling. And the stumps are shattered again. And, well, you can play a bit of music to this and just turn all the sound off and you can watch it over and over again. And I tell you what, we've certainly seen the stumps exploding a few times here today. What a start it's been. And look at that, not for the first time. And I don't think it'll be for the last time that we see the stumps flying all over the place. And, well, it's just as easy as that. Really well bowled there. Mukhtar Mohammed is in the act once more. And they're just falling away here. And the score, and it's interesting to see these wickets are falling around to this score now. Falling with ease. Just apologies. The score probably just needs to update a little there.
I've got the score 28 for 4. So I think we're right on the screen. But yeah, trouble at the old mill for Torino, who've certainly put in a good shift today, but they don't have too much to show for it. Weren't able to come up with a win in the group stage. And now they're in this eliminator. They need to find a way to get back into this game. Otherwise, it's going to be curtains. And now is Imran Siddiqui who's coming to the crease.
Yeah, 3 wickets have fallen on the score on 28. You see again the batters, they're moving down the leg side so much that they're just basically inviting the bowler to get the ball full and straight and knock them over.
Got to say, if Torino do go out, I'm going to miss the kits. I think they look fantastic out there. Mukhtar Mohammed. Now this could be another one. It will be scooped up in the air, and he's caught it the second time. Another juggling job. Well, maybe that's the circus ring over there, because we've seen a couple of juggles. This is Wajid Mahmood that takes the catch. So another wicket for Mukhtar Mohammed in this 5th over. Man, Torino, they're in a right mess now. It's 28 for 5.
Yeah, and another wicket that goes down to 20. 4 wickets going down on this score. Well, this is a disaster. And it could have been a disaster if that catch was dropped. Well, it certainly would have been for that man. He certainly would not have been smiling, but he does hold on to it. All going wrong for the team making the debut, Torino. And it started pretty well. 6 without loss in the first, then 19. But there was that over from Raja, 2 wickets. Both the top player, and then you got the over there from Ajisham Javid. And that was a a wicket maiden there as well. So that was sensational. And this one, well, this one could also be sensational. As we've seen, 2 wickets have fallen. So 2 for 13 and no runs so far in this over. So what a sensational bit of bowling this is, and Royal Bergamo just starting to show their class. And it's very optimistic, not out, and the umpire says, "Don't you dare," to the wicketkeeper when he goes to knock these stumps over again, and he says, "Don't you even think about it. He's in, the bat is down, leave him alone." End of the over. Well, how about that? We've seen a few sensational overs just then. I don't think I can remember anything like this. Look, I'm just going to go through it with you again. Look, the first over 6, second over 13 from Mukhtar Mohammed. Then we saw 9 from the third. Then no runs in that 4th over and 1 wicket. No runs in the 5th over and 2 wickets. So that is 2. We've had a 1 wicket maiden and a double wicket maiden consecutively. I don't think I've seen that before. I mean, it's very rare just to see a maiden, but to see 2 wicket maidens on the spin, score stays on 28. And well, this will be runs, not off the bat. It's going to be a wide. So all the hard work undone, just like that. But yeah, great bowling from Atisham Javed and Mukhtar Mohammed. It's going to be another wide. So just like that, Atisham, who bowled his first over, was a wicket maiden. He's down bowled the next 2 deliveries wides. Not sure why he's not attacking the stumps. That certainly would be the call for me now when you got a team of 30 down, 5 wickets. And this time, well, this is an interesting shot. Everybody's expecting the fielder to make a catch, and the fielder, I think he either sees this late or just decides that it's not there for the catch. So just a single, and the bowler straight away to the left-hander starts to direct fielders to all parts of the ground where he wants his field.
And right now, I can see that the English have had a pretty good day. Why don't you send Bairstow out there or something at the moment? I think he made some runs again. Trina needs some help here into the 6th over.
This goes up in the air. It's a simple catch. He had no idea where this was. So another wicket to Atisham Javed. He's now got 2 for 3. And 2 of those runs that have come off here have been wide. So there's only been 1 that's come off the bat. And that one really was one that probably could have been caught. He just bangs this in and he has no idea that's the batter where that is. So that was sharp. It's a disappointing duck for him as well. So the Ducks certainly are building as well on that scorecard. And there's nowhere for the Ducks to go as well because there's no water down here.
Yeah, 31 for 6. Yeah, Torino, they've been so brave today. Again, they've given away a lot of experience in this form of the game to Bergamo CC and Royal Bergamo. Man, they've gone toe-to-toe, but it just feels like the end of a long day. It's a bit of a gamble to bowl first and to be chasing, and they're experiencing probably their first real collapse, I think, in the series or in their ECN career. Remember last time when they played these guys, they only lost 2 wickets, but they still fell 13 runs short of where they needed to be, or 14 runs short of where they needed to be. And then against Bergamo CC, it actually batted pretty well. 91 for 6, so not great, but I mean, certainly competitive against a team which we now know are through to the quarterfinals. It does look like they'll be joined there by Royal Bergamo. He batted to the crease.
Doesn't quite get enough bat onto it. Sort of climbs onto him as he tries to turn this behind square. Will take the single. And then he gets to the other end and just practices that shot once more. So Salman Bashar gets himself off the mark. Another Another wide, big wide as well. A few extras here. That's Mohammed. The batter, he's seeing the wickets falling around him as well.
Yeah, things have gotten out of hand pretty quick here. Arsham Javed has had a pretty good day. It's been a miss.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of that, and we were batters just haven't really got their feet into play. You just need to, either you take that shuffle across outside the off and get yourself right in line with it, or you come dancing towards the ball and hitting it on the up.
Okay, so you know what I'm doing tonight? I'm going to town. I'm going to grab some Italian. What are you going to be doing?
I'm going to pop some pills and try and get some sleep.
I think you're about right.
And drink some whiskey. Yeah, a bit of whiskey. Maybe grab something Italian on the way, and that'll be me done.
Yeah. Well, fair enough. Get your rest. Get your voice back. We need you in good shape. You've still got 2 more weeks, and then you'll have a couple of weeks off.
Yeah.
Corey will replace you for those couple of weeks. I'll be doing the whole of Italy. I'll take a break just after the end of these 5 weeks. Here's Javed. Last ball of his spell has been brilliant. He's going to stay that way. He'll finish 2 for 5. And Torino, a bridge too far for them now. 33 for 6 after 6 overs. Yeah, so we'll have Corey back. He's busy coaching Spain right now in the World Cup qualifiers in Belgium, and I think there's 8 countries there at the moment, so that's going to be a very interesting series. Of course, lots of familiar names to us on ECN participating in that. Ultimately, I think there's only 1 country that will go further in the qualification stages. So 2 wickets apiece. They've used 3 bowlers, so now they'll have to go to a new option or 2 new options in the next couple of overs. But you see, yeah, the damage is kind of done to this innings. So then you and I are going to do the Super Series, and then we're going to have a new commentator that's guesting with us in the Super Series. I'm really looking forward to that. Nikki will be joining us for week 5. I know she's busy. She's playing county cricket at the moment for Surrey, Nikki Chaudhry. And looking forward to her bringing something to the table. She certainly has been watching along when he hasn't been playing or training. All right, here's Wakat Takir in over number 7. Pasha swings hard, but he can't get this away. So you just feel like this one might be petering out. But I've got to say, I have really enjoyed Torino today. I mean, they were not easy beats by any stretch of the imagination. They really went toe-to-toe in their first 2 games. Of course, it wasn't quite enough to secure that top spot, which could have seen them go straight through. But to show you how close it's been in this group, I mean, at one stage they had Bergamo CC in a fair bit of trouble. And if they could have batted a bit better, if they could have won that game by over 30 runs, then they would have gone straight through to quarterfinals Friday. So it seems quite unlikely now. But ultimately Bergamo CC and Baljit Singh were able to get across the line for the win in match 3.
So this again just played out onto the onside. So though they are occasionally getting out onto ball, just getting no timing in as well. I think it's, I mean, they know the situation, and they know that a win from where they are now is very, very unlikely. And obviously they're feeling that. There was a feeling the Heat, don't forget, these 2 teams, they've had to do it the hard way. You know, they're playing 3 matches. This one's up in the air, and the fielder's got some chasing to do, and does pretty well, keeps his eye on it.
Yeah, it's a good bit of fielding out there. Yeah, not so easy. Arsham Javed is coming off bowling his spell. So, yeah, I would say that he's had a fair bit of work to do, but still, the one good thing about these Group A teams, especially with the Heat this week, is the Group A teams that are going through, the 2 Bergamo teams, they'll get a bit of a break before quarterfinals on Friday. And so the situation for these teams from before this game, they are 3 wins away from the Super Series. So now with Royal Bergamo winning this, and with Bergamo CC already being into the quarterfinals, those 2 teams are 2 wins away from qualifying from the Super Series. But it's not going to be easy, because you can have 8 teams all 2 wins away from the Super Series come Friday.
Did pretty well. And, down the ground, nice straight drive. But once again, it's just not the timing in the shot.
And look, what a good experience for Torino as well. I mean, we'd love to see them again next year in ECS cricket. I think they really relish the opportunity. And I think they have picked it up a lot quicker than some other teams. I mean, if they had the luxury of maybe, the 5-team format where they could work their way into the series, then I think we would see them have some success. But just the nature of this series as we get to the end of the 7th over, 38 for 6. Nature of this series, 12 teams. We have to get it down to 2 qualifiers. And we have to do it pretty quickly. So unfortunately, they'll just get the 3 games this year. Let's have a look at what's coming up tomorrow. And you can see that Danny Hudacek's favourites, Albano. He's a big Albano man. And he said he will be watching for sure. They're playing in matches 5 and 7. Milan Kingsgrove, good side that just didn't quite get it together last year. Couldn't progress from the initial group stage. Didn't make it through to the final 5. They'll be on matches 5 and 6. And then Kantu in matches 6 and 7. It's day 2, Group B, and of course, it will finish once again. Unfortunately, for one of those teams, it'll be the end of their journey for the ECS this year. And we're starting again tomorrow in Milano, 6:30 AM GMT, 8:30 in Central Europe, noon in India. Little edge this time. This is going to be a big chase for the 3rd man. He does well to get there and keep it to a single. So, I mean, we've never had 12 teams in a week before. I think this is a new record. So what I will say is, okay, it's a bit harsh on teams that don't perform. But I mean, that's the nature of it. It's got to be that way to get through all of the matches. And of course, it rewards the teams that are winning. Because we're trying to get down to the best of the best in Italy. Now this is in the air. It should be a simple catch. One cap comes off, but the ball stays put. Wajid Mahmood will take the catch. 7 wickets down now. 39 for 7.
Yeah, simple catch, wasn't it? And this time, nothing popping out. Just makes it look easy. Wajid Mahmood. And goes up, goes after it. No mistakes from Wajid.
And a lot of chat about the England team in the chat at the moment, about the way that they're playing their test cricket. I just got a feeling that their new coach, Brendan McCullum, I'm talking about Bazball, I just have a little sneaky that Brendan's been watching a bit of European cricket and what's been happening over the last couple of years here. And when you've got players with the skills of those England guys at the moment, the way they can bring into the longer format, again, yeah, backing themselves attack's the best form of defence at the moment. Again, it's better than sticking around and waiting for a ball with your name on it. I love the way they're playing their cricket. Here's Qadir Salim. He won't get anything on the first one.
Not ball. Good bowling. Just not trying to do too much. Just getting the ball up there. Razafraz.
Here's the thing, though. I know Maya isn't following Torino today, but the thing with the format this week, you can pick a new team each day to go for. You get 3 freshies to choose from. Here's Fraz. Swing and a miss. Yeah, so Torino, I mean, they've never had to go this deep with their batting as well. So it's a bit of a hiding to nothing to come out and have your first bat in ECN cricket. But still, like I say, for sure, they'll take something out of this. And they'll know that they went toe-to-toe with these 2 teams that will make it through to the quarterfinals.
It's pretty well, but the 3rd man is in place. Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, if you look at their performances, they shouldn't be too disappointed. I think, of course, they would have loved to be in a series where they would have got the opportunity to try and play a few more games and got a bit more of a chance if you finish in the top 4, etc. But they've got a taste of it for now. They've got an introduction to it. They know what's to be expected. I've certainly liked the batting of Naveed. He was absolutely really good. There were some good bowlers in there. But just in this one, I think those wickets falling very quickly on 28. This one could be another. Does it stay low enough? Yeah, it does. The umpire puts the finger up. So Pashar has to go. He goes for 4 of that. His 7th delivery.
Yeah, I mean, he tries to cross bat it. Didn't really get up. I mean, whenever I see a batter playing this shot, I'm thinking height. But it didn't seem to bounce. Certainly didn't bounce as much as Pasha thought. And so Fraz has got a 2nd wicket of the over. Let's have a look at it on the replay. I think it's a long way across. It's mid-line. I think it's probably a good call, I don't think that's going over. I think for me, the only question is, does this strike him outside the line of the off stump? I think it's just in line. You can see the off stump. It's right in front of the off stump. Umpire's call maybe on impact. I think it's a fair decision. as it is, it will be the 8th wicket for Torino. They're 40 for 8.
Yeah, the umpire there just got to, in his opinion, decided the ball's going to go and hit. Me looking at it again, I thought maybe it was going to just hit it outside the line. I don't think it was going to hit the stumps. I think the ball was maybe just moving away. But yeah, umpire's in the best position.
I think it's a good decision. I actually think the umpires have been very, very good today, I have to say. They're quite experienced.
They are superb here in Italy.
9th overtime, and guess what? 9th wicket time as well, as Wakata Kia comes out. He knocks the middle peg out of the ground. They don't get much straighter than that. Now on their last legs, Torino, they are 40 for 9.
Yeah, this is an absolute beauty, isn't it? This is a top-class Yorker-length delivery to a tail-ender. It really is. And Kadir Salim, there's nothing he could do about this. And see that again. This is just class. Watch that middle peg. Boom. Out of the ground it goes. And really good. And what I like, and what I've liked actually from the bowlers of Royal Bergamo is, okay, there's been a few extras, which is something they can tighten up with. But I like the way the bowlers have really used the crease well. They've gone wide, they've gone close, they've tried things. And, you know, getting this, okay, they've had to do it the hard way, but they will survive. They go into the quarterfinals, and they're a team, I think they are capable on their day of beating anyone. We've seen some good signs from them here today.
Yeah, well, welcome to the stage, Mahfouz Rahman. He's coming out needing 80 off 11 balls, number 11, and I think Wakata Kia, he's licking his lips at the moment, saying, bring him on. He can probably send everyone to the pool with one more of those deliveries, you'd imagine. Still, yeah, Royal Bergamo, remember they lost the final last year. Here, they were 1 game away from elimination. And so, last wicket at the crease. But yeah, well done to everyone today. Challenging day early with some of the power issues, some of the heat issues we were dealing with. Pretty good shot for number 11.
Yeah, it just plays it pretty well, doesn't he? He gets down on one knee and hits the ball along the deck to the man at point. Picks it up, gets the throw in, and they do complete the single. And well, I think it's the batter, Arslan Shani, saying, yeah, I'd like to have a go. I want to get a run as well. He's facing his first delivery. And, it's a slower delivery. Ends up being a slow Yorker. I think if he came out to this, he probably could have given it a fair whack.
Look at this.
But this really, he sees it late, and when he does see it, he just drops the bat on it.
Comes out the kind of side of the hand. Well, now's the time, I think. I know you got your camera time, you got 9 balls, but you got to go for glory at some point, don't you? Try and knock one out of the ground. Shani, who I think tried his heart out with the ball today. Let's see if he can get a run in ECN cricket.
Yeah, he hits it pretty well, but it's up in the air, and it should be a straightforward catch, and it is. Well, we saw him take a spectacular catch earlier, Majid Tufail, and he was not going to drop this one, and that is that. They will be all out for 41, and Arslan Shani, he wanted to get off the mark, he couldn't. He goes for a duck. So we start with a duck. We started with a few in the day, and we end with a few at the end of the day. The first day, day 1 here in Milan, and Royal Bergamo, well, they absolutely thumped Torino there by 78 runs. So congratulations to Royal Bergamo. They will also feature in the quarterfinal, and we have to say it was nice to see another new team. And Torino, it's not an easy one to make a debut in, with there's 12 teams taking part, and every day you're going to have to say goodbye to one team. But I like what they did today. I like the way they performed. I mean, they got to 100, and that's something in itself. You know, scoring 100 runs in your very first match, chasing 120, and that was down to the captain Naveed Khan, who had a good day, and we saw the best of Wakar Ahmed as well, and he was sensational in the field as well. So watch out for him in the future. And then against Bergamo, they didn't quite get enough runs on the board, 91 for 6, and Bergamo CC knocked those off. But in this one, the last game, maybe a bit of fatigue. I mean, 3 games to play on a hot day like this, going to take a lot out of you. They just weren't at their best. So goodbye to them. But look, I know that we're going to have a nice chat with them later today, and hopefully we're going to see some of the players come down to the ground later in this week. But you see there that Bergamo CC and Royal Bergamo have got their place in the quarterfinal draw.
Yeah, so Royal Bergamo will play in the second quarterfinal on Friday. They'll play whoever goes automatically through from Group B, which is tomorrow. So you can see eventually those teams in the quarterfinals go from 8 to 4 to 2 Super Series qualifiers. The two, of course, will play a final to see who wins the Milan Series, but they will both make an appearance in the Super Series in Rome in a few weeks' time. Let's roll the highlights. Well, it was 120 to win for Torino. It would be their biggest chase ever. And, well, they had a bit of a let-off there early. Rizwan Tahir spilling that one at slip. When the intent was there, there's no doubt about it. Got a bit of a lucky break there. So early, they kind of had a few signs things might be rolling their way, but then things turned around pretty quickly. That was the end of Wakar Ahmed. And even though Naveed Khan, he's had a very good day for Torino, but he couldn't really do it on his own. This one just got away from it a little bit. It was all hands, wasn't it? But didn't have the power to get over the boundary. Now this one was absolute stone cold stunner. A standstorm for Majid to fail. And then it was more storms coming. This time it was the stumps getting blown away time and time again. And as the wickets tumbled, the run rate required was climbing. Ultimately, you knew a fair bit before the Enrico they weren't going to get anywhere near the target. And it was unfortunately going to be the end of Torino's journey in the ECS.
Yeah, you said it, unfortunately. And, but they, look, they created some highlights. There were some magical performances there. There were memories that will stay with them forever. But on the day itself, especially in this final match, well, I think Rob Bergamo was just too good for them. I think they got those wickets early, the key ones. And, they got Waqas Hamid early and Haris Hayat. And then, of course, importantly, Naveed Khan. And once they got Naveed's wicket, well, then after that, well, don't forget, there was at one point where 4 wickets fell with the score on 28, and there was no coming back from that. Tomorrow it's going to be a big day. Albano, they take on Milan Kingsgrove first up. Milan Kingsgrove, then Cantu, and then Albano versus Cantu. And then we will know by that time which team is going to finish top. Yeah. And then the second and third, they're going to play that eliminated again. So again, like we said, every day in each one of these groups, so tomorrow's Group B, every day there will be one team that we will be saying goodbye to. And you know what, when you look at some of those teams there, there's some big teams. They're big teams here in Italy, and there's going to be some of those that are being eliminated very early on.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's just the nature of it. You can't do much about that with this format. And the thing is, look, there are so many clubs in Italy. That's the reason as well. The fact is, there's a lot of high-quality clubs here competing for those spots, and they all want a spot in the ECL, so they're all going to have their shot. Unfortunately for Torino, it doesn't work out on their first day in ECN cricket, but they looked a lot better than a team that would go 0-3. Ultimately, they would kind of fall off a cliff in this chase. Only Wakar Ahmed reached double figures, and that was only just a pair of 8s at the top of the order. Not a bad starting poker hand, but not great when you're chasing 120. And then we also had 4 ducks in there. If we had a pond, we'd throw them in, but there's not a lot of moisture around this ground, Rico. We know that. Pretty disciplined stuff. Royal Bergamo, you would expect them with their experience to win a game like this, and that's exactly what they do. And in the end, they win it pretty comprehensively.
Yeah, absolutely. When you look at their performances, I mean, they would have thought that they were unlucky in the very first match against Bergamo CC. They just didn't get the rub of the green, which didn't enable them to get maybe 10, 15 extra runs on the board. If they did, they were going to win a very, very close contest, low-scoring game. It finished 69-72 in favour of Bergamo CC, and Bergamo CC then beat Torino in a high-scoring 120-106. But then that set up this match, didn't it? Torino versus Royal Bergamo. And it was just one match too many for the team making their debut.
Yeah, maybe. You don't often see this. 5 bowlers each take 2 wickets. So how about that? Raza Fraz just needing the 1 over to do it. And Takia 1.4, but 2 for 5, including a maiden for Artasham Javed. Also another maiden, Mukhtar Mohammed. I'm not often you see 2 maidens in an innings. That was a real...
Both wicket maidens.
Yeah, both wicket
maidens. One wicket maiden and a double wicket maiden. Yeah, it's quite sensational.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty rare you see that, but no one really went for big runs. It's an innings that didn't have any maximos. That always makes me a little bit sad. In fact, there were just 5 boundaries in the innings, as Torino, unfortunately, just not quite up to the mark in this one. They were bowled out with 8 balls left on the table. So a pretty comprehensive win for Royal Bergamo. But I've got to tell you what, I like the format. I think it's a very innovative format. And what we saw is you better bring it or you could be going home. And we kind of had it this last time in Milan here. We had 9 teams that were playing, and they had to perform. They only had 3 games. And there were groups of 4, and only the top 2 would go through. So a team like Milan Kingsgrove didn't really bring their best in their 3 games. They were out of the tournament. Yeah. Okay, it's the same kind of story this time. So many quality teams in the area. Unfortunately for Torino, they won't move forward, but 2 teams will out of day 1.
Yeah, I like the format. I mean, I like it. Of course, I like it because it's exciting. It's entertaining. There's always, I think, something to play for every day. But at the same time, yeah, I'm going to feel a little bit sad for teams like Torino, who, you know, it's the first time they're playing a European Cricket Series. You know, if it's one of what you like to say, if there is such a thing, one of a normal series with just 5 teams, we're going to see them play a lot more games. Yeah. And it's an opportunity for them.
But the thing is, if you just pick 5 or 6 teams, they probably wouldn't get picked at all, to be honest. Yeah. You know,
right.
So they get their opportunity. That's the thing. I think, to be fair to everyone, look, here's your shot. Rather than pick based on seedings or previous performance, let's get everyone there that's got a shot at the ECL and give them the chance on the big stage, because this is what the ECL will be like, just at another level. And if you ask the guys from Brescia CC that we'll see next week, they'll say exactly that.
Yeah, you're right. I think, and if you were to put that in that way to somebody like Torino and say, look, you know, you could do this and not get there, so you don't get your chance at all, or you do it this way, where you do get a chance, but it's going to be difficult.
Yeah,
I think
but they weren't too far away from the mark. They were only 30 runs in that game 3 away from going through automatically. So, I mean, look, they weren't quite there in the end. It was a long day. It was a hot day, hottest day I think we've had on ECN so far this year. We've come a long way from the snow in Bulgaria. And look, we certainly appreciated your company. Just a reminder, we'll start tomorrow again, same time, 6:30 a.m. GMT, which is 8:30 in Central Europe, and 12 o'clock in India, and 12:30 in Bangladesh. So hopefully you had a great day. We've had a hot one, but we have enjoyed it. It's been beautiful. And your first day in Milan as well.
Yeah, my first day in Milan. Look, just a shout out to everybody. Look, I've got to say, look, a big shout out to the umpires. Yeah. It's, you know, it's difficult for, and talking of the umpires, there goes Silvio. Look, it's difficult for the players, we know that, but the umpires, they've been out there as well. We just had 3 umpires. They've rotated throughout the day. They're out there in the heat. Also, they've got to stay alert in these hot conditions when they're doing the 3rd umpire's role as well. Shout out to them. Been absolutely fantastic. Amanda Black. Shout out, of course, to our production team. I mean, they're up in the tower in this heat. So to obviously to Karina's been there, Richards as well, and to Martis. Look, great job from you guys.
Great effort, guys.
And then from our crew as well, from the ECN crew, Mehadal, Mars Bajit, they've been there as well. And Paul Fletcher, Diane Oris, our photographer. It's been a hard day for everyone. It's been very hot, but we've done it, we've made it, and we're getting used to it. And we're going to come here with a lot of ice tomorrow.
We will. Stefan Gooch is well tournament referee. Won't forget him. Look, we are going to take a break. We are going to have a cold shower separately, but we are going to have a cold shower after a long day. Big effort from everyone, all the players, all the helpers around the ground. But big thanks to you. Hopefully you enjoyed the first day of Italian summer. We'll be back tomorrow. We're going to leave you with a few highlights of opening day of this wonderful series in Milan, the start of our summer adventure. Join us tomorrow, won't you, for more European Cricket Series. We'll see you until tomorrow. You've been watching the European Cricket Network, and this has been the FanCode European Cricket Series, Italy, Milan, Day 1. Hasta mañana.
Adios, mi familia. That was nice.
Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. 7 bits of wood and a tape ball taken to an open space. With a swing and a hit, the ball goes flying in the field and makes his chase. A community playing on the field of dreams, no matter race, sex, color, or age. Stars of the future of European cricket are ready to take the stage. Ball's getting quicker with a kookaburra starting to swing. The keeper in your mind, standing just behind, pressure is creeping in. Some give it flight and some give it grip as the ball really starts to spin. But our batsman's alert with the crack of a bat, the ball flies over for 6. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Master blasters turn on the style. Cricket's a beautiful game. Smiling faces and celebrations as the champions enjoy their fame. European legends breaking records, making their own dreams come true. Watched by millions, European cricketers show the world what they can do. Now picture this, 10 runs needed to win off the last over of the match. Fielders are on fire, sliding and diving, want to take that world-class catch. Tension building as the ball runs in. Will it be short, a yorker, or slow? A 6 will win it, 4 to tie into the golden ball we go. Cricketers, Here be cricketers, share your passion, pride and flag with the world. Cricketers, here be cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got.
Another one, that's the big one. That's gone all the way over into the clubhouse and ordering a pint at the bar.
Hundreds of clubs all over Europe are coming together today. Thousands of cricketers want to be stars, show their talents when they play. We've got commentary, action-packed cricket frenzy. You're hooked, you can't deny. Worldwide audience watching to see which team will lift the cup up high. Oh, cricketers, here be cricketers, share your passion, pride and flag with the world. Cricketers, here be cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. La 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 la.
There he goes, he sent that pack in but the shaka 6-4.
Oh, cricketers, here be cricketers, share your passion, pride and flag with the world. Cricketers, here be cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you
Mentioned
got.
turbo earlier, that's supercharged. 6 runs, that's gone into orbit. It's another Kookaburra ball that's going to be circling our planet for years to come.